Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Forest Edge. Round number 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Club is nearly ready to get underway. We've got the first drivers out on circuit. That's ready for the first heat of the day. Of course, it's going to be Junior Otax because that's our one grid today that is split into multiple heats, and it's the one grid that will then have a B final before the A final. The top 4 drivers from that B final then going through to the A final later on, where it all comes to a head. Let's quickly run you through the grid, then you can see them about to come around the last corner. It's Jensen Cox and Levi Sangera on the front row, Jamie Rowe and Jesse Whitmore on row 2, Charles Green, Jensen Collins, Travis Rose, Noah McNicholas, George Cole and Joshua Withcombe round out the top 10. 26 drivers on the grid for this one. Looks like we're underway in racing already then, and a couple of drivers off wide out of the first corner. It is still a little bit slippery out there, and we've got more drivers getting a bit closer comfort through the Haynes Loop. I think they've all sort of managed to turn each other back round by the time they get to the exit. And down through to Sector 2 they go. As I mentioned, we had a little bit of a downpour maybe 20 or 30 minutes or so ago. And that's just meaning it's rather slippery out there on track for the moment. You should see them coming up towards the bus stop chicane now. And all managing to find their way through just about. Attempted a move for second place, then up into midgets. Has got it done to the inside, but struggling with traction off of the corner. Gets forced back into third place, now trying the move down the inside. They're still side by side on the exit. I think actually is going to lose 1 if not 2 positions as that driver. They're still changing around the last corner. We've got almost 5 wide to the exit. It was the 33 that was trying to make up places there. That was Jamie Rowe. Finally, there we go. We got a live timing update. So it's Jesse Whitmore who's had a good start up into the lead of the race already. But it is seemingly a little bit challenging finding the grip out there early on this morning. So Jesse, 4th place on the grid to the lead on the first lap of the race. So lots to be gained in these sort of conditions, but lots to potentially lose as well. Drivers needing to be very, very careful through these first heats. Of course, you're setting yourself up for the rest of the day. You want to make that start as positive as possible. Still chopping and changing at the front then. Around the final corner they come, ending lap number 2. It's the number 11 of Harvey Lee Wintridge who's snuck through and past Jesse Whitmore on the last lap. So Harvey Lee now takes the lead. It's Joshua Withcombe in 14th place who's just taken the fastest lap of the race. And that was a whole second faster than Harvey Lee Wintridge in the lead of the race. A 50.88 for Joshua, a 51.88 for Harvey Lee. And the rest of the drivers in the 52s, 53s, a couple in the 54s and 5s as well. So that's quite the lap from Joshua Withcombe. See whether there's enough time in this heat for him to make use of such pace though. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. It looks to be. Yeah, 7 minutes plus 1 lap for these heats, and then I think later on with the finals we'll have 11 minutes plus 1 lap. Change for third place. I think is that Nathan Travers who's gone through? Oh, they've re-overtaken anyway at the last corner. They're going to be side by side across the line. It's the 67 of Nathan Travers. I think he's managed to get it done now. He has, down into the first couple of corners. So that's Nathan through on Jesse Whitmore. So Jesse just continuing to slip back after that really, really good start. So Charles Green got through on the last lap to second place. Nathan Travers just slips through into third as they head on to the fourth lap of the race. But Joshua Whitcomb with that pace has gone up from 14th to 11th on the last lap. It looks as though he's continuing to press on ahead. He's a good second or 2 seconds faster than the drivers around him. So Joshua able to find that grip and that pace where seemingly no one else is. Top two starting to break away a little bit. You can see them just sliding around that last corner on the camera shots on your feed here on the Forest Edge Kart Club YouTube channel. As attempts to move into Haynes Loop, drivers trying to find the grip on the outside, some trying the inside line, the 18 and the 50 going at it. So I think that's Noah McNicholas getting through on Jesse Whitmore down at the Haynes Loop. I think that's Jesse now slipping back to 5th place. Joshua Whitcomb with another fastest lap of the race. 50.42 this time. The rest of the field starting to acclimatise to his pace though. So he's pushed through into the top 10 already. 9th place as he crossed the line on the last lap, but only 3 minutes left to go. He's not got a huge amount of time to close into the rest of the field, and they're all sort of spreading out a little bit. However, the top two closing up. Your Southern Championships winner last time around, last month, Charles Green chasing down Harvey Lee Wintridge. Now we do have a yellow flag through the Haynes Loop, as that's immediately gone in. So I think a driver getting back on circuit only a few moments ago. Move to the inside there. That was from the 29. Joshua Whitcomb pressing on nicely and overtakes Jesse Whitmore. So Jesse slipping back down to the bottom end of the top 10 now. Got a contact warning as well for Levi Sangera. He needs to be a little bit careful. Down in 15th place at the moment. Was multiple of those, you'll be getting yourself a penalty. Which is not an ideal start to the day. We have got a driver off down at Clymer, who's up and out of the car and over to the safety of the marshal post. Looks to be Tyler Rackham. Yeah, he's dropping down the order, so Oh, I've just been told that there is a wheel in the middle of the circuit on the exit of the first corner. As someone smacked straight into it. Expected. Well, I mean, it's got rid of the tyre. It's pushed it off of the circuit, so it's positive for everyone else, but not so great for whoever clattered into that. Hopefully not causing a nose cone penalty for themselves. That would be less than ideal. It's Jensen Hookey who's taken the fastest lap now, though. First driver into the 49s. Jack Price behind him joins him, so they're working together nicely in 5th and 6th. And it is getting pretty close around that area of the circuit. Moves for 4th place and for 6th place. And they're still chopping and changing around that area. Charles Green, though, being distracted by that tyre. As another tyre's off. Another tyre's off at the last corner. Is that 3rd place? Who's gone round and potentially even 2nd place? Tyre goes straight across the circuit. Drivers managed to miss him. So it was 2nd place of Harvey Lee Wintridge, who goes off at the last corner. Tyre comes straight off. So that's 2 in the first race of the day. 2 rogue tyres off on the circuit. Luckily all making their way clear of the racing line soon enough. But 2nd place to 0 points for Harvey Lee Wintridge. And he's absolutely gutted. He's walking away with his head in his hands. Gutted with that Heat 1 result then for Harvey Lee. No fault of his own. But he's going to have a difficult ask for the rest of the day, trying to make up for the lost points there from Heat number 1. 15 seconds on the clock then as the leader comes around the final corner. So starting the penultimate lap of this first race of the day. Charles Green now leads ahead of Nathan Travers, and it's Nathan who drops down into 48 for the first time today. 48.93 for Nathan. It's at about 2 seconds behind Charles Green though. So despite gaining a 10th or 2 on the last lap, don't think there's going to be any change to the lead late on in this one. But hey, you never know. Oh, the 16 was off there. Who's that who's gone off and why? That's from relatively high up. No, yeah, that's Travis Rose from 8th place. I don't think he rejoined any higher than sort of P16, 17, so that's lots of places lost for the number 16 there on the penultimate lap of the race. '23 needs to be a little bit careful here. Matthew Whitmarsh getting lapped as they go through the Haynes loop. Charles Green, new fastest lap of the race, and he spins. Not Charles Green, the back marker that he was overtaking. The 23 of Matthew Whitmarsh, the novice, just goes for a little spin out of the Haynes loop there. Maybe feeling a little bit under pressure by the leaders coming up behind him. And I mean, he got out of the way, that's for sure. He got off the circuit. So, best thing he could do there, really. So, thank you, Matthew. He's going to carry on. All is well that ends well. And Matthew will continue and see the checkered flag soon. But the leaders coming round into Sector 3 then. Great start to the day for Charles Green. He had a fantastic last round, obviously taking the Southern Championship. And he's going to start off round number 5 as he means to go on as well. Win number 1 of the day then for Charles Green as he comes across the line to see the checkered flag first. Nathan Travers and Noah McNicholas, your podium sitters for that one. And Noah steals the fastest lap on the last lap. First and only driver into the 47s, a 47.99. That should be a good omen for the rest of the day for Noah as well. Jensen Hookey and Jack Price are your top 5, with Joshua Whitcomb, Jesse Whitmore, Leo Basterfield, George Cole and Jamie Rowe your top 10. And it was Luca Cook, Levi Sangera, Jonas Janazauskas, Kai Pepperell, then Spencer Trehorn, Travis Rose, Aidan Clark, Matthew Grove, Jensen Cox, Jensen Collins, and then Matthew Whitmarsh, the last of your finishers. I don't think we saw Daniel Gurney, Harvey Lee Wintridge or Tyler Rackham make it to the checkered flag in that race. But 24 drivers out and involved, and some great racing to start the day as well. Well, hopefully we're starting as we mean to go on there. Charles Green certainly did. Hopefully we are as a collective here at Forest Edge. Some great racing to come, so make sure you stick around all day, and of course make sure you share out the link to the stream to all friends and family who haven't been able to make it down to Forest Edge today. If they want to keep up to date with the action, this is where you got to send them. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Forest Edge Kart Club YouTube channel as well, so you don't miss any of the future rounds. But that's race 1 of the day done and dusted. Then Junior Road Tax Heat number 1 is complete. We're just collecting a few of the trucking carts out on circuit, but soon heading out of the dummy grid is going to be Honda Cadets for their first heat of the day. shortly to the standing start grid. Here come Oliver Spence and Alex. But of course, it's Arthur Way who's on row number 5, the one that we're all watching. In the last 12 Honda Cadet races here at Forest Edge, Arthur Way has won all of them. So we'll see if he can make it 13 from 13 then this morning. Of course, took all the wins last round, taking the Southern Championship. Let's see what he can do. Looks like we got the thumbs up. Drivers looking to the lights, and immediately they go out. A very quick start here, and Oliver Spence from the pole side of the grid makes a good start and immediately sides through to the lead. We've got a driveway through the first lap of racing here at round 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Now I can see you're getting no data through to the YouTube, so hopefully that picks back up in a moment's time. I can see in the streaming software that I've got practically no connection to the internet, so very, very useful. Hopefully this will all catch itself up. Through Sector 3 we go then. Battle for the lead already on. And across the line we go, side by side. The 23 trying to make a move, but he's going to get forced back to the outside then on the exit. That's Alex Gaskin, but it's tried the up and under. It seems like it might have worked. It has worked through the first sector then. So Alex Gaskin makes the move on Oliver Spence. Relegates Oliver down to second place. Still getting nothing through on this. Incredibly frustrating, yeah. I've got just an error coming through on the YouTube page, so we'll see. Hopefully you guys can still see something. Keep an eye out on it, but I'm afraid doing the best we can here for the moment. Try and keep eyes on the racing as they head through to finish the second lap of running. It was a good move to take the lead from Alex Gaskin, and now Oliver Spencer slipped down to third as well. Oliver Ratton has squeezed through, but already Alex Gaskin putting in some great pace here. Fastest lap of the race, already building a gap of over a second to Oliver Ratton and Oliver Spence. And I will say, Arthur Way, he's pushed through from 9th place to 6th already in this race. We have still got 5 minutes left to go, so I shouldn't get too excited too early. But he is a good 4 seconds or so off the lead. He's got quite a few drivers in between himself and the race lead at the moment. So could we see someone who isn't called Arthur Way win a race here in Honda Cadets? Not too long to find out. 4.5 minutes left to go in this first heat of the day for Honda Cadets, and they're still battling over second place down the inside. Back through on the exit though, that was a great little bit of battling there. James Devereaux slips through, so I think it was Oliver Spence who slipped through initially. Good exit from Devereaux, sees him take both of them to second place. Ratton and Spence now going side by side through the Haynes loop. Oliver Spence manages to fend off Oliver Ratton though. So Ratton just slips outside of the top 3. Ending lap number 4, side by side for third place into the last corner. As there we go, does indeed change on the live timing, so confirm that Spence was back through on Ratton. How are they going to be as they come through to finish another lap? Spence is still ahead of Ratton. They're starting to drop Tyler Banks now as well, and as I mentioned, Arthur Way isn't catching particularly quickly. You can see drivers still on wet tyres at the moment. We had that brief downpour earlier on, but into Sector 1, looks like we're going to have someone who isn't called Arthur Way taking a win here. James Devereaux is doing everything he can to close in and take this first win of the day though. 49.98 on the lot here by Connor Yu. Arthur Way unable to get out of the 52s for the moment, whereas Connor Yu, new personal best on the Arthur Way, looking like he'll have to settle for 6th. That gap massively, but it's not quite going to be enough. First race win from Alex Gaskin here today. And first time in, I think, 3, if not 4 rounds of the Forest Edge Kart Club that someone, apart from Arthur Way, has won a race in the Honda Cadet. So well done to Alex Gaskin, being the driver to take that honour. Devereaux finishes in second place with Oliver Spence in third. James Devereaux closed that gap massively onto the last lap. It was 0.83 as they went onto the last lap. I think it was more like 0.3 or 0.4 for that gap. But it was Oliver Spence in third, then Oliver Ratton in fourth, with Tyler Banks, Connor Yu behind in seventh. Good race there, be Wood, your top 10. With Max Smith. All 15 drivers who took to the grid there saw the checkered flag, so that's always positive as well. Hopefully, as I say, hopefully the stream is still working. I'm just kind of trying, but whether it's actually getting anything through, I think is more the issue. Right, we'll go to a short break before we get ready for the next race, and hopefully I can try and get some slight stream issues sorted. Our Rotax cadets. It does seem as though the stream is coming through okay, despite everything on my screen telling me it's not. So I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to pretend like everything's fine, nothing's an issue, and I'm just going to keep talking. So we'll see what happens. Right, Honda. And we have hit 10 o'clock as well, at least by the Met Office. Met Office is reckoning. We should be seeing some rain relatively shortly, but we'll keep an eye out. No rain as of yet. Still drying nicely here at Forest Edge. Right, Rotax cadets first heat of the day. Let's see if I can get the grid loaded before we get ready. It looks to be Oakley Riggs who's taking the pole position for this one. Of course, the Hondas were a standing start. Rotax cadets, we go back to the rolling start. So, well, I say win the first race of the day, and junior usual pace in the first heat day for Hondas, and yeah, definitely an issue for Elijah West. He's just got, again, on the exit of the bus stop, so I think into fourth place then. Early apex from Coupland to try and get the better exit. Through they go then, 1 minute and 20 left to go on the clock, and still Riggs fending off from Coupland. Riggs feeling the need to be a little bit defensive now, not taking fully defensive lines, but equally showing that he's not just going to be willing to allow Coupland through here. And they're setting almost identical times out on the track at the moment, within about 400ths of each other on the time, but it's not what we expect from Elijah West. Proven race winner here at Forest Edge. Nothing coming through. Finally got the results through onto the live timing for the last race, and we have 9th place, so it just threw me off for a second. Then for Rotax Inters, we'll try and talk through a bit of champions they're on today, but we'll get through the first heats of the day and the internet issues first. Right, are we good to go? First time of asking. Yes, we are. So it's now starting to break away because they're 2, 3, if not 4 wide, and holds on through sector number 1. 74 of Finley Ormshaw is in 3rd place. So who is it that slipped through to 2nd? It's the 48 of Fenton Stoneman. Stoneman 3rd place. Getting further relegated then. 35 of Warwick Milam, I think it is. Yes, it is. Ormshaw dropping down to 4th place then, and he's still got 3 drivers right in his wheel tracks. Started raining here at Forest Edge as well. Rain is falling. I can see it on the window of the comms box here. Could this, the seniors anyway, let alone slick tyres? That will be very interesting. However, Ethan Cousins has fallen off the back of Fenton Stoneman just a little bit over this course of the last half lap or so. Milam has made it, just getting dropped pretty quickly here, sadly for him. Well, luckily for him, there's a huge gap back to 5th place, which was retaken previously back through on Marley Fisher. Oh, sorry, it's not Marley Fisher, but back through on Nate. And Ormshaw is in 6th, and Lilly, Oliver Dan joining that squabble as well. Arthur Brooker just lapping on his own in 10th place for the moment. Last lap board is going to be seen by our leaders when they next come round. But look at this. Warwick Milam has closed up massively over the last lap. And we now have a proper, fully fledged 3-way battle here for the win going into the last lap of the race. Into the last corner they come then. Milam closing in the braking zone massively. And they're across the line astern. I'd love to tell you what the gap was, but I've got no idea because the live timing's not updating. Down the inside goes Warwick Milam. And Warwick Milam takes 2nd place away from Ethan Cousins. It looked like this race was signed, sealed and delivered for Ethan Cousins, but he's not been able to make the move on Stoneman. And Milam takes his first opportunity up into 2nd place. Closing in up towards the bus stop. He's going to be thinking about a move on Fenton Stoneman. He's got a good exit from the bus stop, but not quite close enough to think about an overtake. Can Fenton Stoneman do enough here to hold on? He's checking over the shoulder as they head down into climate. He knows the move's on into the last corner for Warwick Milam. Is Milam going to try it? No, because defensive move to the inside from Stoneman is going to see him hold on to the race win. Gives a little nod to the checkered flag as if, yeah, I had all that in. Had all that in order. I knew exactly what I was doing there, and he clearly did. Great defensive prowess from Stoneman then. He wasn't the fastest out of himself, Cousins and Milan. He held off Cousins for a while and then fended off from Milam across that last lap, and Stoneman takes maximum points from that first race. Impressively so. Warwick Milam finished in second place then, with Cousins in third. Wisnauskas finishes in fourth place with Nate Gange in fifth, Finley Ormshaw in sixth, then Marley Fisher, Matthew Lilly, Oliver Dan and Arthur Brooker. But all drivers who took to the race start there making it to the race finish. And that means heat number 1 for Rotax Inter is done and dusted. It does seem as though the level of precipitation has remained pretty stagnant. So I think it's still pretty much dry out there, ready for this first heat of the day for senior Rotaxes. And they will be up in a moment's time. Right then, out on track go our senior Rotax drivers. We'll soon be getting their first heat of the day underway. 20 drivers heading out on circuit, at least according to Alpha Timing. It's Aaron Full who lines up on pole position. You can already see as they head through under the gantry the difference in speed levels when we move from our cadet drivers straight through to the seniors. Just ever so slightly faster. So Aaron Full and Ben Ballou are your drivers on the front row of the grid. Then Liam Nate and Ben Hicks are on the second row. Harry Gilbert and Bradley Howes on row 3, with Ethan Lomax and George Hulme on row number 4. Aaron Asarkas and Elliot Rice are on row 5, with Zav Chapman-Lewis and Sam Harrison on row number 6. Oliver Smith and William Ray are on row 7, with Kieran Ives and Paolo Nunes-Aranda on row 8. Michael Pugh and Emily Davison are on row 9, with Toby Street and Matt Jones on row number 10. Matt Jones, the SC-plated driver. What can he do from the back of the grid? Well, we're not going to find out this time because we've got a green and yellow chevron flag, which, of course, as you all know, because you've all been the chevron denotation, that we are going round again. And there will be another warming up lap. And Ballou, first time you late on the brakes, gets it done. Nunes-Aranda relegate 9 karts involved in a straight battle as we head through into the last minute of the race. That was your leader across. This could be the penultimate or maybe the third to last lap. We've got the 65 and the 47 close. That's William Ray through on Kieran Ives for third on the last lap of the race. Getting another lease of life here as he applies the pressure once again to Ethan Lomax. Trying to get there. That was the 77 of Aaron Asarkas. Matt Jones on the SC took the fastest lap last lap, so it is getting faster again. Matt Jones on the SC took the fastest lap last. I think the rain has subsided here at Forest Edge, and time starting to get faster once again. Defence being applied here from William Ray. That watching the cars at the quick left-hander of Johnny's is so impressive. How the Kart just jinxed Liam Alvarez, Jamie Murden, Kai Pepperell, Matthew Whitmarsh, Elijah Dush, Lewis Joyner, Leo Bast. But we're already good for a race start then. Moves. Here's the SC thinking about it though for third place. Late move to the inside and driver's going to go under pressure from... should we say Nassau panel isn't where it should be? It's, I think, perpendicular or parallel to the nose cone of the car. Down the inside, move for fifth. Gets through on Withcombe, trying it on Trahorn. They're all getting a bit closer the first couple of corners. And different lines really making the difference here. Driver's getting so big, took the fast lap. Oliver Gussman in last place now takes the fast lap into the 44s. So Gussman, as he's not involved in any great pace now, but sadly, off of the back of the pack. 18 seconds off of the lead of the race. Charles Green has made it through to the lead there. He's starting off a perfect day already. He's looking to continue that here in his second heat. Jensen Hookie still in second. Oh, someone's come to a halt outside the comms box. That's the number 65 of Jonas Janazauskas. Doesn't look like the throttle is causing any Zauskas out of heat number 2 then. Oh, drops his cart on his foot. You don't want to do that. As a mechanical flag for Leo Basterfield. So your top novice there in 8th mechanical flag. And Leo Basterfield will be heading back to the pit lane next time around. Still slippy inside there. You can see as they come down into climate. Driver's trying to get over that front right tyre. Try and put some weight on top of it and get some extra grip. On the outside as well. Driver goes out wide. So it's the 51 who was forced out wide. A couple of drivers now to keep up with this race, to be honest, with drivers trying all different lines. Keep up with this race, to be honest, with drivers trying all different lines. The weather conditions changing. Drivers getting a bit closer to comfort. At multiple points. Is that the leader off? Yeah, Charles Green. Multiple drivers off on the exit of the bus stop chicane. It must be getting a lot heavier because second place of Jack Price has gone off. He rejoins the track. He's going to lose a lot of time though. And we did see Charles Green did go off, just less severely than Jack Price. So rejoins and carries on here. Does the SC. The 29 of Joshua Withcombe has taken second place. As it's definitely more slippery on this 8th lap of the race. So where does Jack Price drop down to? He drops to 6th place. The 71 has rejoined in P6. A couple of other losers on that lap as well. Down 7 places was on that last lap. Down 7 places to 13th. Into the last however minutes. Well, the time has hit 0. So next time they come around, despite that little off, Joshua Withcombe still chasing him down. It's going to be a good piece. It's 3rd place. Toby and Alvarez under a little bit of pressure now. He's got Jesse Whitmore and Charlie Huell in for company. Jack Price right there as well. Jack Price trying his best to fight back over this last lap. He looked on for a P2, but now is trying to get better than a P6. He's pressuring the 55 of Charlie Huell through Johnny's. Wasn't able to make the move this time around, though. They're going to head through up into the bus stop for the last time in this section. And I think Price has fought his way through. Yes, he has. So down at Winder's Dip, Price has got through on Hulme then. Jack Price fights his way back into the top 5. But it's the SC plate of Charles Green. He took the win in Heat 1. He's going to take the win in Heat number 2. Perfect day so far for Charles Green. His teammate of Joshua Withcombe comes across the line in 2nd place. Toby and Alvarez rounds out the podium with Jesse Whitmore and Jack Price in the top 5. Price pressing on late on the race there. I was going to say he took the late fastest lap, but that goes the way of Spencer Trahorn in 12th place. First and only driver into the 43s on that last lap. So on the penultimate lap, losing 7 places from 6th place to 13th. Gains a place on the last lap to 12th and gets fastest lap. So if that's not a showing of intent from Spencer Trahorn for the rest of the day, then I don't know what is. Charlie Huell was in 6th with Madison Chappell, Jensen Hookie, Maxim Smith and Oliver Gussman, your top 10. Then it was George Cole, Spencer Trahorn, Jamie Rowe, Aidan Clark, Kai Pepperell, Matthew Grove, Adrijan Kalemi, then Zach Ormshort and Jensen Cox. The last of your finishes in that one. We lost 6 drivers across that race. Elijah Dush, Michael Gurney, Harvey Murden, Leo Basterfield, Jonas Janazauskas, and Matthew Whitmarsh. That's the biggest number of drivers we've seen go out of the race so far yet today here at round 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. But Junior Max Heat 2 is done and dusted. We'll head on to the next race soon enough once we've rescued some drivers from the circuit. So Heat 2 of Juniors done and dusted. It'll be the first heat of the day for the 177s and the 177 Masters. .177s heading out for their first heat of the day then. First time we've seen them out on track so far this morning. Let's run you through the grid. Of course, they're all jumbled up between the 177s and the 177 Masters. Looks as though front row of the grid is Joshua Pickford and Chris Thomas. It is indeed. So Joshua Pickford, pole position effectively in the 177s, and Chris Thomas effectively pole for the Masters. Second row of the grid are Sheldon Davey and Oliver Hutchings, and it's Ashton Parsons and Oliver Appleby on row 3. Colin Davis and Archie Elliott are on row 4, with Dan Wright and Sophie Jeffrey on row number 5. And Rob Simpson and David Simpson are on row 6, with George Walker rounding out the 13 kart grid, I do believe, for this first race of the day for the 177s and the 177 Masters. Of course, it took the juniors 2 times of asking to see the green flag. Let's see if the older, more experienced 177 drivers can do it first time of asking. I mean, you never know. You never know. You'd expect them to get better as they get older, but you often find it's the opposite, actually. But we shall see. I shouldn't be so rude to the 177 Masters drivers. But Pickford, Thomas, Davey, Hutchings, your top 4. So it looks like they've fully come to a halt down at the bus stop chicane, as they're getting sent round once again. So false start flag on the gantry. I think potentially just drivers in the incorrect order ready for that race start. So drivers will go round once again. Let's have a quick gander at my notes. There's been so much happening so far this morning, I've barely been able to even check the notes of what's going on. So it's Oliver Hutchings who leads the championship in the 177s by quite some margin as well. 48 points in the lead of the standings is Oliver Hutchings, ahead of Lincoln Bailey Arneson, who isn't here today. So looks as though Oliver should extend his championship lead once more. Gary Cox leads the 177 Masters. He only leads it by 20 points, though, ahead of Neil Hemming. Doesn't look like either of them are here today. Some potential for someone else to get maximum points then from today's running. But we're underway and racing for the first race in the 177s and 177 Masters. See how they do through the first couple of corners. A couple of drivers going for then here at Forest Edge for the first heat for the 177s. I think it's been a good start for Joshua Pickford. Change to second place, though. Down the inside is that Hutchings and Thomas battling it out for second place. We'll see as they come through round Climate. It's the 29 of Hutchings who made the move for second place. Relegates Chris Thomas to third, but Thomas still in the lead of the Masters class. He's now got Sheldon. Archie Elliott on the Southern Champs plate, making his way through the order nicely. Back of Colin Davis, second, fifth overall in the race for the moment. But already Pickford starting to make a good little gap out at the front of the order. Pickford did a great job in the penalty shootout last night. He's doing a great job in the first race of the day here at Forest Edge. Impressive he managed to find a plane to get himself back here. Thinking about the move for the lead is Chris Thomas. Was placing the car as if to say, I'm going to go for it here into Haynes Loop, but backs out of it. Doesn't quite get a good enough run through into the first couple of corners to make it stick. But Chris Thomas waiting for the perfect opportunity to arise, but he doesn't want to wait too long as Pickford continues to build out that gap at the front of the field. It's already over a second. That gap out front. Up at midgets again, thinks about the move for second place as Chris Thomas gets alongside, and I think there was a little bit of rubbing, but not able to get it done. And again, not quite close enough into the final corner. And he's going to lose a bit of time on the exit. They are Sheldon Davey, and in behind, Colin Davis for fifth place. Archie Elliott now looking to bridge that gap between that secondary pack and the leaders. But it'll be Sheldon Davey that he next has to contend with for fourth, before he finds the rear end of Hutchings and Thomas slightly further down the road. Hutchings and Thomas still going at it, though. Thomas still unable to squeeze through and find an opening. You can see him starting to get a little bit frustrated as he closes in. Then just can't get the power down the exit to make the move at the next corner. There's a move down into the Haynes Loop, though. Driver's getting very close. The 39 getting through on the 13, though, so that was George Walker putting a move on Dan Wright. George Walker placing it very nicely at the apex down at the Haynes Loop. Forcing Wright wide. And making the move stick for 8th position. Still Thomas pressuring Hutchings, but still unable to find a chink in the armour and find a way through. Again, he gets so close into the braking zone of the final corner. Clearly just has a little bit more confidence under the brakes than Hutchings does. But that doesn't matter if you can't find a way through and past. Good through on both Davis and Wright on the last lap. So we saw him make the move on Dan Wright. And then later on in the last lap, he's also got through on Colin Davis. So George Walker up to P7. And he is making a good run through the pack for the moment. Through to start another lap of the race then. Still Pickford leading the way. Through has gone the SC plate, though, so Archie Elliott has got past Sheldon Davey now. And now finds himself a good 2.5 seconds off of the back of Thomas and Hutchings, as Thomas has finally found a way back through on Hutchings as well. So that's happened at the end of the previous lap. The pole sitter of Masters, after starting P2, finds his way back through into second place on lap number 6. And now as they head on to lap number 8, Archie Elliott still closing in here on the leaders, but there's only about 2 minutes left to go on the clock. So unless Thomas and Hutchings start battling once again, I think Elliott might have to settle for 4th place here. He's just set his personal best lap of the race, but still not as quick as the drivers ahead of him. So 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock then, and now Sheldon Davey is under a lot of pressure for 5th place. I think he might have been overtaken already at some point on this previous lap. In behind, there was an attempt at a move. Backed out of it did whoever was in 5th place, and then immediately got overtaken themselves. It was the 72 of Sheldon Davey, so it was Davey trying the re-overtake on Oliver Appleby into midgets. Thought better of it, went back to the outside, and George Walker said, "Thank you very much, I'll have the inside line then." Fighting back through at Haynes Loop though, yes it is. So Sheldon Davey back through on George Walker into 6th place through the Haynes Loop. Couple of stragglers at the back coming through. That's Rob Simpson and Ashton Parsons pressing on there in 12th and 13th place. But the pace here across the grid, super close. Only a second or two in it between the entire group's pace. 45 seconds left to go on the clock though. Here come the leaders around the last corner. I think this will be just about the penultimate lap of the race for Joshua Pickford. But there is that following group. So George Walker has got through into 5th. Colin Davis is through into 6th. Then it's Oliver Appleby in 7th. David Simpson in 8th. And Sheldon Davey in 9th. So I think what's happened there is Oliver Appleby and Sheldon Davey have had a bit of a battle and have come together at some point, because they both dropped back 2 positions each on that last lap. So that's your closest battle on circuit. It's around 5th place at the moment. It's been a great little battle between a few drivers, and it's now become, I think, 5 or 6 drivers battling over those positions. Here comes the leader then. Timer does hit 0. Last lap board is out for Joshua Pickford. Chris Thomas has been slowly but surely chasing him down over the last few laps, but as they head on to the final 1,100 metres of this track, there's still about a second in between them. So I think it's going to be a little bit too little too late for Chris Thomas. But in terms of Masters, he's still right at the front of the field. Colin Davis second in Masters, currently sitting 6th overall in this race. But Joshua Pickford, the number 56, doing a good job in this opening heat of the day. He comes around the final corner now, and he's going to see the checkered flag first and take the win. How close does Chris Thomas get on that last lap? Closest the gap down to about 8 tenths, but not quite enough to steal away the win from Joshua Pickford. Oliver Hutchings finalises the podium there. Good race through from the Southern Champs winner of Archie Elliott to 4th, with George Walker rounding out that top 5. Colin Davis, 2nd place in the Masters, finishes 6th overall, with David Simpson, Oliver Appleby, Sophie Jeffrey and Sheldon Davey your top 10. Then Dan Wright, Rob Simpson and Ashton Parsons, your 13 finishers then in the 177s and the 177 Masters. Their Heat 1 done and dusted. Up next, we changed the layout of the circuit slightly, because up next are our supercarts for their first heat of the day. Well then, supercarts out onto the circuit. First time we've seen them here today for round number 5. And as I mentioned before we went to a short little break, the track layout changes ever so slightly because, of course, the supercarts don't go through the bus stop chicane. They fly straight past it and get up to that top speed. And what a top speed it is. They're so quick here round Forest Edge. Now, of course, supercarts getting 2 warming up laps. Bedding in the cars, making sure they don't oil up too much. Getting the gearboxes ready to go. And getting that That oil and fuel pumping through the engine. And a bit of oxygen for good measure as well. That always helps. But it's Spencer Chapel, the Southern Champs winner last time out, who lines up on pole position. Daniel Hammett on the 86-plated car is going to be alongside him. Graham Payne and Daniel Buckland are on the second row, with Reece Buckland and Mark Smith on row number 3. Callum Smith and Ross Cornick are on row 4, with Ian O'Rourke and Frank Bourne. Your 10 karts on the grid for this one. Good to see another novice involved. It was just Ian O'Rourke for the last event that I can remember. But Frank Bourne, a new name on the grid, at least to my knowledge, here for round number 5. I'm trying to spot if I can tell. Callum Smith, I believe. Yeah, so Callum Smith, TX transponder number on you. So the drivers line up on the grid then. Of course, standing start for our gearboxed supercarts. So they'll look at the lights in neutral, have to change up to first and fly down towards the Haynes Loop. They look to the lights then, ready for the heat to get underway, and immediately the lights go out. Great start for Spencer Chapel, and it caught a couple of the drivers napping. Daniel Hammett definitely got caught napping there. Very slow off of the line, but does get underway and stays in third place then, only loses one position, as I think it was Graham Payne in third place, who managed to get a decent start as well, snuck through before they even got to the timing line. Only 5 minutes on the clock, though, for this heat for the supercarts, so not a huge amount of time to make up places. Equally, not a huge amount of time for something to go wrong with your supercar engines. That's probably for the best. 5 minutes plus 1 lap. Then already, Spencer Chapel has a massive lead as he comes through to finish lap number 1. Battling him for second place, though. Mark Smith has made a good move to second place, and there's a change for third. Not quite. Ross Cornick trying it down the inside at the Haynes Loop on Daniel Hammett. Hammett holds on to it this time, though. Through Johnny's, they're line astern, and the 2 Bucklands are in behind trying to play as well. Actually, there's a bit of gap between the 2 Bucklands. It's Buckland in 5th and 6th, who are the drivers in behind that squabble. They fly up towards Midgets. Yellow flag, though, as we've got a driver off on the inside, I think that is, of Midgets. And that's Ian O'Rourke, who's not come through to finish the first lap. So it looks as though Ian O'Rourke is already going to be out of this race. 96, and Mark Smith still holding on to second place, though, but for how much longer? Attempt down the inside from Daniel Hammett. It doesn't work out, though, through the Haynes Loop. And Mark Smith continues to hold on to it. This is great battling between the gearbox karts, which sadly isn't something we often say, just with how difficult they are to just drive, let alone race. We often see them space out a little bit. We don't get very good racing, but this racing is fantastic. Daniel Hammett trying it to the outside, up at midget move from Daniel Hammett, and he takes second place, but no, back down the inside goes Mark Smith, and Mark Smith holds on to second place by the time they get to the checkered flag. Up and under attempt from the 14 of Ross Cornick. He can't get involved with the battle either. Reece Buckland is through on Graham Payne for 5th place, and Reece Buckland now getting involved with this battle as well. Graham Payne was fending him off for a couple of laps, but Buckland gets through on the last lap and joins the 4-way squabble for second place. Are they going to fly through again? Hammett's in second place, but here is that Buckland who's flying through. One driver flying down the back straight, I think taking both drivers. And who is it that's got into second place? It's the number 14 of Ross Cornick who's got through into second place. So it was Ross Cornick who did the double overtake up into Midgets then. Through into second he goes. Impressive stuff. What a battle this is in the supercart. Hammett's through to lost 2 places on the last lap. So I think it was Hammett getting through at the end of the back straight, and Cornick just sending it down the inside of both of them. No fear from Ross Cornick as he takes second place on the road. Hammett now right behind him. Smith under a bit of pressure from Reece Buckland. I think Buckland's actually got the move done there up into Midgets. So I think, again, Smith just starting to fall down the order on the 96, and yes, he has. So Reece Buckland now then. The 32 trying to hold on as well. That's Graham Payne, who was involved in this battle only moments ago, but has just dropped off of it ever so slightly, and now is actually getting caught by Callum Smith. So that could be a little battle for 6th place starting in a few moments. It looks as though the 35 of Frank Bourne has a problem. Hand is in the air, and he's heading back to the pit lane earlier than expected. Through comes Spencer Chapel. Starts to get another lap of this race with just over a minute to go, so we should have 2 more laps, or potentially 3 more laps of this race actually. Ross Cornick still in second place. Then comes Daniel Hammett and Reece Buckland. But Spencer Chappell is still a good half a second to a second lap quicker than the rest of the field. He's extended his leading gap by over 10 seconds now, has Spencer Chappell. So if it was up to the rest of the drivers, I think we'd only have one more lap. But because it's Spencer, we might still get 2. We are still going to get 2. With 30 seconds left to go on the clock. Getting faster and faster. And even that last lap, not his fastest, but still faster than any lap anyone else has competed during this race. Here comes second, third and fourth, though. Still as they were, line astern across the line. Mark Smith has just dropped off in terms of pace through this second half of the race. Graham Payne and Callum Smith catching up, but Smith catching Payne as well. So Callum Smith trying to close up as quickly as he can to the back of Reece Buckland. That was Daniel Buckland coming through to finish another lap, but this is going to be the last lap started then for Spencer Chappell. No one has been able to challenge Spencer at the sharp end of the order this time. It's basically been everyone battling over second place. Currently, though, Ross Cornick holds on to that second place still. What a battle through it's been for Ross. Started in 8th place on the 4th row of the grid for this one. And 8th place to second in the Superkart grid ain't too shabby at all, Ross. Spencer Chappell already into Sector 3, though. He's going to be heading down into Climber, and he's already go on. Maximum points then from heat number 1 for Spencer Chappell as he sees the checkered flag first. And he'll be heading straight back into the pits. Here come the rest of the drivers, though. Ross Cornick now into Climber. Looks like he'll hold on to it through the last corner. Ross Cornick will take second place. With Daniel Hammett, good race from him as well there in 3rd. Reece Buckland finishes in 4th. With Mark Smith holding on to 6th, just ahead of Callum Smith. Callum Smith closed the gap to 2/10 by the checkered flag there, but not able to find a way through. Daniel Buckland, the last of your finishers. With sadly, we lost both of our novices during that race. Frank Bourne pulling into the pits a few laps ago, and Ian O'Rourke parking it up at midgets on the first lap of the race. At Superkarts, their first heat is over then. We'll be going from some very quick karts to some slightly slower karts next. It's the Honda Cadets who head out next for their second heat of the day. Out on track go the Honda Cadets then. Their second heat of the day. And of course, big talking point for Honda Cadets was it was someone that wasn't named Arthur Way who won the first heat. But it is Arthur Way who starts on pole position for this second heat. Tyler Banks is alongside him on the front row. Stanley Keeley and Kobe Wood on row number 2. Oliver Ratton and Oliver Spence. The two Olivers had a good battle in the first heat. Well, they're together again for the start of the second heat there on row number 3. Row 4 has James Devereaux and Daniel Barton, and Alex Gaskin and Seth Jones on row 5, with Connor Yu and Logan Hart on row 6, Max Craven and Alex Roach on row 7, and then Max Smith rounds out the 15 drivers on the grid for this one. Of course, we've just had the supercarts. They were a standing start. Now we've got the Hondas, also a standing start. I imagine these drivers aren't going to be quite so quick across the line for the race start, though. Back to 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the Hondas. We'll see how they can do. Let's see if I can be crazy on my phone and get up 2 tabs. See if we can get up the finishing order for the first heat of the day. It was Alex Gaskin who took maximum points. It looks as though, was there an issue? Because I did think that James Devereaux was in second. He was disqualified from race 1 for being underweight, was James Devereaux, so no points from the first race, despite being second place on track. And James starting in 7th place for this one. Not going to be the easiest for him to get those points back, but we're underway and racing for Honda Cadet Heat 2. Good start from the pole sitter of Arthur Way. He's going to take the lead early on. Tyler Banks is challenging, though, round the first corner, trying to hang it round the outside through to Johnny's, but he can't quite do it. Sits back into second place then. 2 drivers going side by side around Johnny's. Off onto the grass on the exit went the 23, I think that was, of Alex Gaskin, as they were battling side by side in the mid-pack. Hallelujah, I'm back to full signal on my streaming software. I have no idea why, but I'm very happy about it. And hopefully, it will remain like that all day, and you'll be getting crystal clear coverage for the rest of today's action here at round number 5, and the sun has come out to bless us as well. Bright blue skies once again as the sun glistens off of the Nassau panels of the karts as they fly through to end lap number 1, and Arthur Way still leads the way out of the front of the field. Tyler Banks trying it round the outside though into the Haynes loop. Second time of asking round the outside for Tyler Banks. Can he get it done this time? It gets forced back to the outside on exit, and Arthur Way holds on to it. We've lost one driver that's just pulled off into the pits. I think, no, is that not? No, Connor Yu must have already been lost because he's not come through to end lap number 1. So Connor Yu is out of the race. Somewhere on the track, someone else has come into the pits. We'll double check who that is when they come through at the end of lap number 2. 41, I'm being told, has come into the pit. So that's Stanley Keeley from 8th place, who's sadly retired from the race here on the second lap. But a queue forming up behind Arthur Way now, and there's a change to second place. Tyler Banks has lost out. Oliver Ratton is now in second. Oliver Spence now in third. Banks now in 4th. And Devereaux has fought through to 5th place. They're going side by side for second place, though. And that is Oliver Spence through on Oliver Ratton. Once again, the two Olivers restarting their battle that they were enjoying so much in heat number 1. And once again, just like heat number 1, it's gone the way of the number 90 of Oliver Spence this time of asking. Alex Gaskin, who's in 6th place, heading up the secondary pack here, has just set the fastest lap of the race, and Daniel Barton in behind set an identical time. So the number 23 and the 58 working together well, and they'll be hoping that those drivers in front continue to battle as they are, and they can close in on that scrap. They pretty much already have closed in on that scrap. Gaskin already on the back of it, and Daniel Barton joining them as well. Ratton side by side with the 39. Tyler Banks goes over the curb on the inside of the first corner. That just loses them a bit of momentum, means they can't quite squeeze through. They're going to be overtaken though at Johnny's side by side. That was the 46 of Devereaux trying to hold it around the outside of Tyler Banks. I think Devereaux's lost a bit of momentum on the exit though. Leads him open to a move from Alex Gaskin. As Gaskin got yet another fastest lap of the race on the last lap. Gaskin finding some great pace in this middle part of the race. But Arthur Way has built out a comfy little gap at the front of the field now. Nearly a second it was when they last crossed the lap, but Oliver Spencer's broken away on his own now, and now trying to chase down the current championship leader of Arthur Way. Changes in between though. Devereaux through on Banks then. Barton through on Gaskin. So a bit of a slow lap for Gaskin. Sees him lose the place to Barton. But all still line astern in a pack. Pretty much third place down to seventh still, that gaggle. Through they go. Through the bus stop. Yeah, 5 of them now line astern from third place backwards, that is. So we got Ratton, Devereaux, Banks, Barton and Gaskin. All in a line here. Possible change for third place. Getting very close down into Climate. Ratton just about holding on to it. Devereaux trying to find a way through. He's got a good exit. Gets the inside line for the exit. That goes back to the outside line. He loses a bit of momentum. And down the inside goes Tyler Banks. Overtakes Devereaux. And Devereaux's forced to the outside. Gaskin's now trying to find a way to squeeze through as well. And I think he has managed to do that. So Devereaux dropping back down to 5th place. Possibly even 6th. Gaskin was trying to get through and involved there as well. It's all getting a bit close to comfort up in the top group, and this is perfect for Arthur Way and Oliver Spence, because of course they've already broken away from this gaggle. Move for 4th place down the inside. Is that Devereaux re-overtaking on Banks? No, Devereaux's now at the back of this train. So who was that getting through? It was the 23 of Alex Gaskin who squeezed through. So Gaskin's now into 4th. Gaskin's now pressuring Ratton for 3rd as they head down towards the Haynes Loop. A great last lap from Gaskin, made up spots on Devereaux and Banks. Now trying to get through on Ratton. Trying to up and under at Johnny's, but hits the inside curve a little bit too hard. Loses that momentum for Gaskin. And now has to check over the shoulder as Banks, Devereaux and Barton are still right there with him. 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock. They're trying to go side by side into the bus stop chicane. That never really works. And luckily, they get back to single file by the time they get to the apex. Devereaux going side by side and the driver is off on the exit. I think that was whoever was ahead of James Devereaux there. So I think Tyler Banks has gone off. Yes, Tyler Banks has got... No, was it Gaskin who's gone off? It was the 23 of Alex Gaskin who was forced out wide. So Gaskin's dropped down to the back of the pack once again. Back down to 7th place. So Banks is back through to 3rd. Now ahead of Oliver Ratton, who's in 4th. And then there's a slight gap now back to Daniel Barton, James Devereaux and Alex Gaskin. Then we got a 3-way battle between Max Smith, Alex Roach and Max Craven. 3 of our novices there battling over 8th place. Then a tiny gap back to another 3-way scrap between Seth Jones, Kobe Wood and Logan Hart. That's the battle for 11th place. But still, Way and Spence off in a bit of no man's land up ahead. Close battle between Ratton and Barton then as Barton's trying to find a way through. 20 seconds on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Barton following Ratton still down into the Haynes Loop. Unable to squeeze through and find an opening. And it's in that difficult spot, is Barton, because he's got to make the move work. If it doesn't work out, he's going to lose momentum, and Devereaux and Gaskin are going to find a way through. Yellow flag into the Haynes Loop. Who's that that's gone off? The 61 rejoins. So that's Max Smith. Was in 8th place, but has gone off down at the Haynes Loop. Through has gone Roach and Craven, that's for sure. And I think potentially Wood, Jones and Hart have also slipped through. So that might be Max Smith slipping down from 8th place to 13th place on the penultimate lap. Arthur Way is going to come through to see the final lap board. We have had a few contact warnings in this race. 2 for Oliver Ratton, 1 for James Devereaux, and 1 now for Alex Roach. So a bit of a feisty second heat for the Hondas. 34 and 36 going for a bit of a battle. 34 trying to get down the inside. That's still our novices going at it. That's Craven attempting a move on Roach. They're still side by side when they get through to Johnny's. Max Craven doing everything he can to get through on Roach there. He's doing a good job of it for now, but unable to get through as of yet. Of course, it was Roach that just got that contact warning. So Roach and Craven having a great little ding-dong battle for 8th place. But it's Arthur Way looking to re-establish himself where he feels he should be in the Honda Cadet order. It's a win once again for Arthur Way. And that's going to put him in a bit of a better stead, ready for the final. Of course, the grids for the final made up of an amalgamation of the results throughout the day's heats. But Arthur Way takes maximum points from heat number 2. Oliver Spence and Tyler Banks are your top 3, with Daniel Barton ahead of James Devereaux and Alex Gaskin. Devereaux gets the fastest lap on the last lap, but we'll have been hoping for more, I think, from that race, particularly with that disqualification in Heat 1. Oliver Ratton finishes in 7th place, with Roach keeping ahead of Craven in that battle of the novices there in 8th, with Kobe Wood rounding out the top 10. Behind him was Seth Jones, Logan Hart, Max Smith. They were the last of your 13 finishes in that race. Of course, we lost Stanley Kearley and Connor Yu, both on the first lap of that race. But that's it for the second heat of the day for Honda Cadets. We won't be seeing them again until after the lunch break, where we'll have their third heat of the day. But race 9, that was, of the day completed. We'll be moving on to race 10. We've got 16 races before the lunch break. Race 10 will be heat number 2 for the Rotax Cadets. Rotax Cadets through and under the gantry then. They're completing their warm-up lap, ready to go for the second heat of the day. Jack Daniels lines up on pole position. That's exactly where he's going to be wanting to be. What a run through he had in the first heat of the day. Up 7 places from 10th to 3rd. Let's see what he can do from pole position in this one. Rhea Peacock lines up alongside him, with Joseph Cox and Ronnie Faulkner on the second row. Freya Bond and Kieran Ranger are on row 3, with Bertie Clark and Oakley Riggs on row number 4. They're going way too fast on the last corner, so that's already definitely going to be a chevron flag. As I mentioned, Bertie Clark and Oakley Riggs on row number 4. Oakley Riggs took the win in heat number 1. What can he do from 8th place, though? Is going to be a bit of a tougher ask from the 4th row of the grid. Ellison Burrows and Travis Giddings are on row 5. With Ethan Coupland and Elijah West on row number 6. Louis Lovell and Arthur Kayser on row 7. With Oscar Churches rounding out the 15-kart grid. Elijah West, your Southern Champs winner from the last round. Bit of a difficult heat 1. Looked to be just lacking a bit of power, to be honest. Finished 12th place. He won't be happy with that result from the first heat. Ethan Coupland. There was lots of support for him during heat 1 in the live chat from the Coupland family. Let's hope for more of that. Nearly a crash across the line there as we do go to a chevron flag. A couple of drivers noticing that we were abandoning that start a little bit too late there. And true drivers getting a little bit too close for comfort. I think that was the 24 of Freya Bond who made it 3 wide and caused that little bit of contact across the line. But all of them carried on, got through the first corner and carry on for a third attempt at the race start. Jack Daniels was very happy with the performance in the first race. Let's see if he can replicate that. Well, he'll be trying to do a little bit better. Got 3rd place in the first heat, starting in pole for this one. Let's see what he can do then. Right, 3rd time of asking. Chevron flag is out again. Drivers at the front are just going too quickly. They're coming flying around the last corner. It just means all the drivers in behind are dropping off too far. And that's just not conducive of a good start. They're getting told by everyone at the side of the track watching to slow down as they're coming up towards the starting line for the 4th chance to get this race underway. Ethan Coupland, your championship leader. Freya Bond in 2nd place. Oakley Riggs 3rd. Of course, this doesn't count the first races of the day going here today at round 5. That only counts the first 4 rounds. Right, 4th time of asking then for our Rotax cadets. Come on then, drivers. Let's get it done this time. It looks to be a little bit more relaxed this time. And we are underway and racing. Round the outside goes the 24 Freya Bond. That's what she tried on the last start. And it's worked this time of asking. Driver forced out wide, though. Off onto the grass. manages to hold a big slide as they rejoin, but they're dropping massively down the order. And who is it? It's the 28 of Joseph Cox, who's dropped down the order there in Sector 1, all the way to last place there for Joseph Cox. Good start from P3, got forced out wide, off onto the grass, and it's still a little bit slippery from that downpour we had earlier on. As soon as you get out on that slippery stuff, it's difficult to get back on, and it's difficult to get the tyres back up to temperature, as Joseph Cox is finding out. Very slippery across the exit curb out of the bus stop chicane. Big slide there for Freya Bond through Climate. Loses her a bit of time, and she gets it slide out the last corner again. That's going to open up the opportunity for the 31 as he just squeezes through on the apex there. Does Oakley Riggs? He's going to try around the outside, or is he going to switch up and under? Great move from Oakley Riggs through the Haynes loop. And Oakley steals third place away from Freya Bond. That was really nicely planned there from Oakley. Knew he wouldn't be able to do it around the outside, so broke a little bit earlier for the initial right-hander of Haynes loop. And as Freya drifted out wide, trying to carry that bit more speed, Oakley applied the power earlier, got the move on the exit, takes third place for himself. And now he's all over the rear axle of Rio Peacock. And this is just playing into the hands of Jack Daniels as he continues to power away at the front of the field. Again, trying the up and under is Oakley Riggs. Again, it's going to work out to the inside. They do make contact this time, though. Nearly spins around second place. And Elijah West, that is, sneaking through into P2. Peacock nearly gets spun across the nose of Oakley Riggs there. And Peacock does lose the position, though. So Peacock down into P4. Elijah West elevates himself into second place. So whatever was wrong with Elijah West's kart in the first heat has been fixed here for heat number 2. Because this is more of the pace that I would be expecting from the Southern Champs winner from last round. I say that, though. He's under pressure up at midgets and he's lost second place. Is it Peacock who's challenging once again? It's the 31. No, it is Oakley Riggs. So your race winner from heat 1 re-challenges for second and retakes the position, but this time it's from Elijah West. Down the inside, that's Ethan Coupland making up a position at the Haynes loop. He gets through into 5th past Freya Bond, so Freya Bond relegated down into 6th now. Oakley Riggs does need to be a little bit careful, though. He's already got 2 contact warnings in this second heat of the day for the Rotax cadets. Ethan Coupland with the fastest lap of the race, though. Definitely the one to watch now in 5th place, as he is already challenging Rio Peacock for 4th. But he needs to get through as quickly as he can as top 3, continuing to break away here. Jack Daniels, slowly but surely, getting reeled in by Oakley Riggs and Elijah West. That gap was 1.1 seconds. Now it's 0.4. Over half a second gained on that last lap by Oakley Riggs and Elijah West. And Elijah West now takes the fastest lap of the race. First driver into the 47s is Elijah. And him and Oakley are working together well to close down the gap on Jack Daniels. It'll be an incredible start to the day for Jack if he can get a P3 in race 1 and then a win in race 2. But he's still got over 3 minutes to hold on to it. And already Oakley Riggs is in the wheel tracks. Oakley Riggs is down the inside. Oakley Riggs is in the lead of the race. As quickly as you can say it, he makes the move already up at midgets. Relegates Jack Daniels to P2. And now Jack's under pressure from Elijah West. Gets a little bit slidey through the last corner. But not a good enough invitation for West this time, as Coupland is still pressuring Peacock for 4th. Thinks about a move to the inside into Haynes Loop, but thinks better of it. And in behind, Freya Bond, I think, has got back through on Bertie Clark, but Bertie Clark and Ronnie Faulkner still right in the wheel tracks as they head through Haynes Loop and through into Johnny's. Leaders now cycling their way through the bus stop. Still Coupland pressuring. Still Coupland unable to find a way through, though, interestingly enough. It's changed to second place up at midgets, though. Down the inside has gone Elijah West, so he takes P2 away from Jack Daniels. And now it's just a straight fight between Oakley Riggs and Elijah West for the win now. Jack Daniels' best efforts is to just try and keep this pace and hold on to third place. Third place from the first 2 races of the day is still a very impressive performance. And Jack Daniels should still be very, very happy with such a performance starting off his round number 5. Look at this, though. Check over the shoulder from Oakley Riggs. He's under pressure now from Elijah West. It didn't seem like Elijah had the pace to have a battle earlier on, but now he certainly does. They're nose to tail down into Climate. Through the final corner they come then. Bit slidey from Oakley Riggs as he leads us on to lap number 8 of this race. He's got his imaginary rearview mirrors full of the SC-plated driver. In behind them, Coupland still pressuring Peacock, but still unable to find a way through. I don't think you could fit a piece of paper in between Peacock and Coupland. But still, Coupland unable to find an opening. Less than a minute to go. We're still trying to find a way through Oakley Riggs. Unable to do so, though, through the bus stop chicane. There you go, the timing finally updates on your screens now. So you can see the drivers flying through the bus stop chicane still. Riggs holding on from West. Timer hits 30 seconds to go. So it'll be 2 more laps of the circuit. There's the move from Elijah West, though, down the inside of the Haynes loop. Change to the lead of the race. Elijah West to the front of the field. But is that too early from Elijah West? Has he shown his hand already to Oakley Riggs? Oakley Riggs still with 2 laps of this Forest Edge Kart Club. The Forest Edge circuit to contend with for both drivers. Is Oakley Riggs able to find a way back through? It looks as though West might have the pace here to just drive away across these last couple of laps. And in behind, Coupland has finally found a way through on Rio Peacock. So change for 4th place as well. The Coles Racing driver of Ethan Coupland sides his way through. Freya Bond has followed through as well, to be fair to her. So Bond back into the top 5 as well, as Peacock slips down to P6. And it's under a bit of pressure from Bertie Clark here as they head onto the final lap of this race. 2 drivers in the background going side by side. That'll be Faulkner and Giddings. And who ends up ahead? It's Giddings who's made the move on Ronnie Faulkner there at the Haynes Loop on the last lap. So change for 8th place as well there between the 44 and the 34. But yeah, it looks as though Elijah West has this one wrapped up. Since getting to the front of the order, he's now set a ridiculously quick fastest lap. 47.73, only 400ths quicker than Oakley Riggs' fastest lap. But both of them the only drivers in the 47s. But one win goes the way of Oakley Riggs in race 1. This one goes the way of Elijah West. Whatever issue he had in race 1, they've well and truly fixed it heading into the rest of the day. And he takes maximum points then from heat number 2. Oakley Riggs and Jack Daniels on your podium. Another good race from Jack Daniels to get yet another podium finish. With Ethan Coupland and Freya Bond your top 5. Then Rio Peacock, Bertie Clark, Travis Giddings, Ronnie Faulkner and Oscar Church is your top 10. With Joseph Cox, Arthur Kaiser, Edison Burrows, Louis Lovell and Kieran Ranger. All 15 karts who started that race managed to make it to the checkered flag as well, which is always good to see. Well, we've got another junior Rotax heat who'll be heading out of the pits very shortly. Juniors back out on track then, their third heat of the day. And once again, to remind you, some drivers will be out for the first time in this heat. Some drivers where this will be their last heat of the day. It all gets mixed up. We've got so many junior drivers out on circuit today that needs to have a number of heats. I think so.
The last heat.
Oh yeah, well, I was saying it could be the driver's last heat because they're not then involved in other races. It's okay, don't worry. It's okay, I appreciate that. Are we good to go first time of asking? Yes, we are. A few drivers going 3 by 3 down into the Haynes Loop. Somehow they've all managed to make it through there. I thought there was an inevitability. There'd be a bit of contact, and there is in the middle. Driver spins. They all miss him. That was a scary one for... It is definitely the 22. That's Rebecca Chalice who spun there. Started P5. Had slipped down a little bit in the opening few moments there. And Rebecca dropping all the way to the back of the order then. Due to that bit of a spin. It was Danny May Reid and Daniela Moore who lined up on the front row. But who is going to be in the lead by the time they come round to end this first lap of the race? Attempt for a move at the last corner. That's going to lose the momentum for the 18. And Noah McNicholas is going to lose out to Joshua Whitcomb. Whitcomb through into second place. Someone's lost an exhaust, as you can probably hear on the microphone there. Looks as though they're coming into the pits. I think it's the 60 of Chase Rainsbury. I think it is Chase who has had to come into the pits there, sadly for him. Double check that when they come across the timing line again. Might have been Travis Rose. Actually, no, Travis Rose hasn't come round to finish the first lap of the race. So Travis Rose out on lap 1. And I'll double check for you who that was that came into the pits at the end of lap 1 there with that broken exhaust. But Danny May Reid still leading the way then. Move in the middle. That was Lucas Howell getting through on George Cole there down at the Haynes Loop. So that was a change for 8th place between those two. Getting pretty close between Danny May Reid and Joshua Whitcomb at the front of the order. The 99 of Elijah Dush has a mechanical flag. Top rated novice at the moment in 12th place is going to have to come back into the pits. I think it was a loose rear bumper that I heard over the radios. Waiting for the 99 to come through. And Elijah Dush... he's already out of the race, so mechanical flag not necessary. Elijah has already parked up the kart out in sector number 3. It was Chase Rainsbury who had to come in for that loose exhaust as well. So already out of this race, Elijah Dush, Chase Rainsbury and Travis Rose. Joshua Whitcomb still applying that pressure at the front of the order. Noah McNicholas not far behind as well, and chasing them down are Jack Price and Maxim Smith. Then it's a bit of a gap back to Charles Green. So this is Charles Green's last race of the day. I think this is his 3rd heat that we've seen him out in already. The Southern Champs winner from last round has won both of his heats so far today. So he's setting himself up for a pretty good grid position in the final. Currently sat there in 6th place. He's going to want to get a little bit higher than that through the rest of this race, but some really quick runners out in this 3rd heat of the day for Junior Max. So he's going to struggle to close down what is a little bit of a hefty gap between himself and the front 5. Danny May Reid still setting fastest laps of the race though. Just set an identical lap to their fastest lap. They set both of 41.6 on lap 4 and on lap 5. But Charles Green on the SC plate takes that fastest lap away. 41.52 as he continues to try and taste down that leading pack. Still pressuring that rear bumper of Danny May Reid is Joshua Whitcomb. Joshua Whitcomb's had some good results so far today as well. P2 will be another one of those. But of course, like any racing driver, he'll be wanting to take the win There's no point in doing anything silly to try and get that race win, but either way, if the opportunity presents itself, you might as well go for it. Now the number 19, who's in behind, chasing Charles Green, has now got the fastest lap themselves. 41.41 for Lucas Howell. Lucas started in 12th place, has moved up nicely to P7 already in this race. He's hoping for a little bit more battling in the lead pack, as they're all lapping so well. They've all got a nice little bit of gap in between them. But Charles Green now closing up to the rear bumper of Jack Price. So Maxime Smith has got through on Jack Price on the last lap of the race. So Smith into 4th. Price drops down to 5th. Jack Price now with the Southern Champs in his wheel tracks. Harvey Lee Winteridge is off. What's happened to the number 11 then, as the 58 goes straight over the inside curb there at the first corner. Interesting line there from Jensen Cox. I think he's lost a place because of it. It's to his Coles Racing teammate, Zach Ormshaw, and Jensen Cox. They're heading through the middle section of the circuit. So I've got one driver I can see walking behind the comms box. That must be Harvey Lee Winteridge, who's gone out of the race on the last lap. Harvey Lee was another driver that we've seen get a couple of decent results already today. At least one in the last race, up near the sharp end of the order. This time, sadly, it's not going to be quite so many points to add to his championship tally. 1 minute left to go on the clock for this 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Third heat of the day in Junior Rotax. And it's still as it was at the front of the field. Still Danny May Reid leading Josh Withcombe. Josh, I think, is closer than he's been all race so far. But he's just not been quite close enough for an opportunity to really present itself. 0.2 of a second separating the two leaders as they cross the line. But we'll keep an eye on it as they head into the last 30 seconds. 57, 98 and 38 all line astern. That's Zach Burke, George Cole and Oliver Gussman there. 8th, 9th and 10th respectively. So Charles Green and Lucas Howell have got through on Jack Price. They've relegated him down into 7th. Charles Green and Lucas Howell now chasing down Maxim Smith. They were about 0.9 of a second behind on the last lap, and they're still a good half a second, I would say, as they come through to start the final lap of racing. And again, Joshua Withcombe is close, but not close enough. He's dropped back a 10th or 2 on that last lap. Gussman still having great battle over 8th place. The 98 of Cole all over the back through the flat-out left-hander of Johnny's. But as the rest of the drivers come through to start their last lap, leaders already heading through into Sector 3. Danny May Reid is going to lead us down into Clymer, has a nice little buffer as they head into the final corner, and it's going to be the race win in Heat 3 for Danny May Reid. Number 68 sees the checkered flag first. Withcombe and McNicholas follow him through to round out the podium with Maxim Smith, Charles Green and Lucas Howell. They're your top 6. Lucas Howell with the fastest lap on the last lap as well, showing some intent for the rest of the day there is the number 19. Jack Price, Zach Burke, George Cole and Oliver Gussman are your top 10, with Madison Chappell in 11th. Luca Cook, Jacob Sinfield and Kai Pepperell, 3 novices battling over 12th place there, with Luca Cook coming out on top out of those 3. They were followed by Jensen Collins, Rebecca Chalice, Zach Ormshaw and Jensen Cox, the 18 finishers in that race. But we lost Harvey Lee Winteridge, Elijah Duss, Chase Rainsbury and Travis Rose over the course of the 12 laps there in that Junior Max heat number 3. So 3 heats done out of the 5 total heats for Junior Rotax so far today. A couple of drivers, that'll be the last time we see them before their final later on. So it's a long wait, I think, for Charles Green. Definitely he's completed 3 races already so far today. But a couple of exciting drivers across the Junior Rotax grid. We'll see how they do in Heat 4 and Heat 5. Heat 4 will be our last race before the lunch break. And then Heat 5 will be spliced into the few heats we got before we go into the finals later on this afternoon. But that was race number 11. Race 12 will be going out next. So we've got 5 more heats before we go into the lunch break. And the next one of those is Heat number 2 for our Rotax Inters. Rotax Inters out for their second heat of the day then. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Matthew Lilly lines up on pole position. Alongside him is our Southern Champs winner from last round of Ethan Cousins. Had a great run through in heat number 1 and finished in second place in that one. Warwick Milam was your winner in the first heat. What can he do? Well, he's starting right at the back. It's Fenton Stoneman and Nate Ganch who are on row 2, with Daniel Wisnauskas and Marley Fisher on row number 3. Arthur Brooker and Finley Ormshaw on row 4, with Warwick Milam and Oliver Dan rounding out the grid in this one. 10 drivers in total, as they all make their way up to the bus stop chicane. Hopefully, we just time of asking in the Rotax Inters for their second heat. You can do a bit better than the cadets did at getting this underway and racing. False start. Flag out. So chevron flag goes out. And the drivers will get another lap to get some heat in the tyres. That was it, of course. Fenton Stoneman did a great job defending out on track. Initially had to defend from Ethan Cousins, fended him off for a bit. Warwick Milam got through on Cousins. Then Stoneman defended from Milan all the way to the checkered flag. However, Stoneman disqualified for a non-compliance after the checkered flag. So Stoneman disqualified from race number 1. That gives Milam the race win. Cousins second and Wisnauskas third. So Stoneman has a lot to do then in this second race to try and get a good result. Then again in heat number 3 later on this afternoon. And obviously the amalgamation of all of those results set the grid for the final later on this afternoon. Stoneman starting on the second row. Let's see if he can replicate what he did out on track last time. But hopefully this time fully compliant with the rules and getting some points for his efforts. Right, to the lights we go then. And we are underway in racing. Good start from the pole sitter. It's a good start from Fenton Stoneman. Stoneman is already through to the lead, is he? Through out of Haynes Loop. And yeah, the 48 of Fenton Stoneman has had a flyer of a start there. Up from third to first already by the end of sector number 1 on this first lap. Wisnauskas looks to be in second place, with Cousins in third, and then it's Warwick Milam just behind in fourth place. But the rain is starting to fall here again at Forest Edge. We've got a big black cloud appeared over the start-finish straight, and there's little drops of rain appearing on the comms box window. Move for third place as Wisnauskas is relegated to fourth by Ethan Cousins, but Warwick Milam has got past both of them on that last lap. So Cousins effectively stays in third. Wisnauskas loses 2 down to fourth place, and Milam slips through into second. So Milam now leading the charge on Stoneman, just as we saw at the end of heat number 1. But it's happened a lot earlier here in heat number 2, with Stoneman versus Milam. A battle we're all too used to seeing in the Rotax Inters here at Forest Edge. Stoneman and Milam always having good battles. Cousins and Wisnauskas starting to get involved now in the midpoint of the season. Of course, it was a great round last round from Cousins, taking the SC plate. He's replicating that again here at round number 5. Bringing the fight to Milam at the moment. Both trying to hang on to the back of Fenton Stoneman. It was a new fastest lap from Ethan Cousins on the last lap. First driver down into the 44s. As we've got just over 5 minutes left to go in the second heat of the day for the Rotax Inters. Bit of a gap sort of back from the top 4, then back to our secondary pack. Headed up by Nate Ganch at the moment. He's under pressure from Marley Fisher, Finley Ormshaw. And then Arthur Brooker and Oliver Dan having a little battle of their own in the background. It looks as though potentially Oliver Dan has gone down the inside there at midgets. Through into 9th place. All stays as it was at the front of the field. Now it's Warwick Milam who takes the fastest lap of the race. But crucially, both Milam and Cousins faster than Stoneman on the last lap. So both second and third place closing up to the back of Fenton Stoneman. Into the bus stop chicane they go then. You can visibly see how much time Warwick Milam gains there. And so did Fenton Stoneman. He knew he'd lost a bit of time there. Moved to the inside to defend up at Midgets. Through they go now down into Climber. Potential for a move to the inside, but no, that's covered off by Fenton Stoneman. So Stoneman already feeling the need to defend. Chops across the nose cone of Warwick Milam through the first corner. Through Haynes Loop and into Johnny's they go. Still Stoneman just ahead of Milam. But still Milam heavily pressuring. But Stoneman knows he's already on the back foot with that non-compliance in race 1. He's going to do everything he can to defend this win and try and get some points out of this race. It's really raining. Where have the leaders all gone? Someone has dropped off here, and I think it might be Warwick Milam. It is properly raining now here at Forest Edge. The heavens have opened, and now all of these Rotax Inter drivers are out there on slick tyres, and it's a red flag immediately. It must have been quite a sizable off, as I can still only see 3 karts. In my view, I'm going to have to go and look down at the bottom side of the circuit. Yes, there's 5 drivers off down at Winger's Dip. So who's made it through? Only the SC plate and the 48. So Cousins is now effectively in the lead ahead of Stoneman. And then the 31 of Arthur Brooker has got through. And those are the only 3 drivers who made it through. But the key thing is that the red flag was thrown before they got to the end of that lap. So 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock when the red flag has been called there. But we'll see how this plays out then. Rain heavily coming down here at Forest Edge. So as we sit in red flag conditions, we'll wait and see what occurs as the drivers are rescued down from Winger's Dip. And we'll see if we can get this race back underway. But calamity down at Winger's Dip. I can see the ambulance heading out on circuit as well. So hopefully all drivers involved in that incident down at Winger's all okay. But while we wait for the red flag to clear, you can see on the cameras there quite how much it's raining now here at Forest Edge. We'll go for a very short break. We'll be back soon once this red flag period ends. that's for surely a pole to flag victory. Row 4, Sophie Jeffrey and Archie Elliott on row 5, with Sheldon Davey, Colin Davis and Chris Thomas. Your 13 kart grid as the rain, the strong storm, and I feel awful for all of the people out there on circuit at the moment. The rain has massively picked up. This is the 25 of David Simpson who spun. This is the 25 of David Simpson who spun from 5th place. So Simpson, I think I've just seen someone pull off into the pits as well, so I think someone out of this race early on too. We'll double check if I'm correct in that thought. And just as the rain started coming down, it's starting to slow heavily, but not quite the monsoon that we just saw in the last minute or two. Is that a change to second place? No, Oliver Appleby, I think, holding on to second place. Potential change for third for Hutchings. He lost a bit of momentum though out of the final corner, and Pickford picked that one off very nicely. He saw the opening, went for it, takes third place for himself. And now, the 29 of Hutchings, under a bit of pressure from Chris Thomas, currently the number 16. So as they head through into the bus stop again, it's up now, fastest lap as well. Only driver in the 51s. And not only that, he's in the low 51s as well. George Walker finding some great pace out there on circuit and finding the grip where seemingly no one else can. Appleby still holding on to second place. Pickford in third, Hutchings in fourth, and Thomas in fifth. Potential change to fifth though, attempted a move up the inside, was that? Or was that a move around the outside? No, it was a dive to the inside from Chris Thomas. But of course, with Oliver Hutchings having the one earlier, and holds on to the position for now anyway. Chris Thomas looking feisty, looking like he wants to find a way through. He's got a nice bit of a gap back to Colin Davis and Dan Wright. As I thought there was a bit of a loud bang through Johnny. Someone had gone a little bit wide off of the exit curb. They managed to rejoin the race though. I think that was Rob Simpson down. Through they come again then. Halfway point of the race. It is still raining pretty considerably here at Forest Edge, and the spray being kicked up by the tyres. This is when it's nice to be in the position of George Walker. You've got no one ahead of you chucking loads of water directly into your face. And that, of course, doesn't help with lasers steaming up. And as well, I know from experience, if you're wearing glasses as well, you get the from ideal. You find you're able to clear one, and suddenly the other one steams up, and you hopefully the drivers with a bit of a coming off again. It is another spinner. I think that's he's managed to get it back underway through the flat left-hander. Well, it might not be flat anymore. Appleby leading pick close, nose to tail once again, and Chris L. They're only just off of the back of that skirmish there for second place, but George Walker getting faster and faster. The other drivers are as well, but George just doing it at a ridiculously quick pace. 51.1 on the last lap, while the other drivers were in the high 41s, high 51s, low 52s. That might have extended even more over this last lap. Less than 2 minutes left to go on the clock now. And we do have a 4-kart train now. Second, third, fourth and fifth together. Colin Davis has dropped off though. A bit of a slow lap from him, I think. I was lost on that last lap, so something's gone wrong for Colin Davis. He's held the same position. He was lucky there was quite a gap back to the following pack of Wright, Simpson, Jeffrey and Parsons. But Davis now in a bit of no man's land, sitting in 6th place. There's the 24 Rob Simpson across the line, continuing on his... We've already lost Archie Elliott and Sheldon Davey from this race. The leader, George Walker, comes through again. He said another fastest lap of the race on the last lap. Will it be another one this time around? No. I think the first time this race where it hasn't been a fastest lap from George Walker. Still went faster than anyone else out on circuit, though. And there's a move potentially for third place. But again, like so many times we've seen, that dive to the inside into the Haynes loop. The driver who's on the outside can just apply that earlier and re-overtake you around the outside. And that's exactly what happened there. As Hutchings attempted to get through, or was it Thomas attempting to get through on... The driver's using those different lines now as you've got those wet conditions, attacking the curves on the inside to use them to drag you around other areas where maybe that curve isn't so ideal, like down into Climate, which I get a good view of. All the drivers diving right to the outside to find to the inside. Great move from the number 16 of Chris Thomas. Takes fourth place away from Oliver Hutchings and nearly did the double overtake on Joshua Pickford. And now Thomas all over the back of Pickford as they come through Johnny's. Chris Thomas finding some grip here and able to suck competitors. Hutchings, to Masters class. Third place overall, because why not? Be good to get on the overall podium from this heat number 2. And he's right in the wheel tracks of... I think the 39 thought he'd almost finished the race there. Hold on a second. George Walker thinks he's finished the race. George Walker has slowed down massively. Is George Walker going to come into the pits? He doesn't, but he's going really slowly. As he picked up the pace now, he has picked the pace back up. He gave a little wave as he came across the line, almost as though I thought he'd finished the race. But no, he has carried on. I'll be interested to see, was that just a trick? Have I misread that situation entirely? It'll be interesting to see what the gap is when he comes across the line to finish the race this time around. He is still going at race pace, so George Walker supporters can chill out once again. Through into Sector 3 they come then. George Walker this time will see the checkered flag. So let's see as he comes around the final corner. George Walker, number 39, great effort in heat number 2, takes the win this time. And he is confused because he points at the checkered and goes, hold on a second, I thought I already saw that. So there was definitely some confusion. A 54.2 on the last. So I was right. He thought that the race was over. Good he didn't come in the pit because he would have lost his race win there. He carries on, finishes the lap, finally does see the checkered flag and takes maximum points from Heat 2 in the 177s. Oliver Appleby and Joshua Pickford round out the top 3. Chris Thomas unable to find a way through on Joshua Pickford, but still takes the win in the Masters, does Chris Thomas. Oliver Hutchings rounds out the top 5 with Colin Davis, David Simpson, Sophie Jeffrey, Dan Wright and Ashton Parsons, your top 10. And Rob Simpson, the last of your 11 finishes in that one. Of course, we lost Sheldon Davey and Archie Elliott earlier on in that race. Only 2 more heats to go before the lunch break. Up next, it's going to be another 5-minute plus 1 lap heat for our supercarts. Well, the wet tyres have gone on for our supercarts. They're heading out onto quite the damp track, and already on this warm-up lap, kicking up some serious spray as they head up down the back straight towards midgets. Of course, to remind you, they don't do the bus stop chicane. They fly straight up and through that section of the circuit. Let's run you through the grid then for this second heat of the day for our gearbox karts. Number 14 of Ross Cornick lines up on the front row. Oh, awesome. They've got rain lights on the back of the supercarts. That is sick. That's really, really cool. I guess you've got those closing speeds, especially up the back straight. If you've got someone on the line going slowly and you suddenly come up behind them, you need a rain light to be able to see what's going on. So, good to see. Safety always at the paramount. Ross Cornick on the front row is Daniel Buckland. It's Mark Smith and Spencer Chappell on row number 2. With Callum Smith and Daniel Hammett on row 3. Graham Payne and Reece Buckler O'Rourke on row 5. Neither of our novices made it to the checkered flag in the first race of the day. Hopefully, it's a bit different here in heat number 2 for our supercarts. Of course, Spencer Chappell led from lights to flag in the first heat of the day. He's been so impressive this season, so impressive at the last round of the Southern Champs, and that's why he's now got that SC plate on his kart. But Ross Cornick starts on pole position for this race. He went up 6 places in Heat 1, from 8th place to 2nd. What a fantastic race it was from him. And he now lines up in the perfect grid spot. No one ahead of him ready for this Heat 2 race start. Spencer Chappell with a bit more difficulty from 4th place on the grid. He's just fiddling with something down on his front right wheel. Hopefully all is okay with the Southern Champs plated driver. We'll keep an eye, but it's Ross Cornick who will lead us away here. They're all looking at the lights, revving the engines up. Thumbs up, lights are on, lights are out. Great start from P2. Already Ross Cornick loses the lead, and it's a poor driver's diving up his inside into Haynes Luke. Spencer manages to hold on to 4th place. Side by side for the lead. Through goes the 96. What a start from Mark Smith. Mark Smith from 3rd place on the grid. It was a great start from Daniel Buckland, who immediately got past Ross Cornick. And Mark Smith goes round the outside of both of them down at the Haynes Loop. Up towards midgets they go then. We've already got a driver who's pulling to a stop. And I want to say Spencer Chappell's already in the lead of the race. Has he already sided through to the lead? Yes, he has. So the SC plate, somehow in Sector 2, has got through, but he's gone wide at the last corner. Spencer Chappell goes wide, loses the grip, and Daniel Hammett slips back through into the lead of the race. Ross Cornick is there with them as well, so we have a 3-way scrap now for the lead of the race already. Spencer trying to battle back through. Is forced to the outside there into Johnny's. That's not going to work out, but clearly at sector number 2, down at Winger's Dip, as he went from about 4th place to 1st down there on the first lap. Here they come, and yeah, he's back through on Daniel Hammett. But Daniel Hammett dives to the inside, up at midges. What a battle this is for the lead in the supercarts. Spencer Chappell, though, getting the better exit. Back down the inside he goes into Climate. But Daniel Hammett bringing the fight to Spencer Chappell. But now that Spencer's back through, is he going to drive away with this race? We do have a yellow flag down through the first sector. I'm not quite so sure. Off on the exit of Johnny's, that is why. So that is Frank Bourne, one of our novices, and I don't think he's able to get it restarted. No, I can see him pressing that accelerator, and that cart is not moving. So Frank up and out of the cart now. I think he's going to have to move it into a bit of a safer place and abandon this second heat of the day. What's happened to Spencer Chappell? Spencer Chappell is no longer in the lead of the race. Where has Spencer Chappell gone? He's off. He's off up at midget. Spencer Chappell might be out of this race. What a calamity as I look back to the action. Yeah, and it looks as though he's pushing the car off and away from the circuit. So Spencer Chappell potentially out of this race then. Your race 1 victor. Lights to flag victor. No one was able to challenge him. He won by I want to say around 10 seconds. Yeah, 11 and a half seconds Spencer Chapel won the first race by. But he's back in the car, and I think looking to try and rejoin now. But he will be over a lap behind the grass. And only a few moments ago, one more race to come to the lunch break. And we're all given a little bit of a break from what has been some very exciting action so far here for round 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. But it's Junior Max Heat number 4 coming up next. Here we go then, last heat, Junior Rotax heat number 4, heading out on circuit. Still pretty damp out there. I think that little bit of rain that we had is starting to subside. I can still see some water droplets in the puddles out of the comms box window. That water before we then go into about a 30-minute lunch break. And then for each class, and then also every final as well. But of course for the juniors, there'll be a B final as well. There's a crash, goes off in avoidance. But I think the driver who and there's another spin down into Haynes Loop as well. So 2 drivers off on the warm-up laps, just trying to deal with these slightly damper conditions than what they had earlier on. But let's run you through the grid then, because it's going to be a bit of a wait for the start. I think it was the 53 of Michael Gurney who spun. And also a driver ahead as well. Can't quite pick out who that. Got those drivers trying to get back underway. Looks to be starting with a 7, potentially, the spinner. Although it's difficult to see out of the box now. Nope, completely wrong. It was the 26 who spun. So Jacob Sinfield and Michael Gurney it was who had a little bit of a spin. It was Rebecca Chalice who went off in avoidance. Right, here's your grid then. Zach Ormshaw and Harvey Lee Winteridge, your top 2. Then it's Oliver Gusman and Zach Burke on row 2. Spencer Trehorn and Tobian Alvarez on row 3. With Nathan Travers, Harvey Murden, Travis Rose and Jamie Rowe, your top 10. Michael Gurney and Danny May Reid. Then Levi Sangera and Lucas Howell. Maxim Smith and Rebecca Chalice. Followed by Charlie Hume, Noah McNicholas, Chase Rainsbury, Tyler Rackham, Jacob Sinfield, Adrian Kalemi, Elijah Dush and Lewis Joyner. 24 karts, a maximum grid out on circuit for this Junior Rotax heat number 4. Zach Ormshaw on the 24. Harvey Lee Wintridge on the 11. They lead us to the start of the race. Harvey Lee Wintridge has got a ridiculously good jump too, but I'll let the stewards decide that one. Drivers battling side by side through the first sector. Dive to the inside for second place. Nearly a move made there from Oliver Gusman, but gets chopped off at the apex and has to sit back in third for now then. All drivers head down through Winger's Dip and heading back up towards the bus stop chicane. Racing drivers who lead the way then. And they were nose to tail through the bus stop chicane, but driver's just about avoiding there as he spins back across the circuit. However, I think he's got himself stuck on the grass on the outside as it's still totally sodden from all of this rain. And that means he has to get out and try his best to force that kart back out on circuit. Another driver off there on the exit. That's the 36 of Tyler Rackham. Gets it on a little bit more sharpish though than a couple of drivers earlier on in this race. More side through the first section. That was the 18 of Noah McNicholas through on Zach Ormshaw for 11th place. So Zach Ormshaw on the first lap here, sadly slipping from pole down to P12. That's a huge loss on this first lap for Zach Ormshaw. But it's another Zach who's taking his place at the front of the field. Zach Burke has sided through from 4th place on the grid to the lead early on here and is already putting in a nice gap between himself and the rest of the field. It was 1.4 seconds on the last lap. It's going to be a bit more than that now. 2.0. 2 seconds dead between Zach Burke and his teammate of Harvey Lee Wintridge then. Harvey Lee didn't finish the last race he was in, I think I'm correct in saying. So he'll be wanting to put together a good result in his, I think is his second heat of the day. Of course, heat 4 is completing in, I think, 3 heats each. As the drivers come through into Sector 3 then, still building out that lead is Zach Burke. That's more than 2 seconds now. Even just by the eye, you can tell that it's more than 2 seconds. Chase Rainsbury in 18th place needs to be a little bit careful. He's got a contact warning for his troubles out there on circuit. Harvey Lee Wintridge seemingly being chased down ever so slightly now. Tobian Alvarez in 3rd. Oliver Gussman there in 4th place at the moment. But as we've gotten used to in the dry, that's a late move from Nathan Traverse. Has a very wide line out of the Haynes loop so that he could dive Johnny's, and he does so. Makes the move. It wasn't Lucas Howell, it was on Jamie Rowe. Sorry, my timing's fine. Picking up one on Harvey Murden, now makes up another one on Jamie Rowe here on lap number 4. That gap extended to 2 points. What's it now going to be between Zach Burke and Harvey Lee Wintridge? Another fastest lap from Zach Burke. Sees him extend it to over 3 seconds now. So we head through halfway point of this race. Zach Burke is going to have a serious calamity to not win this race. Looking back to 3rd place though, the 86 of Tobian Alvarez fending off from Oliver Gussman. Maxim Smith and Lucas Howell now join the party as well in that battle for 3rd place. Big slide. Tyler Rackham fending off from Chase Rainsbury. Tyler Rackham maybe being a little bit too aggressive on the steering there. Making the Ken stepping out lots. Needs to get on top of that if he wants to find a little bit more pace here on a very damp circuit. Move down the inside for 3rd place. Might even be a double change. Well read from the number 30. And it is a great double overtake from Maxime Smith. Elevates himself from 5th to 3rd there at the final corner. It was a move down the inside from Gussman. Gets through on Alvarez, but loses the place to Smith in the process. So that's 2 places lost for Alvarez. Through they go into a couple of drivers getting out wide onto that exit curb and finding it very slippery. Trying to get that power down once again. Careful. One little mistake here and it could be game over. But through onto another lap here. I don't want to be the 157. I think might have a drop rear bumper. The right hand side of the bumper looks to be on the floor for Zach Burke. Will keep an eye. He's hit a curb, trying to get as much grip as he can and force himself around a corner, but in the process of hitting that curb, might have forced it to come off of the back of the car, or not here for one of our drivers. And there is the 57 of Zach Burke, your race leader, has a mechanical flag. And this hands the race win at the moment anyway to Harvey Lee Wintridge. He's going to come around the final corner and see it now is Zach Burke. He's going to see that mechanical flag. No, he's so focused on winning the race, I don't think he saw it. We've got a mechanical flag for Harvey Lee Wintridge going out. So number 11. Both our 2 leaders have mechanical flags, the 57 and the 11. So our top 2 currently with mechanical flags out for them. We're heading into the last 30 seconds of this race, and somehow Lucas Howell has been handed the race lead. He's battled through to 3rd place, but he didn't know that he'd battled through to the lead. And with the new fastest lap on the last lap of 50.5, 3rd place driver, the number 19 of Lucas Howell, finds himself in the lead of the race. Lucas Howell started in P race. Here come your leaders around the 7, I think has already gone past. Has he now come in? Yes. Suddenly, the space finds himself in the lead of the race. The rain has restarted. The time has hit 0. We've got mechanical flags for both of the 2 leaders. What an this Junior Rotax Heat 4. That's going to shake up the order. And these races set the grid for the final later on. So not only 4, that is going to shake up final later on this afternoon as well. Here come the leaders though. Round the final corner comes Lucas Howell. The last lap of the race. I don't even know if he realises that he's in the lead behind him. But Lucas Howell seems to be that little bit faster. Nathan Travers, he's doing all he can to chase down Maxime Smith. But there's still about 1 to 1 points between them. I don't think it's going to be enough as they head round the final lap. Leaders heading through the bus stop chicane now. And all that the 19 of Lucas Howell needs to do is simply keep it on the black stuff and take us to the checkered flag. It's going to be a quick changeover on the gantry here from last lap board to checkered flag as we've got some back markers coming through to see the last lap. But here is your race winner, the number 19 of Lucas Howell, sees the checkered flag first and gets the race win. He wouldn't have been expecting that starting in P14, but some great battling. Heat number 4 of Junior Rotax done and dusted then. Maxime Smith and Nathan Travers and Tobian Alvarez, your top 5. Noah McNicholas, Harvey Murden, Spencer Chalice are your top 10. With Charlie Hulme in 11th place. We've got the rest of the drivers coming across the line now. There's Levi Sangera in 12th. Michael Gurney on the 53 comes across the line in 13th. Then it's going to be Tyler Rackham, Zach Ormshaw, Chase Rainsbury, Jacob Sinfield. And that's it for your finishers. 17 finishes in that race. Of course, we lost. And then we also lost Jamie Rowe, Travis Rose, and Danny May Reid in that race. I know they were well up there previously, but sadly out of heat number 4. But that's it for racing for the morning's action anyway here at Forest Edge. But it's provided some excitement as well. So it's been thoroughly enjoyable so far today. Make sure you go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on it. Back in about 30 minutes or so for this afternoon's action where we'll get the final heats for each class. And also then onto the all-important finals. So we'll be back soon for those. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you tune in for this afternoon's action as well. Thanks for watching and we'll see you shortly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Afternoon's action about to get underway. We've got one more set of heats for each class, and then the all-important finals to come up later on this afternoon as well. We're going to kick off the afternoon to cadets. Of course, they've already Arthur Way winning the second one in the first heat of the day. So still all to play for here in Heat 3. Hopefully, yes, we're getting some live timing updates. Hopefully the stream continues to hold out. It looks as though it's held out throughout the entire lunch break, which is good. That's very positive. We'll see. Hopefully it continues throughout this afternoon. Yes, Angela, yeah, it's a bit hit and miss. I think that is indeed correct. Sadly, the signal here not the best. And that just means that, yeah, I think the stream's dropping in and out every so often. Hopefully it all aggregates itself by the end, and hopefully we'll have a full stream by the end of it, but doing my best with what we've got at hand. Right, let's run you through the grid then quickly. Seth Jones and James Devereaux on the front row, then it's Daniel Barton and Kobe Wood on row number 2. Stanley Kearley and Arthur Way are on row 3, with Alex Gaskin and Oliver Ratton on row number 4. Oliver Spence and Tyler Banks are on row 5, with Alex Reach and Connor Yu on row number 6. And it's Max Smith and Logan Hart on row 7. And Max Craven rounds out the 15 karts taking to the race start here for the third heat of the day for Hondas. This will be the last time we see them out before their final later on this afternoon. As I mentioned, Arthur Way, 6th place on the grid, already has a win under his belt today. The number 23 of Alex Gaskin on P7 also already has a win under his belt here at round number 5. Can either of them get one more? Can someone else put their name at the top of the timing sheet? 7 minutes plus 1 lap. We're underway and racing. Lights go out, and Seth Jones from the pole position side of the grid takes the lead early on, but already is under pressure down into the Haynes loop. Almost a spin for second place there. He was nearly helped into a rotation, but they carry on round through to Johnny's, and there is the SC of Arthur Way already making up places. I think he was already up to 3rd place there as they headed through. I almost said the flat left hand of Johnny's. It definitely isn't flat right now with how moist it still is out on the track. But either way, conditions not affecting Arthur Way, and he's up to 3rd place already. Now pressuring 2nd as well. Is it James Devereaux who's under pressure? Down the inside goes Arthur Way. So already on the first lap up to P2, but no, fighting back around the outside. They're going to go side by side down into Climate now. Way still has the inside, forces the other driver to the exit. But now the other driver has the inside for the last corner. It's Daniel Barton who Arthur Way is batting with. They're still side by side across the line. But Arthur Way's commitment to the outside there will pay off as it turns to the inside, down into the Haynes loop. And through goes Arthur Way. So Daniel Barton slipping down to 3rd place. It's Stanley Kearley in 4th. Alex Gaskin in 5th. Oliver Ratton in 6th. Tyler Banks 7th. James Devereaux 8th. Oliver Spence and Kobe Wood round out the top 10. But already, look how much slower the lap times are in these treacherous conditions. Still sitting about 1 minute per lap. And of course, 7 minutes plus 1 lap heat still. So not a huge amount of opportunities to move your way up the grid. So the driver's got to get it done early on. There's a chainsaw around 8th place. I think that is James Devereaux and Oliver Spence going side by side. I think Oliver Spence has made the move stick then. Very close for 4th place. Move for 4th place. Down the inside goes Alex Gaskin on Stanley Kearley. And Alex Gaskin gets it done there at the last corner. He continues to press on towards the leaders. Speaking of which, Arthur Way, new fastest lap of the race of a 57.2, closed in by 0.3 of a second on Seth Jones on that last lap, and Seth Jones is only 0.4 of a second ahead as they cross the line to start lap number 3. Through they'll come back into your camera shot into the bus stop chicane. There they are. Still Jones leading Way. But for how much longer? Great exit. He's fantastic at that exit off of the bus stop as Arthur Way, and he makes the most of it. Down the inside, up at midgets. Back through, though, goes Seth Jones. He's going to go deep into the last corner. This is what Arthur Way did to Daniel Barton only a couple of laps ago, and he's going to do it again. Easier this time, though. Gets the inside line off of the final corner and makes the move stick before they even get down to the Haynes Loop. So Arthur Way pressing on already from 6th place on the grid to the lead, and we're only on lap number 4. Impressive stuff from the SC plated driver. It was surprising not to see him at the sharp end of the grid in Heat 1. I can only imagine he had some sort of issue with the kart in that first heat of the day. But he's definitely remedied those problems throughout the day with a win in Heat 2. And now in the commanding position for a win in Heat number 3 as well. We're halfway through this third heat for the Honda Cadets. Still battling going on though. Is that over 4th place? Yes, it is. I think that's Stanley Kearley and Alex Gaskin going at it once again. And we've got 3rd place Daniel Barton closing in on Seth Jones now. They're still side by side for 4th. It's going to be wide. They make contact as he rejoins. The 41 not happy with that at all. Alex Gaskin went very wide into the last corner, and then his rejoin clattered into Stanley Kearley as he rejoined. I think Tyler Banks has made the most of that and slipped past Stanley Kearley. Yes, he has, down at the Haynes Loop. And that was because of the momentum loss from Kearley getting sideswiped by Gaskin as they rejoined the track. But Arthur Way already continuing to build out that gap at the lead of the race. 1.5 seconds it was, just less than when they crossed the line last time. And Daniel Barton still slowly but surely closing in on Seth Jones as well. Still 2.5 minutes. There's plenty of time here for Barton to close in on Jones. Alex Gaskin's got 2 contact warnings though on only that last lap. He needs to be very careful. He made up the place on Stanley Kearley, but can't be being that aggressive throughout the races, as there's a Battenberg flag out on the circuit. Effective safety car conditions. And Arthur Way knows that, deals with that very well, slowing down quickly and concisely but not dangerously, and is backing all the pack up through the Haynes Loop. Now, I can't quite see the reason for it at the moment. I think there's a car off down in the second section of the circuit. Oh, we got a spin. A spin on the Battenbergs never looks good. I think that was one of our novice drivers going for a rotation out of Johnny's there. Going to have to rejoin the back of the pack. Here we go, under Battenberg conditions. Seeing if you can just about spot the Battenberg flag on the cameras there. I will say as well, the camera's making it look a bit nicer than it really is. I think they've managed to get the only blue bits of sky in the camera shots, impressively. So the rest of it is pretty dark and grey and gloomy. We've had quite a bit of rain so far today, and I think, well, the Met Office can't decide what's going to happen. I don't think they have a clue if we're going to get more rain this afternoon, but with how sudden it's come down earlier on today, it's, I think it's unpredictable as to whether, it's going to be a bit unpredictable as to when and where it comes down, how quickly and when. I'll try and keep you best updated as well as I can. Well, Arthur Way still leads the pack around Sector 3 now. He's just heading through midgets for the moment. But, of course, under red flag, the timer stops. On a Battenberg, the timer continues to tick down. And we're ticking to around 15 seconds now. If we do go green here, it's going to be a last lap dash. But otherwise, it might just finish under Battenberg conditions here. There's 10 seconds on the clock. Arthur Way's not going to make it round. And it is going to be a checkered flag under Battenberg conditions. So round climber they come then. It looks like it's going to be a pretty simple race win then for Arthur Way. Not taking anything away from him though. He was well set to take the race win. I say that though. Green flag. We are going to get 1 lap of racing. The time has hit 0, but we have got the green flag going out. So it's a last lap dash to the flag then. Arthur Way leads us onto it. I imagine he'll more than likely be leading us by the end of it, but you never know. Checkered flag being prepared then as they head through sector number 2. I'll be heading back into your camera shots very shortly. But because of that, only about 5 seconds separates the whole field as they head through this final lap. Any changes up towards the bus stop? I don't think so. Seth Jones is under quite a bit of pressure from Daniel Barton, though, as they head up towards midgets. No attempt to move up at midges. Arthur Way's already driven in front of all of these drivers. Line astern down towards Climate then. Got to hold on to it for this final time. Arthur Way is coming around the last corner. Arthur Way takes his second win of the day. Seth Jones hangs on to second place. Daniel Barton in third. Alex Gaskin in fourth. Tyler Banks in fifth. Stanley Kearley, Oliver Ratton, Alex Roach, Oliver Spence, Max Craven there. Your top 10. I think Max made up a position or two on the last lap. Behind him was Connor Yu, Logan Hart, James Devereaux, Max Smith. And then sadly, we lost Kobe Wood earlier on in that race. Well, that's it for the Honda Cadets then. All of their heats are done and dusted. Up next, out on circuit, will be the Rotax Cadets. Rotax Cadets heading out of the dummy grid then. They'll be starting their last heat of the day. Let's run you through the grid then. For heat number 3, Louis Lovell and Edison Burrows are on the front row of the grid for this one, with Elijah West and Travis Giddings on row 2. Joseph Cox and Ronnie Faulkner on row 3, with Arthur Kaiser and Ethan Coupland on row 4, with Rio Peacock and Bertie Clark on row number 5. Jack Daniels and Freya Bond on row 6, with Kieran Ranger, Oakley Riggs and Oscar Churches rounding out the 15 karts on the grid for this one. But Oakley Riggs, definitely your one to watch there in P14 on the grid. He's got a first place and a second place in the first 2 heats of the day. It was Elijah West who won that second heat of the day, though. Whereabouts is Elijah starting on the grid for this one? He is in P3, so I think we can expect to see an early taking of the lead from Elijah West and potentially him driving away with this one. And that's only my prediction for what could happen. You never know. 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock once again, as Rotax Cadet lead us into their final heat of the day. Louis Lovell on the pole side. Edison Burrows on the opposite side. We're underway and racing then. And already a couple of drivers getting very slidey through the first corner, nearly ending up on the grass on the outside. And 2 do come together into the Haynes loop. One of them gets back underway pretty quickly, but the other stuck on the grass. It's going to take them a little while to get back out on circuit. Far from an ideal way to start your last heat of the day. And the poor driver trying their best to drag the kart through the mud and back on track, but looking like they're losing the battle with the kart at the moment, sadly for them. Who's not come through? It's Joseph Cox, who's off down at the Haynes loop. Gutting for Joseph. Hopefully he's not able to rejoin. He's given up. He's left the kart stranded on the exit of the Haynes loop. And the driver heading back over to the Marshall post before the rest of the field flies round. But as predicted, Elijah West takes the early lead here in the Rotax Cadet third heat. 23 of Louis Lovell holds on to second place. Edison Burrows has slipped back in the pack, though, in that first lap. Drivers need to be careful. Someone's just overtaken there into the yellow flag zone. They need to be a little bit careful. I think he might have just let him back through on the exit there. It can be a case of when you go for a move when it's a little bit wet like this, it's actually more dangerous to back out of it. So it's better to just make the move and then let them back through on the exit. And I think that might have been what that driver did. I don't want to cause anyone an issue in this final heat of the day. It's not my job either. I'll stick to shouting about it, not trying to be a steward. Well, Elijah West still driving away here. It was nearly a second when he crossed the line after the first lap. Coming to the end of lap 2. And what will that gap have extended to by the end of this one? Who's in second place? And it's Bertie Clark who's side through to second place. Drops Louis Lovell into third. Ethan Coupland's battled his way up into fourth place. With Arthur Kayser, your top five. We've got Lovell, Coupland, Kayser, Faulkner, Oakley Riggs, Rio Peacock, Freya Bond, basically all in a line. There's a move from Freya Bond. Takes away 8th place from Rio Peacock at Johnny's. Freya Bond trying to make her way through the pack. Started P12 up to P8 so far. And Oakley Riggs up from P14 to P7 at the moment, than the number 31. But Elijah has run away with this so quickly. He extended on one lap from a 1 second gap to a 3.2 second gap. 55.87, while the rest of the pack are all in the 57s and 58s. That is ridiculous pace from Elijah West in some very tricky conditions here at Forest Edge. Through coming two leaders, that gap now 4 seconds. Change to third place though. Ethan Coupland's through on Louis Lovell. And Louis Lovell getting forced to the outside down at the Haynes Loop. 2 more drivers slipped through. I think that was Ronnie Faulkner and Oakley Riggs just about getting through. And Oakley Riggs round the outside of Ronnie Faulkner at Johnny's. So 2 for the price of 1 almost for Oakley Riggs. Through into 5th place on Louis Lovell and then through into 4th on Ronnie Faulkner. So Oakley Riggs already gaining 10 places in this third heat of the day for the Rotax Cadets. Trying to set himself up for a good starting position in the final, because although if Elijah West wins this race, he would have got 2 firsts, but of course that first heat was a calamity for him. He just had no pace at all and finished well outside of a good result. Double check where he actually did end up finishing in that race. P12 for Elijah. So even if it's a P2, 2 P1s and a P12, with Oakley getting a P1 and a P2 so far, just any decent result really in this final, and he's going to have in this heat 3, he's going to have pole position for the final. Currently sitting P4 and at less than half a second off of Ethan Coupland in third place as well. That gap now extended to 5.5 seconds between Elijah West and Bertie Clark. 55.6 now the fastest lap of the race, courtesy of Elijah West. He's going up towards midgets now in sector 3. Bertie Clark comes out of the bus stop chicane. Just in behind them, Ethan Coupland and Oakley Riggs getting that little bit closer together. I'd say it's at least pretty similar to what it was at the start of this lap. A little bit wide though through Climber for Ethan Coupland. That's just giving the opportunities to Oakley Riggs. Oakley Riggs thinks better of it though. Was definitely close enough to potentially chuck it down the inside at the Haynes Loop. We've seen so many people go for that inside line. There's not as much grip, and the driver on the outside can apply that power better, get it down faster, and press on round the outside. That was a massive snap of oversteer there for the 15 of Jack Daniels out of the Haynes Loop and into Johnny's. Got it almost sideways, almost perpendicular to the corner he was trying to get himself set up for. Just about manages to catch it and carries on. Jack Daniels did get a third place in Heat 1, that was. Not quite as... Oh, he's got 2 third places, to be fair, to Jack Daniels. Fair play to the man named after an alcoholic beverage. In Heat 3, it's not quite going so well, though. P10 for the moment for Jack. Just over a minute left to go on the clock. Still as they were at the front of the field. Oakley Riggs still unable to find a way through on Ethan Coupland. He's applying the pressure nicely, but the opportunities no longer presenting themselves. And you can often get in that difficult space when you're following someone so closely, where you sort of start to get into their rhythm and you start following their lines and their breaking points. And you're never going to be able to pass someone if you're doing everything that they're doing, because you're going to go at the same pace. So you've got to try and ignore what they're doing in front of you. Follow your lines. You know that your lines are faster. And press on. And that's when the opportunities start to present themselves. When they make mistakes and you can find an opening and slip on through. 20 seconds to go on the clock then. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Here come Coupland and Riggs. Riggs thinking about it this time to the inside. Down at Haynes Loop. It's a late move to the inside. Leans on Coupland as they get to the apex. And that just gives him the opening to squeeze his way through. And Oakley Riggs moves up into third place. I think that move had been coming for a couple of laps now. Oakley finally able to get through. However, it sounds as though they might have got a little bit too close down in Sector 2. I'm hearing that they might have come together. There's Bertie Clark coming through. Where is Coupland and Riggs? That's not them. That's Ronnie Faulkner. So Coupland and Riggs, we think, have taken each other out down at Winger's Dip. So Riggs just snuck through. Potentially it was an attempt at a re-overtake from Coupland on Riggs. But neither of them coming through then. We'll see if any of them are able to rejoin and carry on. But there's Bertie Clark now in second place. Elijah West already started the last lap a good 10 seconds ago. There's now your third place driver of Louis Lovell. So Louis Lovell's actually got past Ronnie Faulkner on the last lap. So Louis Lovell up to third place. Ronnie Faulkner now in fourth. Kieran Ranger in fifth. Arthur Kaiser in sixth. Oscar Church is in seventh. Jack Daniels benefits from that to eighth. I think they're off and potentially even out of this race, both Coupland and Riggs. I'm not seeing either of them come back through to finish that last lap. So calamities for Coupland and Riggs. And this is exactly what Riggs didn't want. He needed just a good result to get pole position. But now that West has 2 wins under his belt as he crosses the line to take the victory in Heat 3, he'll have 2 wins and a 12th place. Oakley Riggs, there he is coming across the line to see the checkered flags. Well, that'll be a win, a second place, and a 13th from Oakley Riggs. So he's just given up his pole position for the final with that incident with Ethan Coupland. Ronnie Faulkner re-overtakes Louis Lovell on that last lap, and he pumps his fist in the air. Very happy with that top 3, as he should be. Kieran Ranger rounds out the top 5. With Arthur Kaiser in 6th. Oscar Church is your novice there, starting from the back, coming through to 7th place. Well done to the number 18 on that result. Jack Daniels was behind in 8th place with Freya Bond and Rio Peacock, your top 10. Then Travis Giddings, Edison Burrows, Oakley Riggs and Ethan Coupland, of course, took each other out there with only 2 laps to go. And Joseph Cox, sadly, we lost on the first lap of that one. Rotax Cadets then, another exciting race for them. And a bit of an upset near the end. We move on to the final heat of the day. For Junior Rotax, their heat number 5 is coming up next. Junior Max now heading out for their last heat of the day. Heat number 5 is coming up next. So all drivers in this will be their last heat. Of course, there will be some drivers who you've seen in Junior Max during today's action that won't be out today. They will have already completed their 3 heats across the first 3, and already someone out at the last corner. Someone getting spun around. Look to be rejoining. They're not very happy about what happened there. It's the 51 who's getting back underway after getting spun there at the last corner. That was Matthew Grove who got turned around. We'll wait and see what comes of that one. Anyway, let's have a look at the grid. Chase Rainsbury and Harvey Murden are your front row for this one. Charlie Hume and Lucas Howell there on row 2. Matthew Grove should be on row 3 with Aidan Clark. Then Tobian Alvarez and Nathan Traverse on row 4. Rebecca Chalice and Jensen Collins round out the top 10. Then it's Madison Chappell and Jonas Janazauskas on row 6. Jesse Whitmore and Zach Burke on row 7. Then Levi Sangera, Daniel Amore, Danny May Reid, Jensen Hookey, Luca Cook, Jacob Sinfield, Leo Basterfield, Matthew Whitmarsh and Tyler Rackham. 24 karts on the grid. Let's get racing then for the last junior Rotax heat of the day. It's very aggressive through the first corner. You've got to be in a junior Rotax heat like this. You've got to be a little bit aggressive, but not overstep that margin and cause yourself some issues. And it doesn't look like anyone's overstepped the margin on the first lap anyway. All continuing on through into sector 2. But it looks to be Lucas Howell who's taken the early lead here. Fourth on the grid was Lucas. But it looks as though he's got through to the lead already. However, under pressure from a driver in behind, that being Harvey Murden. He was your pole sitter in this race, looking to get back to where he feels he should be. Driver off on the exit there, that was, of Midgets, going very deep into climate, but managing to pick it all back up, get some grip in those tyres and carry on. So the number 19 of Lucas Howell leads us through. And on to the second lap. It is Harvey Murden right behind. Nathan Travis trying to chase them down. More moves going on through the Haynes loop. Again, drivers trying those different lines and finding there's a lot of grip on some of them and very little grip on others. As a spin there going into Johnny's. Hold that brake, number 51, and he does. All the drivers managed to avoid him. He's not happy again. That was the same driver that we saw spun before the start of Matthew Grove. This time he spun all on his own. Through to end the second lap of racing then. Still Lucas Howell leading us, but he's built a little gap over Harvey Murden on the last lap, and that's why 50.5 new fastest lap of the race for Lucas Howell. He's built that gap to about a second on the last lap, and he's putting down some serious pace out there at the front of the order. And yeah, I've just heard in the box, the number 23 doesn't have a right side pod. It's totally gone. So I've never seen that before. Entirely missing side pod for one of the ideal, I think is safe to say. Definitely not very safe either. So he's going to... The fact that he's even gone for another lap is a bit... Oh, it's off. Someone's off down at Climber. They put their hand up in frustration as they went basically straight onto the grass. They've now pulled to a halt. I don't think they're going to get that restarted. I'm not sure if they want to get that restarted. Who's not coming across the line then? It's Jesse Whitmore, who hands in the air. Confused as to what's gone on there. So mechanical flag out for the 23 of Matthew Whitmarsh. That's the driver who's missing a side bod. He'll have to come back into the pits ASAP. As there, I'm watching Jesse Whitmore slowly find some safety. But sadly, Chip Tally being stood over there. Move for second place. Late dive to the inside from Nathan Travers. But as we've seen so many times, that wide line has a bit more grip. Harvey Murden just about fends him off and holds on to second place. They've both lost a bit of time, losing them down. Zach Burke on the new fastest lap on the last lap, a 50 dead. The 23 seen as mechanical. He'll be coming back into the pits. But look at this, second, third and fourth. All line astern now, and there's a move for second place. I think that's Travers down the inside once again. That was Zach Burke. He is going to go to the outside. Bold move round the outside, and now down the inside for second place. Double overtake from Zach Burke in sector 3, but trying to hold it round the outside is Nathan Travers. He'll have the inside down to Haynes Loop, and he's got it. Back down the inside goes Harvey Murden as stick. And through Johnny's, they sort themselves out. Travers in second, Burke in third, and Murden in fourth. Great bit of battling. But sort out which one of them takes a podium position in this heat. Of course, it doesn't matter if you're on the podium or not in these heats, except for points towards your championship. It'll be in the final later on where fourth place goes home with nothing. The third place gets a nice little trophy. And that's where that move will matter so much more. 2 minutes plus 1 lap left on the timer then. Your leader comes through, Lucas Howell, flying at the front of the order. Murden falling slightly off the back of Travers and Burke, and I think it might get worse for Harvey Murden. Mechanical flag on the board for Harvey Murden. He's got a dropped rear bumper, and that might have been with all that battling he had on the last lap with Travers and Burke. Maybe one of them just tapped his rear bumper. It's fallen loose, and he'll have to head back to the pits. No points from this race for Harvey Murden. He'll be gutted about dropping out of the top 3. He'll be even more gutted about dropping out of the race entirely. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock then. Leader coming around the last corner, starting another lap. It'll be 3 more laps, I think, just of this Forest Edge kart circuit. Number 15, gutted about the mechanical flag. He looks back. I think he'll quickly realise why he's got that mechanical flag. I don't think it's any fault of his own. And that will just be even more gutting when you know it's not your fault that you've not been able to reach the end of a race. 83 and 61 having a good little battle there. 93 and 61 it must be. Jensen Hookey and Leo Barsterfield, 7th and 8th respectively for those two. Leo already with a contact warning though, so he does need to be a little bit careful in trying to find his way around Jensen Hookey. And now the difficulty for Lucas Howell. He's catching some back markers. Blue flag shown to Jensen Collins. Yellow flag as well out of Johnny's. We've got a spinner. I think that's the 51 of Matthew Grove. Matthew and Tyler Rackham were going side by side around the first few corners. I think Matthew Grove has gone out on the exit curb of Johnny's and had himself a little rotation. All drivers getting bumped up a position thanks to Harvey Murden coming into the pits at the start of this lap. But timer has ticked to 0 then. Your leader's coming through sector 3 now, and Lucas Howell will start the last lap of the race. Nathan Travers has closed the gap to the leader to 2 seconds on the last lap. What's it going to be as they head on to the final lap? 1.7 seconds now. But again, we're on the last lap of the race. New fastest lap from Nathan Travers, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to be enough time for him to close in that kind of gap, and all Lucas Howell needs to do for the last 1,100 metres of heat racing for the junior Rotax drivers is just keep it on the black stuff and bring this one home. Rest of the field flying through the back markers, but where is our leader Lucas Howell? He heads up into sector 3 once more. And this will be a very positive one for Lucas. Started this race in P4, battled his way up into the lead early on, and never looked back from there. Here he comes around the final corner. Lucas Howell takes the win in heat number 5 for Junior Rotax. Nathan Travers and Zach Burke round out your podium, as it's a bit of a close moment between the 86 of Tobian Alvarez and one of our back markers at the last corner there. A little bit closer comfort, but Tobian makes it through and finishes in 4th place. Levi Sangera rounds the top 5. So that's a good race from him. Levi Sangera from 15th to 5th in that race. Great race too from Levi Sangera. Leo Basterfield did manage to get past Jensen Hookey for 6th, relegated Jensen to 7th, with Danny May Reid, Luca Cook and Charlie Hulme rounding out the top 10. Aidan Clark, Chase Rainsbury, Jonas Janazauskas, Jacob Sinfield, Rebecca Chalice, Madison Chappell. I think that might have been the last of your finishers there. Tyler Rackham, Jensen Collins also made it to the finish, and that is it. 18 drivers finishing from the 23 that took to the start. Jensen Collins, Matthew Grove, Harvey Murden, Matthew Whitmarsh and Jesse Whitmore. All of those drivers not making it to the checkered flag then in the last heat of the day for juniors. Juniors are always very exciting, and they've still got 2 more races to come, because we'll have a B final followed by an A final. 24 drivers going straight through to the A final with the points that they've accrued so far today. The rest of the drivers having to battle out in the B final. That will be a slightly shortened race compared to the rest of the finals, and the top 4 from the B final will go through to the A final. We'll have to battle it out and battle through the traffic in that A final later on today. We've still got some more heats to come before we head through to the finals though. Heat number 3 for your Rotax Inter drivers is coming up next. Out on circuit go the Rotax Inters then. Let's quickly run you through the grid. Warwick Milam and Marley Fisher are on the front row, with Arthur Brooker and Fenton Stoneman on row 2. Matthew Lilly and Finley Ormshaw on row 3, with Nate Gange and Daniel Wisnauskas row 4. Ethan Cousins and Oliver Dan on row number 5. 11 karts on the grid for this one. Let's see how they work themselves out. Last heat of the day, of course. Warwick Milam with a race win. Fenton Stoneman with a race win. Well, Fenton Stoneman also won that race that Warwick Milam won, but he was disqualified. So let's see if he can do another one here, Fenton Stoneman. Through the first couple of corners they go, and Fenton's doing his best to move to the inside. He does move to the inside, but that's chopped off immediately. Marley Fisher, I think, has managed to hold on to it, and he has. Marley Fisher leading Stoneman then, who got ahead of Milam very early on there. Forced Milam to the inside, dived in front of him, tried to go for the move on Marley Fisher, but it didn't quite work out. And Marley will lead them up towards the bus stop, but Marley loses out. Through goes Stoneman, and through goes Milam on the exit as well. But Milam doesn't get the best exit. Trying to fight back through is Fisher up into midgets. Backs out of that one though, and Fenton Stoneman, I believe it is, has taken the lead of the race. It is indeed Stoneman. Through the final corner they come then. Already, due to that difficult exit for Warwick Milam, Stoneman now nearly has a second out in the lead. Marley Fisher relegated to third. Finley Ormshaw's in fourth. Ethan Cousins in fifth at the moment. Ethan's had to come through from the back row of the grid. So he's had a good first lap there to get up into fifth place. But he needs to keep pushing, because the more time he wastes getting through the rest of the pack, the more time that Stoneman and Milam have to clear off at the front of the field. And that just makes his job even more challenging later on in this race to try and close down that gap. He's already almost 3 seconds off of the leader of Fenton Stoneman. His only real hope is if Stoneman and Milam start to battle. And Milam has closed the gap on that last lap. New fastest lap goes the way of Milam. But Cousins only 400 slower than Milam's lap, so he's closing in nicely. Moves into Haynes Loop. I think that was... Oh, yellow flag. Who's off on the exit? The driver ends with a 1. It's Marley Fisher. Marley Fisher has spun on the exit of Johnny's. And yes, stuck in the mud on the exit of Johnny's. Can't get it restarted. Is going to have to get out of the kart. And trying their best as Marley to drag it back on circuit. It's a difficult one with how wet it's been throughout the day. Kart just pretty much immediately gets stuck, sadly for him. But that's gifted third place to Ethan Cousins. That's been a massive help to Ethan Cousins. Now he has no more drivers to deal with. There are no more drivers blocking his view to the two leaders. And positive for Cousins as well is the fact that he can see Milam closing up on Stoneman. He's got to hope that they start battling now, and gives him even more opportunity to close down that gap. But look how close they were in pace on the last lap. 48.17 for Stoneman, 48.12 for Milam, a 48.13 for Cousins. All three within 0.05 of a second of each other on that last lap, which is great. Fantastic to see the pace and the skill being shown by these young drivers. But equally, that doesn't open up battles. This does, though. Late down the inside of the last corner. Milam tries to get through. Up and under goes Fenton Stoneman. Retakes the lead down into the first section. I tried to say sector and session for some reason, and they came out as one word. That bit of battling, though, has held up Stoneman and Milam enough for Cousins to really close in. Not only that, he was over a second quicker on the last lap alone than Stoneman and Milam. So I think when they reappear into the bus stop chicane as they do now, they're closer than ever. And that is very true. Cousins right on the back of Warwick Milam, though. And Milam has actually fallen ever so slightly off the back of Fenton Stoneman. We're over halfway through this Rotax into Heat 3 now. And our top three go back to being line astern. Late move to the inside there from Cousins. How did he not make contact? We've gone Battenberg conditions. Battenberg conditions out on circuit. And your leader, Fenton Stoneman, slows the pack down immediately. So again, as we saw earlier on today, Battenberg conditions effectively like a safety car in Formula 1. Drivers have all got to slow down, and it's the job of the leader, that being Fenton Stoneman at the moment, to slow them down to a respectable pace, a safe pace, and just let the field slowly trickle round as the wonderful staff here at Forest Edge try and sort whatever the issue is that's causing this Battenberg flag. The drivers slowly peeling round, and that's great for all the drivers that were behind the leaders, because when they came across the line there was 9 seconds separating the top 3 and the rest of the pack. But Daniel Wisnauskas, Nate Gange, Matthew Lilley have all closed up now to the back of Stoneman, Milam and Cousins. So the entire field that are still running, which is 9 of them, have closed back up. Sadly, Marley Fisher is 2 laps down because of that little spin. Still on Battenberg conditions for the moment. Timer ticking down to 1.5 minutes left to go, and the drivers will continue on for another lap of Battenberg. Ethan Cousins has had the race of his life, chasing down and catching Milam and Stoneman in the lead, but this is not helping at all, because remember, unlike in the red flag conditions, Battenberg, the timer is still ticking down. So it's just meaning less and less time where Cousins can think about making moves. He'd only just caught up to the back of Warwick Milam, really, as that Battenberg flag came out. And here we've got a driver pressing right through. That is Marley Fisher, I think. No, that's a 74 Finley Ormshaw. So I think he may potentially be the reason why we went to Battenberg flag, because he's not come round in a couple of laps. Well, he's back underway. He's back to the pit lane now, is Finley. So I think that must have been the reason we went to Battenberg flag there. Finley likely stopped in a bit of a dangerous position. Maybe no fault to his own, something going wrong with the car. But they've cleared that. He's headed back to the pit lane. Timer's still ticking down. And this will be interesting to see. Now, we saw Arthur Way, when he was leading the Honda Cadet race, realised, if I just wait for a long time here, I can let the timer run out, and there's only going to be 1 lap left. I don't have to defend for that long. He did that, and it worked. He took the win. Easy as you like. Well, it looks as though Fenton Stoneman is trying to do the same thing. Time has ticked down to 15 seconds now. They're just coming through to Climate. He's not going to be able to see the timer, but he relatively knows where they are. We're below 10 seconds now. It's definitely going to be a last lap dash. I can see potentially the last lap board getting prepared. I don't think our staff member has enough hands to do both the changeover to green flag and the last lap board. Fair play. They have managed to do that with only 2 hands at their disposal. Off and racing we go. Immediately down the inside goes Warwick Milam into the first corner. Change to the lead of the race. Back through tries Stoneman, but they make a bit of contact into Johnny's. They both hold on to it, but Milam is through on Stoneman. Of course, they've each got 1 win under their belt today. They're wanting to take another one. Milam taking the win in the first race. Stoneman taking a win in the second. Who is in the lead? It is Warwick Milam. He's held it through Sector 2. Now only really a couple of overtaking opportunities left as they head through down into Climate now. It's Milam still ahead of Stoneman. Into the last corner. Stoneman is too far back for a move. And it's Warwick Milam who takes his 2nd win of the day. And a smack of the steering wheel from Fenton Stoneman. He was leading all the way through that race, but on the last lap, Milam steals away maximum points from Heat 3 there in Rotax Inter. Ethan Cousins holds on to 3rd place, the last step on the podium, with Wisnauskas behind, then Gange, Lilly, Dan, Brooker, Fisher and Ormshaw there. Your 10 finishers in that race. Race 20 of the day now complete. We've got 3 more heats coming at you before we head through into the finals. We'll of course kick off the final with the B final, and then we'll go through onto the main finals for every single class. But up next, it's heat number 3 for our senior Rotaxes. Senior Rotaxes out of the dummy grid then. Getting ready for their last heat of the day. Let's talk you through the grid for this one. 20 drivers out as usual. It's Toby Street and Matt Jones who line up on the front row of the grid. Aranas Sarkis and Emily Davidson on row 2. Kieran Ives and Michael Pugh are on row 3, with Ethan Lomax and Paolo Nunes-Aranda on row number 4. Liam Nate and Harry Gilbert are on row 5, with Bradley Howes and Aaron Full on row number 6. Ben Hicks and William Ray on row 7, with Oliver Smith and Ben Ballou on row 8. Row 9 has George Hulme and Sam Harrison, with Zav Chapman-Lewis and Elliot Rice rounding out the grid on row number 10. Now, of course, 2 heats already completed so far today. Aaron Full took the win in Heat 1, and Matt Jones took the win in Heat number 2. Matt starts on the front row for this one. He's going to want a second win under his belt, but Toby Street holds on to it as we get this race underway. But round the outside goes the SC plate. What a move! Down into Sector 1, and already Matt Jones takes the lead. They're getting rather close through Johnny's, but I think they have all managed to make it through. Fair play to the Senior Rotax drivers. That was all getting a little bit close in places there through the Haynes Loop, but they've all managed to just about give each other enough room. And they've all managed to make it through lap number 1. Well, maybe don't speak so soon, John. We're still only halfway through lap number 1. Toby Street holding on to second place. Is he? They're getting so close down at Climate. Was the 47 getting forced out wide? That was Kieran Ives. Battles back through to hold on to his 4th place. Who's dropping down the order, though? Emily Davidson and Paolo Nunes-Aranda are dropping down the order. 15th and 16th now, respectively. I heard some contact out the window there. Couldn't see it when I looked over at it, though. I think it was a lot of, I think it was maybe a bit of argy-bargy mixed with the sound that these Senior Rotax karts produce as they hit the exit curb out of Johnny's. They make such a racket as their tyres fly over the serrated exit curb. Look at how much of a gap Matt Jones has in the lead of the race. It was 2 seconds last time over the line after the first lap. After lap 2, it's going to be more like 3 or 4 seconds. Toby Street still in second place, and he is defending. 3.5 seconds the gap to the lead. Tried the up and under there to Ethan Lomax, but that opens the opportunity for Pugh to go around the outside, but he has to back out of it as they head into Johnny's. Toby Street heavily defending this second place, though. Matt Jones can drive away with this one. He can do whatever he likes out in the lead of the race. Gears. No one will even have the opportunity to try and chase Matt Jones down. I will say I need to do a bit of a tyre watch as well, as I think all these drivers are back on slick tyres now. We haven't had rain for a little while now. Definitely all the drivers on slick. Side by side for Aaron Full. He's trying to get through on the 47. It was Kieran Ives and Aaron Full going side by side. Ben Ballou now getting involved as well. All sorting themselves out as they head through Johnny's. Pretty close between all 3 of them there. There's a huge queue from like Ben Hicks in 5th all the way down to Elliot Rice in 14th. And Elliot Rice has just got the fastest lap of the race. He was a 10th quicker on the last lap than Matt Jones in the lead of the race. Unbelievable pace from Elliot Rice. Here comes your leader to start lap number 5. Oh, aggressive into the final corner from Ben Ballou there. Forces his way through on Aaron Full. Kieran Ives follows him through as well. So Full relegated back down to 8th place. But absolutely battles galore in that mid-pack. Still pretty much Toby Street in 4th. Down to Liam Nate now in 14th place. Move down the inside, up at midgets. That'll be for 5th place. That's Ben Ballou through on Bradley Howes. Howes now under pressure from Aaron Full, I believe that is. Full trying to get the better exit here. Deeper into the corner to then go down the inside at Haynes Loop, but not quite close enough. Waits for it once again, does Aaron Full. Trying to find a way back through on Kieran Ives, who snuck through only a lap or so ago. Toby Street has finally trickled down the order somewhat into 8th place for the start of this lap. We're over halfway through this last Senior Rotax heat. And Matt Jones is setting himself up for a pole position in the final. Second place in the first race, first place in the second race, and looking to be on for another first place at the end of this one. He was impressive at the last round, hence why he's got the Southern Champs plate on his car. He's continuing that impressiveness here into round number 5. That was a big defensive move there from Ben Ballew into the first corner, but he had no one behind him. That was very odd. Ben Ballew covering massively to the inside there when no one was there. Kieran Ives and Aaron Full were battling in behind him, but they were a good half a second behind. So maybe just Ben Ballew slightly misreading the situation there, or maybe some other reason for moving to the inside there down in Sector 1. Over 5 seconds the gap is now going to be between Matt Jones and Michael Pugh at the front end of the field. Michael Pugh and Ethan Lomax in a bit of no man's land. They're sort of together, but not close enough to call it a battle, really. Then Ben Ballew has got what's happened to Bradley Howes. Bradley Howes has dropped down 2 spots on that last lap. Ballew up to 4th, Ives up to 5th, Howes down to 6th. And now Howes under pressure from the 28 of Aaron Full. But I will say, it's getting a bit darker here at Forest Edge. And I can see some raindrops falling. Not on my head, thankfully, on the window of the comms box. So this is going to make the last minute and a half of this race rather interesting. And the SC plated Matt Jones needs to be a little bit careful now. Already 3 seconds slower than his fastest lap. And all the drivers are even slower. 46 on the last lap from Michael Pugh and Ethan Lomax. Kieran Ives has got through on Ben Ballew, though, for 4th place. So definitely a second wind in this race from Kieran Ives. And yeah, the drivers struggling for grip now through Sector 1. It's sort of coming in from Sector 1. We've got a yellow flag up at midgets as a driver off. I think that must be Bradley Howes on the 83. So Bradley Howes off up at midgets. He is out of this race. Has the leader been caught? No, the leader's still there on his own. Bradley Howes has rejoined the circuit and is carrying on. 30 seconds left to go on the clock. But yeah, totally wet out there on circuit now. You can see the drivers turning in about a postcode before they need to actually turn into the corner. And using that throttle to get it turned. Change to second place. Ethan Lomax is through on Michael Pugh. Got that power down just a little bit better off the last corner, but Michael Pugh tries to slip it back up the inside. But again, in these slippery conditions, can't get the power down and has to relinquish second place to Ethan Lomax. But this little downpour has allowed for Kieran Ives, Ben Ballew, Aaron Full to all close in to Ethan Lomax and Michael Pugh. As Lomax and Pugh were in the 53s and 54s, all those 3 drivers in behind of Ives, Ballew and Full were all in the 52s. And they're still as close as ever, heading out of the bus stop. Into midgets they go. It looks almost pedestrian now compared to what we've gotten used to with these seniors. Round the final corner comes Matt Jones then. He starts the last lap of this race. Here comes the rest of the drivers. Lomax followed by Pugh, Ives, Ballew, Full and Rice now getting involved. So it's now Ballew, Full and Rice. Up and under tries Aaron Full. He gets to the inside on the exit and he's got it done. Aaron Full nearly taken out there at Johnny's by the 57 of Ballew. Ballew, a bold dive back to the inside there. Luckily Full saw him and gave him the room. They all carry on down to Winger's Dip, but I do think Full pulled off the overtake in the end. And yeah, as they come back into view of my comms box, he has indeed made the move. So Aaron Full up to 5th place then. But here is the man of the moment in senior Rotax at Forest Edge. Yet another win for Matt Jones. Definitely sets himself up for a pole position start in the final later on this afternoon. It all got very... Oh, they've come together at the last corner. That's Ben Ballew and Aaron Full. They've come together at the last corner of the circuit. Ben Ballew and Aaron Full dropping down the order like a stone. And you can see Aaron Full there, head in his hands as he tries to get the kart back on circuit. They both know they've chucked it away. 57 of Ballew manages to get back across the line in 15th. It's going to be 16th for the 70 of Zav Chapman-Lewis. And Full is just going to get it back on circuit to come home in P17. What a calamitous end there, and that's going to shuffle up the grid even more for their final later on today, and that should make the job even easier for Matt Jones. He takes another win there in Heat 3. Lomax and Pugh round out the top 3, with Kieran Ives and Elliot Rice in the top 5. Harry Gilbert, Liam Nate, Sam Harrison, George Shulman, Toby Street, your top 10. They were followed across the line by William Ray, Paulo Nunes-Aranda, Aaron Asarkas, Oliver Smith, Ben Ballou there in 15th, Zab Chapman-Lewis in 16th, Aaron Full in 17th, Emily Davison, Ben Hicks and Bradley Howes, the 20 drivers in that race. But it all got a bit too feisty there between Ballou and Full. We saw it get feisty early on in the lap, but it ended terribly for both parties, and we'll see if that battle re-emerges later on in the final. But senior Rotax heats are done and dusted then. What is out on circuit next? After senior Rotax, we got the 177s. .177s out on track then. Let's run you through the grid for their last heat of the day. Sophie Jeffrey and Colin Davis are on the front row of the grid. Archie Elliott and George Walker on the second row. Rob Simpson and Chris Thomas are on row 3, with Sheldon Davey and David Simpson on row number 4. Ashton Parsons and Dan Wright are on row 5, with Oliver Appleby, Oliver Hutchings and Joshua Pickford rounding out the 13 kart grid for this 177 Rotax and 177 Masters race. Sophie Jeffrey on pole for the 177s. Colin Davis alongside her, but on pole for the Masters. Who's going to come out on top at this first corner battle? Is it Jeffrey or is it Davis? To the tram lines they go then, and we're underway and racing. The 90 gets a little push there, forces him around the outside, but either way, Sophie Jeffrey immediately to the lead of the race. Good start from pole position, and behind they're scrapping the SC plate of Archie Elliott. Gets chopped off through Johnny's by Colin Davis. So Colin Davis holding on to that P2 that he started the race with. But for how much longer? Archie Elliott, we know, is a quick pedaler on the SC plated car. And he's looking for it already. Moves to the inside, up at midgets. Down the inside he goes, makes it stick, and through follows the driver in 4th. I believe that's George Walker following him through. A bit of a moment there for Colin Davis down at Clyman as well. Got a snap of oversteer, managed to gather it back up. Has lost that momentum though. Attempt down the inside from the 24 of Rob Simpson. Backs out of it just enough time before he goes clattering into the side pod of Colin Davis. Rob Simpson's going to have to rethink that attempt at a move for 4th place. Colin Davis still in the lead though in the Masters. And he's still battling it in with the young'uns at the sharp end of the order. But the number 90... No, it's Archie Elliott who's got through on this last lap. Archie Elliott through on Sophie Jeffrey. Sophie Jeffrey is slipping down the order all the way to 4th on the last lap. So what's happened to Sophie Jeffrey then on the last 1,100 metres of this Forest Edge circuit? Either way, she's slipping down the order. Driver's absolutely on the edge of grip as they get through to the edge of Johnny's there, as it is drying out on circuit, but still a little bit slippery and slidey. But yeah, Archie Elliott through to the lead of the race already on that previous lap where he made the overtake for the lead. He's already built out a second gap over George Walker, and then a further almost a second over Colin Davis as well. Sophie Jeffrey no longer there in 4th. It's Rob Simpson who's through into 4th place. Then the 29 is through. Oliver Hutchings to 5th. What's happened to Sophie Jeffrey? She's down to 11th place on that last lap. Is there a problem for Sophie Jeffrey? I've seen the hand go up and she's into the pit lane. So a problem for the number 90 of Sophie Jeffrey. Extremely slow last couple of laps comparatively to the pace she had in the opening lap or two. So it was clear that something out of Sophie's control was amiss there. Red flag. Red flag is out on circuit. Red flag out. And drivers coming through the last corner, they'll see the red flag. And they'll pull to a halt on the start-finish straight. Red flag out on circuit. Not 100% sure as to why there is a red flag for the moment. But either way, the racing action is brought to a halt with 4 minutes and 5 seconds left to go of this 177 Rotax and 177 Rotax Masters race. We'll keep it relatively chilled here on the front straight while we deal with the red flag conditions, and I'll give you an update on exactly what has gone on as soon as we come back. But we'll go to a very short break while we sort out this red flag period. Well then, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you'll see as the cameras update, the 177s no longer out on the circuit with that red flag called. They've all been sent back to the dummy grid, and they're going to get regridded, and we're going to go for a full race start for the 177s, but only after we complete this next Superkarts race. So they've got 5 minutes plus 1 lap ahead of them for their third heat of the day. We'll get that done and dusted, and then all of the 177s will come back out, and they'll get another full 7 minutes plus 1 lap heat after this one. But a difficult... Well, I was going to say a difficult end to that race. It was really a difficult start to the 177 race. Quite the incident. Luckily, I think all drivers relatively okay. And hopefully we'll see them all out for maybe not the heat, but hopefully the final if all drivers involved in the incident all cleared and all okay. Well, let's have a look at the heat then. For this Superkarts heat number 3, Callum Smith and Reece Buckland are on the front row, with Graham Payne and Mark Smith on row number 2. Ross Cornick and Daniel Hammett are on row 3, with Daniel Buckland and Spencer Chappell on row 4. Then Ian O'Rourke and Frank Bourne on row number 5. 10 runners once again for this Superkarts first heat. Of course, Spencer Chappell took the win in heat number 1, but Spencer Chappell went out of the race in heat 2. Didn't make it to the checkered flag. That left the door open for someone else to grab a race victory, and it was Daniel Hammett, up 5 spots from P6 on the grid, who took the win in heat 2. Daniel Hammett starting off well in this one as well. I say that, he's P6, directly ahead of Spencer Chappell in P8. Let's see what they can do then. Grid start ready to go. Lights are out. We're underway and racing. And from second on the grid, bit of side pod to side pod contact between Buckland and Smith. But Reece Buckland round the outside, down into the first sector, gets it done, takes the lead of the race. The 96 of Mark Smith slips through on Callum Smith as well. So Callum Smith, I was going to say slipping down to third. I think Spencer Chappell's managed to get through into third place now. So already from 8th place in the grid, Spencer Chappell up to P3, catching, late move to the inside of midgets, but too late. Nearly makes contact with the second place driver of Mark Smith. He's going to try it again here, down into Climate, and this time Chappell's able to get enough alongside and make the move stick. But already Spencer Chappell on his Spencer Chappell plated kart heads through into second place, and already is trying to chase down Reece Buckland. On that first lap of the race, Spencer Chappell was an entire second faster than Reece Buckland, who was the second quickest driver out on circuit. The pace that Spencer Chappell's able to get from that car is ridiculous, and already making the move up into midgets, Spencer Chappell takes the lead of this race. Through the final corner they come then. Spencer Chappell, your new race leader. Number 70 of Reece Buckland trying his best to stick with him, but it might be a bit of a losing battle, sadly, for Reece. In behind, Mark Smith in third. He's heading up this little group of 4. Involved in that is Daniel Hammett, Callum Smith and Ross Cornick. So it has been a decent start from Daniel Hammett. He's made up 2 spots from 6th to 4th at the moment. Got past Callum Smith on that last lap to move him further up in the pecking order in this battle near the front end of the field. And now pressuring the 96 of Mark Smith. Out the front of the corner they come. Good up and under attempt there from Daniel Hammett. Not quite able to get the power down and can't quite make the move stick. There's a move down the inside from Ross Cornick though. Number 14 down the inside at the Haynes Loop relegates Callum Smith to 6th place. They were side by side all the way through to Johnny's, but Ross hangs it round the outside, gets the power down, shots Callum Smith off at the apex and takes 5th place for himself. Halfway through this 5 minutes plus 1 lap race then for our Superkarts. It's faster and faster for Spencer Chappell, the only driver in the 38s at the moment, and he's consistently in the low 38s. Rest of the drivers relatively consistently in the mid-39s. Keep thinking I'm hearing someone spinning through Johnny's, but it's just them hitting that exit curb and making loads of noise. They fly up towards midgets once again. Again thinking about a move is Ross Cornick. Not quite able to get enough alongside to make it stick on Daniel Hammer. Daniel, of course, coming off of that victory in heat number 2. He's under pressure, though, once again down into Haynes Loop. Ross Cornick placing the car in a manner which looks like he's going to stick it down the inside, but not close enough. Has to stay in 5th place for now. They need to be careful as well, being held up a little, as Callum Smith isn't far behind either. It is getting pretty feisty in that secondary group. Hammett's managed to get through, I think, on the number 14. Oh, sorry, on the number 96 it was. So Mark Smith losing 2 places on the last lap. Hammett gets through into 3rd. Cornick gets through into 4th. And now it's Mark Smith and Callum Smith line astern. Around the final corner comes Spencer Chapel, then 26 seconds left to go on the clock, which will mean this is the penultimate lap of the race. These 4 still line astern, so Daniel Hammer on for another decent result here, up in the top 3. He is still under pressure from Ross Cornick, though. Mark Smith and Callum Smith really not far behind either. Graham Payne comes through to finish his 7th lap, and Ian O'Rourke still lapping as well. It looks like we've lost Frank Bourne on the 4th lap of this race. Whether he pulled into the pits or whether he stopped somewhere on circuit, I'm not 100% sure. But here comes Spencer Chapel then, through onto the last lap of this race. 70 of Reece Buckland follows him across the line. There's Daniel Hammett, Ross Cornick, Mark Smith and Callum Smith. Still only about 2 seconds separating all 4 of them. And up towards the final sector comes Spencer Chapel. A win in race 1, an issue in race 2 that saw him DNF, but he's back in race 3 and he's back to winning ways. Spencer Chapel sees the checkered flag first and takes maximum points from heat number 3. 2nd place goes to Reece Buckland. He did a valiant effort trying to keep Spencer Chapel behind, but it was a losing battle, sadly, for Reece, and he settles for 2nd place. Daniel Hammett with a personal best on the last lap sees him the only driver to also drop into the 38s. Could Daniel Hammett bring the fight to Spencer Chapel in the final? We'll have to wait and see later on this afternoon. Ross Cornick finishes just outside of the top 3, with Mark Smith rounding out the top 5. Callum Smith, Graham Payne and Ian O'Rourke, your final 8 finishers. Of course, we lost Frank Bourne earlier on in that race. Well, Supercarts are done and dusted then. All of their heats completed for the day. They'll have a final later on this afternoon. But of course, we've got one more heat still to come then. We're going to have a little re-one of the Run 77s. They'll be out in only a moment's time. Well, it's feeling like we've got a bit of deja vu up in the comms box. 177s are back out on circuit. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them for the full 7 minutes plus 1 lap this time of asking. Of course, with it being a full race restart, they go back to their original grid positions. I say that, the timing's got a bit confused and seems to think that we've completed the race. So I don't have the grid for you anymore, I'm afraid. Yeah, I can't talk you through the good one, this one anymore, as it's all updated on timing. I'll get sorted at a later date, I'm sure. But I know Sophie Jeffrey is on pole position. I do think it is Colin Davis who's alongside on the 71. So let's see what they can do then. Colin Davis in prime position to take a win in the Masters. Are we underway in racing? First time I'm asking. Yes, we can. And this time it's a much better start from Colin Davis. Chops across already, relegating Sophie Jeffrey to second place. She did a great job first time of asking, hanging around the outside, but it hasn't happened at the restart for Heat 3 of 177s. Still in second place is Sophie, but under pressure already from Archie Elliott as they fly up towards the bus stop. I think Archie Elliott has managed to get through, has he? Yes, he has. The SC plate siding his way past into second place. It's all getting a bit closer comfort in the background, though. In sort of the bottom end of the top 10. All getting a bit feisty at the end of lap number 1. But it's Colin Davis who leads us through onto lap 2. Himself and Archie Elliott are broken away decently well here. George Walker has got through into third, but he's under pressure now from Chris Thomas as Chris Thomas dives to the inside. Not sure if there was a bit of contact there, but either way, the 39 of George Walker got chucked to the outside of the Haynes Loop there and has dropped pretty much to the back of the pack. I think he dropped to 10th or 11th place by the end of Sector 1 there. And Archie Elliott pressuring Colin Davis for that lead. Colin Davis had the faster first lap, but how are they sitting after this second lap? The Southern Champs winner from last round right in the wheel tracks of Colin Davis. Bit wide for Colin. This could open up the opportunity. Nearly does. Archie Elliott was sort of half in, half out there. Decided to go out and made the right choice, I think, as Colin chopped across to the apex. Closed the door. And Archie Elliott and Colin Davis carry on for another lap of this Forest Edge kart circuit. Still as they were through the bus stop chicane, and how is it in behind? All trying to sort themselves out. Through midgets they go down into Climate now. How have they worked themselves out? There's attempted a move into Climate in the background. That's the 29 of Oliver Hutchings. I think through on Sophie Jeffrey. Chucks Sophie Jeffrey out wide. And she did slip down to 10th place because of that. Trying to battle with the drivers around her, but there's 5 at the back still line astern as they press on for another lap. Colin Davis is keeping pace here at the front of the order. I won't lie, I thought Archie Elliott would be all over him and through within a lap or two, but Colin showing some amazing pace out there and fending off from the Southern champion. For the moment, anyway, for the moment. Only takes one mistake to open the door. And Archie Elliott will grab it with both hands and fly through if you give him that opportunity. Change for third place. Joshua Pickford through on Rob Simpson. Pickford takes third place himself. Relegates Simpson to fourth. Then he's got Chris Thomas and David Simpson in behind. David Simpson with a new fastest lap of the race. 42.71. First driver into the 42s, along with the driver just ahead of him. Chris Thomas, 42.77. So those two getting involved in that secondary battle pack from 3rd to 6th place. 4 drivers line astern as they head through midgets down towards Climate. The top 2 still as they were. We're halfway through this race now. 3 minutes and 40 completed. 3 minutes and 20 still to go on the clock. Big snap of oversteer there for Rob Simpson as they headed down into the Haynes Loop. He collected it up and carries on though, but it's Joshua Pickford. How has he managed to get through all of them up into 3rd place now with an extremely quick lap to add on as well? 42.53 for Joshua Pickford. There's already 2 seconds between himself and the leading pair, though. He needs those two to start battling, and they aren't. They're doing almost identical times, working together nicely. 42.98 and a 42.97 from the two leaders. And they both just set a 42.88. If there was anything to prove my point, it's that. They set a lap time within a hundredth of each other, and then they set an identical lap time on the following lap. Working together very well at the front of the order are the two 177 drivers. Of course, Colin Davis in the lead of the race, also in the lead of the Masters. Archie Elliott in the lead of the 177s at the moment. Combined for the race, but obviously for championship standings, a split once again. Is this the move? Almost on. The door closed once again at the last corner by Colin Davis. Archie Elliott not being as aggressive as maybe he could be to try and force a move here. But Joshua Pickford is slowly but surely closing that gap. 42.32 on the last lap. Was 4 tenths faster than Colin Davis. 6 tenths faster than Archie Elliott on that last lap. He's only 1.5 seconds behind, so there's still opportunity for a potential third person to join this scrap at the front of the order. (16 and 24) close together. Chris Thomas and Rob Simpson. And Chris Thomas sets the new fastest lap, 42.28, ahead Pickford on a 42.29. Very, very close, the pace at the front of the order here. But the drivers in the chasing pack, just that smidge faster. I think, though, Davis and Elliott have done enough at the start of this race to build that early gap and mean that they shouldn't be under pressure late on here. I say that, though, visually the gap has closed between themselves and Pickford, and now it's less than a second between Davis in the lead and Pickford in third place. Pickford sets an identical time to the one he did on the last lap, 42.29. The timer ticking down towards 0 then. Since that first lap overtake, Colin Davis has held on to the lead and not been looking too challenged by Archie Elliott. Well, Colin leads us on to the last 1,100 metres of heat racing here for the 177s. Great little battle coming across the line at the moment. The 29 of Oliver Hutchings and the 39 of George Walker. Hutchings is having to defend, and Walker doing everything he can to try and find a way through. It's not going to happen at Sector 1. We'll keep an eye on those two as they head through towards the end of the lap. New fastest lap from Joshua Pickford on the last lap. It's 3 drivers line astern now as they head up towards midgets. What a drive it's been from Joshua Pickford to close down these two at the front of the order. But it's too little too late potentially. Elliott's close. Maybe he's thinking about a move at the last corner. It's not going to work out though. And through comes Colin Davis to take the win. It wasn't made easy by the drivers around him, but he held his nerve and he held on to P1 at the checkered flag. Archie Elliott and Joshua Pickford are your top 3, with Chris Thomas and David Simpson your top 5. Then Rob Simpson was in P6 with Oliver Hutchings, George Walker, Sheldon Davey and Dan Wright your top 10. Sophie Jeffrey finalising the 11 finishers, and sadly we lost Oliver Appleby on lap number 8 of that race. But heat racing for round number 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Club comes to a close. They're all done and dusted, and all we've got left to come even, I should say, are the all-important finals. But we'll be kicking those off with a bit of a decider final to start off. The B final for Junior Rotax will be out on circuit in only a moment's time. Junior Rotax B final have headed out on to the circuit. And we have got 14 drivers, it seems, in total, ready to go for this B final. Let's see if I can run you through the grid. Hopefully I get them loaded. Yeah, there we go. Right, it's Aidan Clark and Jonas Janazauskas on the front row of the grid. Harvey Murden and Zach Ormshaw on row 2. Elijah Dust and Matthew Grove on row 3. Jensen Collins and Tyler Rackham on row 4, with Travis Rose and Jensen Cox rounding out the top 10. Then it's Harvey Lee Winteridge, Matthew Whitmarsh, Michael Gurney, Adrison Kalemi, Chase Rainsbury, Daniel Amore and Lewis Joyner. 17 karts on the grid then, I think, for this race start, and always the case of, if I get through the grids just in time, then they go for a false start. Time is ticking down on the gantry, but I assume that will be reset as the false start flag has come out. Drivers will be continuing on for another lap, and it gives them an extra lap to try and warm up tyres and get themselves settled and ready for the start, but it also gives more time for those nerves to build up. You built yourself up to that start, suddenly it doesn't happen, you've got to go round again, and you've got another 20 or 30 seconds to let the nervousness for the race start fester in your mind. You just got to get those ducks in a row, get your eyes down, look at those lights, get ready to go, and we are underway and racing. Good start from Aidan Clark from pole, immediately sweeps across to take the lead of the race. It's getting close in the mid-pack though. Driver nearly spins it, getting up over the curb on the inside of the corner. Manages to just about rejoin. I think that was the 16 of Travis Rose, potentially, who went up and over the curb on the inside. Luckily, lands back down, and yeah, has got a contact warning for that dive to the apex down at the first corner. So to remind you, 4 drivers going through to the A final from this race. Whichever drivers finish in the top 4, they'll be going through to the A final. Anyone who finishes outside of the top 4, that's it. Their weekend of racing is done. So really, the top 2 are breaking away nicely of Aidan Clark and Harvey Murden. We don't really need to worry about those two. It's the second pack we're watching, and they're side by side across the line. Elijah Dush trying it round the outside and has got it round the outside. Elijah Dush takes 3rd place, relegates Zach Ormshaw to the final promotion spot from this B final. Zach Ormshaw now in 4th, but he has got Jonas Janazauskas right behind him for company. Jonas started this race within the top 4 buffer zone, finds himself outside of it now. Now thinking about a move down the inside. They're super close up at midgets, and they've actually fallen off of the 3rd place man of Elijah Dush now. He has cleared off, and we've got a new battle for 4th place. Down the inside for 5th goes one of the Coles Racing drivers. It's the number 11 of Harvey Lee Winteridge, who's snuck through there at the final corner, past Jonas Janazauskas, relegates him to 6th, and now Harvey Lee Winteridge right on the rear bumper of his Coles Racing teammate of Zach Ormshaw. Down towards Sector 2 they went into Winger's Dip. Harvey Lee Winteridge had a good exit off of Johnny's. Has he made it stick? I don't think he has. He's still sitting there in behind his teammate. Potential for an overtake on the exit. They're super close. Out of midgets and into climber. They're still line astern though. There's an attempt at the inside, was waiting for it to open up, and Karts come together at the last corner. The 65 of Jonas Janazauskas and the 51 of Michael Grove come together at the last corner. Grove goes up and over the top of Jonas Janazauskas, and he's hopping with his left foot. I think his left foot got a bit caught under the other cart, and they're struggling to find a way to get each other disconnected from each other. But the problem is, the rest of the pack coming round the circuit, and they're all stopped on the final corner still, stuck on each other. Finally, Grove gets the cart off of the top of Janazauskas' cart, but all the rest of the field are coming through now. Grove is still stood on the apex here. A little bit of a dangerous place to be as the rest of the carts fly around the last corner. And now that gives some opportunity. Well, I think Grove is going to try and rejoin the race, and he is going to rejoin the race. Janazauskas now hopping and skipping back to his cart. His Nassau panel is rather almost removed from the cart as we now go to Battenberg flag conditions here at Forest Edge once again. So safety car conditions effectively for the B final. Thanks to that incident with Januszowskis and Grove. Grove has rejoined the back of the train now in P13, and Januszowskis has rejoined the track. Problem is, his Nassau panel is not where it's supposed to be. Will he carry on, or will he take it back into the pits? He's just going to immediately retire from the race. So Januszowskis out of the running for a space in the A final. Battenberg flag is still out, but we've lost those 2 karts on the last corner. Only 2 minutes left to go on the clock, and we're going back to green flag racing. Bit of a difficult start there, and a jump at the start from Elijah Dush. He overtook before the start-finish line, trying to hold it around the outside, but it's going to get done. It's actually going to lose out because of it. Back through goes the 15 of Harvey Murden, and then Harvey Lee Winterich and Travis Rose snuck through on Elijah Dush as well. But another contact warning comes through for Harvey Lee Winterich. He's got 2 in the last couple of minutes. He needs to be a bit careful there, but he's written himself up into the top 4. Dusk relegated from those A final spots. Great restart though from Aidan Clark. He's already pushed on ahead once again in this restart. Attempting to move for second place. A bit aggressive there from the 16. They're going to go side by side through the left-hander. Travis Rose trying to make their way around the outside and gets it done. Down at the Haynes Loop, it was a bit aggressive at the last corner, but that was pure talent around the outside. Making contact, and the 11 goes round. 2 drivers off. Big crash at Johnny's. We've got 4 drivers off at Johnny's. A kart nearly flipping. That was just a late attempt to the inside from Lee Winterich. It was too late. It was too aggressive. He spins himself down at Johnny's. And lots of drivers getting involved with him. And we'll see who's lost out from all of that. But that could be quite a few names who fancied themselves at a chance at the A final, no longer getting through. So Aidan Clark's in the lead. Travis Rose is in second. The 28 of Adrijan Kalemi. It's a red flag out on track. Red flag on circuit. But Adrijan Kalemi has snuck through to 3rd place. Jensen Collins is up into 4th as well after a difficult start. And the key thing that's come from that is they have completed another lap before the red flag has come out. There's only 20 or so seconds to go. We could see a Jason Kalemi here into the A final, starting P14 in the B final. So absolute calamity here as we had a big incident over at Johnny's. 4 or 5 drivers off. I'll try and update you when I can as to who was off there. Big incident. Hopefully all drivers okay. But now, with only 20 seconds on the clock, red flag conditions, we might see this race called as the drivers are continuing. They need to stop. It's a red flag. He's carried on round. Maybe they're carrying on all the way straight through to the pit lane even. But it's all been a bit calamitous in the Junior Max B final, to say the least. We'll go for a very short break while we get this all sorted out. Hopefully all okay, and I'll give you an update as soon as I can. But we'll just go to a short break really quickly. Well then, a bit of a calamitous end to the B final there in Junior Rotax. The result was called as there was only 20 seconds left to go. So we'll chat that through once we get to the A final later on. But sadly, I think Adjison Kalemi, it is going to get counted back a lap. So Adjison sadly isn't going to make up about 10 places from that crash and get through to the A final. But we'll let you know the final results of that and who's made it through to the A final when we get to that later on. But up next, we're moving on to the full proper finals then. First one up is the Honda Cadets. So all of these finals will be 11 minutes plus 1 lap, except for the supercars, which will only be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. So as the Hondas make their way round to the grid for a standing start as usual, let's talk you through that grid. Arthur Way is on pole position. Alex Gaskin alongside him on the front row, with Oliver Spence and Oliver Ratton on row 2, and all Oliver second row. Tyler Banks and Seth Jones are on row 3, with Daniel Barton and Alex Roach on row number 4. Max Craven and Stanley Keeley round out the top 10 there on row 5, with James Devereaux and Kobe Wood on row number 6. Then it's Connor Yu, Logan Hart and Max Smith rounding out the 15 kart grid. But as we know, when Arthur Way starts at the front, it's usually a case of get in front of him early on or he just drives away with it. Let's see if he can do that here in the final for round 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. The Honda Cadets are sitting ready and waiting for those lights to come on, and we'll soon be getting 11 minutes of action underway. Lights go on, lights are out, and we're underway and racing for the Honda Cadet final. Immediately moving off to cover is the 23, very aggressively, and the 90 of Oliver Spence, not happy with that at all. He's got forced back into the pack. He dives his way back through into 3rd place and manages to hold on to that, but not happy with the aggressiveness of Alex Gaskin there on that race start. And through they fly down into sector number 2. But Arthur Way has made a good start to this race and already pressing on in the lead here. Through the bus stop chicane they go. Top 5 pretty much line astern. And they are pretty much line astern. They come across the timing being almost at the same time. It gets updated on my computer screen. Around the final corner they come then. And across the line to finish lap number 1. Arthur Way leads us on to lap number 2, followed by Gaskin, Spence, Banks, Ratton, Jones, Keeley, Roach, Devereaux and Barton, your top 10. Through into Johnny's then, and still Arthur Way under some pressure here. The 23 of Gaskin looking quick, pressuring through into Johnny's. They head down into Winger's Dip for the second time of asking. Daniel Barton needs to be a little bit careful there in 10th place. He's got a contact warning already. Up into the bus stop chicane, and still it's Way who's under a bit of pressure. But Gaskin is in that difficult second spot where not only he's got to think about the driver ahead and think about the move that he can go for, he's got a plan for what the drivers are doing in behind him as well. Spence and Banks looking to find a way through. But as I mentioned early on together out there, this is a much longer race than the heats that we've seen early on today. They're not working together in behind though. Down the inside goes Tyler Banks on Oliver Spence. Spence fighting back through there. They're going to get side by side into Johnny's, and Spence has to give that one up. Banks into the top 3 then. And now it's the lone number 23 of Alex Gaskin trying to bring the fight to Arthur Way. So they head out of sector number 2 now up towards the bus stop chicane. Those two at the front still line astern. It's a good exit from Gaskin. Not thinking about it this time though. Maybe just planning, okay, if I've got the pace to stick with Arthur Way here, maybe we should just work together and leave it to the last couple of minutes to battle. That would be a bold strategy though. We know how good Arthur Way is with how much he's won here at Forest Edge. But yeah, the 23 of Alex Gaskin definitely working with Arthur Way, pushing him all the way through sector 1. Moves going on in behind though, side by side through the Haynes loop. The outside turns to the inside for Johnny's. Still side by side. That's the 11 of Seth Jones and the 41 of Stanley Keeley going side by side. I think that's actually Seth Jones trying to fend off from Stanley Keeley. I thought it was Jones going for the move. But Stanley Keeley trying to force his way through. I think he might have managed to do it as well. 3-line astern then. I think, is that a back marker that they've now caught? No, they're all together. So it is all chopping and changing in that secondary pack. I've got to see how that's worked itself out by the time they get round to my vantage point. So top 2 still as they were. We've then got Spence, then Ratton and Banks. So Ratton's got involved with that battling. and now is in the middle of it. Then we've got Seth Jones, Stanley Keeley, Devereaux and Barton all in a line now. So Keeley has managed to get back through on Jones, though, in Sector 1. So Stanley Keeley into 6th place, relegating Seth Jones to 7th. He's now got Devereaux and Barton right in his wheel tracks as well. Leaders heading up to the top end of the circuit. Second guess myself there. I thought Gaskin had gone for it. But nope, still sitting right on the rear bumper of Arthur Way. But he's not getting dropped by Arthur Way, not at all. Bit close to the last corner though, up and under. Tries Gaskin. I think there might have been a little bit of front to rear contact there. Side by side for 3rd place though. Trying to force the number 90 to the apex. The 90 is going to try and force his way around, but Spence goes too deep and loses out because of it. We have got a yellow flag. It's just for people coming back from the ambulance, I think, that yellow flag. No drivers off this time, but it was side by side for Oliver Spence and Tyler Banks. I think Banks slipped through, and also Ratton made the most of the loss of momentum for Oliver Spence. Spencer's got back to 2nd in this little train, though. I think Ratton actually might have made the most out of all of that. I think he slipped through into 3rd. So Ratton getting both Tyler Banks and Oliver Spence on that last lap. So Oliver Spence and Tyler Banks continue their battle, but instead of being over 3rd place, it's now for 4th place. As Ratton leads that group of 3 through your camera shot. It's changed in behind as well. Keeley has dropped back to 9th place. Seth Jones has got through, and so has Devereaux and Barton. They followed him through as well, and now Devereaux and Barton are the ones pressuring Seth Jones for 6th place. That secondary pack, though, with Jones, Devereaux, Barton and Keeley, all faster than the group in ahead of Banks, Spence and Ratton, though. So how this all ebbs and flows through the race, we're still waiting to find out. Halfway through this Honda Cadet 160 final then. And Gaskin's still right in the wheel tracks of Arthur Way. Any sort of mistake here for Arthur Way, and Gaskin is going to be there to snatch away the victory. Next 3-line astern. Here's the move for 3rd place once again. Down the inside goes Oliver Spence on Oliver Ratton. Forces Ratton to the outside line. He's going to lose the momentum and possibly 4th as well. Side by side through Johnny's. They just give each other enough room. Ratton tries to hold it round the outside of Tyler Banks, but Tyler Banks gets it done. And Tyler moves back up into 4th place. But as we've mentioned so many times, all this battling is just allowing for Arthur Way and Alex Gaskin to continue to extend that lead at the front of the field. Way did a 49.01 last lap. Gaskin did a 49.02. So I think you could say that they're trading lap times out there at the moment. Pretty much identical as they press on ahead together. Again, 48.82, new fastest lap for Gaskin. 48.83 for Arthur Way. They now have a 5-second lead over that next gaggle, headed up by Oliver Spence. Ratton now pressuring Tyler Banks as Spence just gets 1 or 2 kart lengths clear at the front of that train. And in behind, battle still continuing, headed up by Seth Jones, who's in 6th place. Devereaux, Barton and Keeley still close in behind. Then about 5 seconds back to the next squabble. Headed up by Connor Yu in 10th place. Behind him is Kobe Wood, Max Craven, Max Smith, Alex Roach and Logan Hart. So 10th to 15th place there. Pretty much all in a line. But your leaders through and under the gantry yet again. And look at this now. I said that the secondary pack were quicker than the leading squabble, and they have now closed in. Spence has given himself a kart length or 2 breathing room, but then in behind, 4-way battle we now have for 4th place, headed up by Tyler Banks, but closely followed by Oliver Ratton, and now Seth Jones and James Devereaux as well. Daniel Barton and Stanley Keeley, another few tenths of a second off of that battle too, but any changing for position in that battle from 4th place backwards, and they'll be right on the train as well. And there is a move I can see up into midgets. I think it was an attempt for 6th place. That was Devereaux trying to get through on Seth Jones. wasn't able to get it done. Has to sit back once again, and they both lose a bit of time through the second part of the circuit. Up and under goes Devereaux, though, side by side across the start-finish line. But Ratton will have the inside line for the Haynes loop, and he knows it. Brakes nice and early, chops off at the exit, holds on to 6th place, does Oliver Ratton. But this battle at the front of the order then, the leading two have had a stalemate, bit of an agreement, it seems, to keep it relaxed early on in the race. They would have known that they were starting on the front of the grid together, so maybe they did make a little pact for the first few minutes, but only 2 minutes left to go now, Alex. You've only got a couple more laps of this Forest Edge kart circuit to get a move done now. It's getting to crunch time for Alex Gaskin. In behind, they're broken up once again. Seth Jones and Tyler Banks are broken away in their own little pairing, and then it's a triplet behind of Ratton, Devereaux and Barton, and that was thanks to Devereaux going for those moves on Ratton, losing them all at that little bit of time. And Oliver Spence continuing on his trip as a bit of a nomad there in 3rd place, all on his own. 5 seconds behind the leading pair, and 2 seconds now ahead of that pack headed up by Seth Jones. But as we tick closer and closer to the checkered flag, still pressuring through the final corner is Alex Gaskin. But again, that opportunity just not really presenting itself. He's close enough to just stick a send in and go for it. But he's driving with his head up. He's driving with purpose, and he's driving smart as well. Devereaux, though, I'm watching losing a place through the first corner. Ratton has gone through. I think Devereaux manages to fight back, though. It was Daniel Barton who was trying to get through. And Barton did get through into the Haynes loop, but immediately re-overtaken by the time they get to Johnny's. So Devereaux back to 7th place. Barton holding off in 8th for the moment. Right, where are the two leaders? 30 seconds left to go on the clock, and they're coming down into climate now. There's a good kart length in between them now, though. This will be the start of the penultimate lap of this Honda Cadet final. And I will say, maybe Arthur Way has held something in his locker for the last bit of this race to try and eke out a bit of a gap over Gaskin. I mean, he's not under pressure for a move. However, saying that, by the time they get to Johnny's, Gaskin is right on Way's rear bumper once more. They're going to continue through up towards the bus stop chicane. Still absolutely nose to tail between Way and Gaskin. Timer has hit 0. I can see the last lap board being prepared, and Arthur Way is about to see it. He'll be the first one to see it, but no, he won't. Down the inside. What a late move. Immediately back down the inside between the two leaders, and they make contact. Through the last corner they go then, and for the first time in this race, it's Alex Gaskin to the front of the field. Arthur Way tried the re-overtake immediately at the last corner, but was too far back. Luckily, didn't make any contact. They can carry round for another lap, but that's lost Arthur Way just enough time where Alex Gaskin might feel safe for this last lap. Might feel that there's not going to be an opportunity for a move, but I know if there's even the smallest chance that a move's on, Arthur Way's going to go for it. But he's too far back. He is too far back heading into sector number 3. He's going to need an absolute worldie of a final sector to close back down the gap enough to go for a send into the final corner. But I think Alex Gaskin's done enough. He's holding on through climate. Only the final corner left to go. Alex Gaskin is going to take the win here in the Honda Cadet final. And he pumps the air with his fist. He's happy with that one. He had to make it work, and he did make it work on the penultimate lap of the race. And Arthur Way, for the first time in a while, has to settle for second place here in a Honda Cadet final at the Forest Edge Kart Club. Oliver Spence rounds out the podium and takes a bit of silverware for himself, with Seth Jones and Tyler Banks in the top 5, James Devereaux, Daniel Barton, Oliver Ratton, Stanley Keeley and Connor Yu, your top 10, with Kobe Wood, Max Smith, Alex Roach, Max Craven and Logan Hart, your 15 finishers. Good to see everyone who took to the grid there for the Honda Cadet final, making it to the checkered flag as well. But first final done and dusted, 11 minutes plus 1 lap of excitement, Particularly that +1 lap though. Great overtake heading into the last lap from Gaskin. It was bold, it was aggressive. It was exactly what he needed to do to take the race win. And he was rewarded with maximum points there from the Honda Cadet 160 final. Well, soon enough, we'll be heading out for the next final of the day, race 26. It's the Rotax Cadets that are heading out next. Rotax Cadets out on track then. Their final is about to get underway. They're heading round for the warm-up laps at the moment. Elijah West lines up on pole position. He's got 2 wins from the heats, but a 12th place in the first heat due to an issue I thought was going to knock him down the grid order for this one, but he's just snuck in the pole position. Jack Daniels is alongside him on the front row with Bertie Clark and Oakley Riggs on row 2. Of course, Riggs would have been higher on this grid if it was not for him and Coupland taking each other out in heat number 3. Riggs has a race win under his belt. What can he do in this final? Ethan Coupland, speak of the devil, is there on row 3 alongside Arthur Kayser. Then it's Freya Bond, Ronnie Faulkner, Rio Peacock and Travis Giddings, your top 10. Then Oscar Churches, Kieran Ranger, Louis Lovell, Joseph Cox and Edison Burrows. 15 cars taken to the grid then, 11 minutes plus 1 lap. We're underway in racing. Elijah West immediately chopping across to take the lead of the race, but he's gone wide down into Haynes Loop. It was bold, but it was aggressive, and it was perfect from Elijah West, holding on to the lead as they head through sector number 1. 34 and 44, Ronnie Faulkner and Travis Giddings side by side as they headed through. Johnny's there, the fast left-hander out of sector number 1. But Elijah West with a textbook race start here and already trying to pull out a bit of a gap out the front of the field. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen that from Elijah West. Very fast pedaler here at Forest Edge is Elijah. But Oakley Riggs has already snuck up to second place. So from a second row start here in the final, Oakley Riggs in second. Which from a neutral's perspective, very positive, because I think Oakley Riggs and potentially Ethan Coupland as well, the only ones really able to bring the challenge to Elijah West at the front of the order. And Coupland has followed Riggs through as well. So West in the lead, Riggs in second and Coupland in third for the moment. Just less than 10 minutes left to go on the clock. Already cycling through this final nicely. There seems to be a good battle from about 6th place back, and there's a move for 6th place. Is that Freya Bond stealing away the place from Arthur Kayser? It is indeed. So Freya Bond's through on Arthur Kayser. And Kayser now has Peacock, Faulkner, Churches and Giddings all in a line behind them. Joseph Cox as well. Then it's only a small gap back to Ranger, Lovell and Burrows. It's getting pretty feisty in that little group. Side by side of Joyce once again in this contact. Don't think any of them went round though. Just a glancing blow between 2 of them there, but that would have lost a bit of momentum. And given it was in the middle of that pack, I think they would have lost a couple of positions from that as well. So Elijah West still at the front of the order, but look at that last lap. New fastest lap from Elijah West to a 47.96. But it was a 47.97 from Oakley Riggs. So Oakley and Ethan not letting Elijah run away with this one at the front. He's checking over the shoulder pretty much every straight piece of track he gets to see whether he's extending the gap or whether they're closing in. It's remaining relatively stagnant at the moment. I say that, He gained the gap by about 1/10 of a second on that last lap. New fastest lap from West, a 47.7, 47.8 for both Riggs and Coupland. But already that secondary pack headed up by Jack Daniels, dropping about 2 or 3 seconds off of the leader. And Jack Daniels and Bertie Clark a bit on their own now in the middle of the circuit. I think Freya Bond has broken away from Arthur Kayser as well, putting her also on her own a little bit as she heads down through Climate. Rear Peacock is to the front of that next train though, so he's got through on Arthur Kayser on this last lap. And Peacock will now be looking to break away from this gaggle. 7 karts now involved. Peacock ahead of Kayser, then Faulkner, Churches, Giddings and Cox. Elijah West leads us through into Sector 3 once more. Still just over 7 minutes on the clock of this one. Side by side, up into midgets in the background. That's a battle for around 10th place, I want to say. Coupland seems to be closing in on Riggs now. He has done by another couple of tenths of a second on that last lap. Both drivers ever so slightly closing in on Oakley Riggs. The problem is, Coupland needs to sort of realise that him and Riggs need to work together here. They want to close in on West. If Riggs and Coupland get into a battle, you can count that race as done and dusted for Elijah West. He doesn't need to be given much more opportunity to drive away at the front of the field. He's building out that gap nicely, though, to Riggs and Coupland. Let's see how much it changes by the end of this lap. It was 7/10 of a second when they crossed the line last time. And in behind as well, the number 15 of Jack Daniels, slowly but surely being caught by Bertie Clark. Freya Bond still all on her own there. She comes across the line in 6th place. Peacock there in 7th, joined by Faulkner as this gaggle in behind has all opened up quite considerably as well since we last checked it. They are close in behind though. That's Kieran Ranger, Louis Lovell and Edison Burrows, 12th, 13th and 14th respectively as they continue to battle through Sector 1. Ronnie Faulkner's trying to find a way through on Rio Peacock, but he needs to be careful. He has got a contact warning for his troubles already out there on circuit. Tempted to move up at Climate once again. Those two getting rather close to comfort. And that is just behind Faulkner, so I think that's Kayser and Giddings. Yeah, it was Giddings trying it down the inside. But Kayser carrying the pace around the outside, and Giddings can't get through. He's going to try again down into the Haynes Loop, but again has to back out of it. Does Giddings. He's trying to force his way up further in the top 10. Not going to work out this time though. And it was a new fastest lap on the last lap for Elijah West. He's extended that gap from 0.7 to about 1.3 seconds now. So it's built it out by half a second. And Coupland now right on the rear bumper of Oakley Riggs. So I think now for Elijah it's just a case of getting into a consistent pace, not pushing too much. But just slowly extending that gap at the front of the order. Closest battle still, Giddings and Kayser. Giddings clearly a little bit faster. But either way, the number 19 of Kayser doing a great job of making his car as wide as possible and not allowing for Travis Giddings to find an opportunity to get past. Clock ticks below 4 minutes left to go in this race. The field just getting a little bit more spread out than what we've seen earlier on in the heat racing. Of course, understandably so. This final is a lot longer than the heats that we've seen earlier on today. The 15 and the 21 have got relatively close now, so Bertie Clark seems to have closed back down on Jack Daniels for 4th place. question is, will Bertie Clark get close enough to think about a move on Jack Daniels anytime soon? Coupland's still right behind Oakley Riggs here. Still unable to find a way through, though. Nose to tail as they head through Climber. Coupland just a little bit too far back to dive to the inside there at the last corner. But Oakley Riggs just starting to be a little bit more defensive as well. Just placing the car a little bit more central on the circuit, as they're sort of realising now that Elijah West is all but gone, really, at this point. And Oakley realising, okay, first place maybe not on the cards here in the final, but let's try and hold on to this second place. Just showing that bit of intent to Coupland behind. Saying, if you're going to try and get through here, mate, I'm going to make it as tough as possible for you to do so. As West continues to be calm and consistent at the front of the field, and that's why he took the Southern Championships last time out here at round 4, and it's the consistency that we're seeing on the timing screens. Fastest lap was a 47.49. Well, he's just replicated that exact time again on the last lap, 47.49 onto the lap time leaderboard, and it's that kind of consistency that wins you races. When you're at the top level of your game, it's little differences like that that make all the difference. Elijah West proving that out on circuit at the moment. One and a half minutes left to go on the clock then. Elijah West starts his 13th lap of this Forest Edge kart circuit. Still, Oakley Riggs manages to hold on ahead of Coupland. Coupland's been applying the pressure more and more and more every lap, but can't quite find an opening. Same sort of story for the two battling in behind as well. Jack Daniels and Bertie Clark still line astern. Clark unable to find a way through, and that has allowed for Freya Bond to eat away at that gap, and now is within about a second of Daniels and Clark. So she'll be hoping that they start to battle. Gives her the opportunity to get properly involved. But I try and look back to Riggs versus Coupland at the front of the order. Riggs getting more and more defensive the longer this race goes on. You can see there the number 15 of Jack Daniels pointing forward, wanting to work together with Bertie Clark, but Bertie would be silly to listen. There's only 20 seconds left to go on the clock. The drivers ahead are a good 6 seconds ahead of them now. Nothing they can do in terms of getting higher than 4th place. It's just a straight battle between the two of them as to who will get it. Well, it won't be if they start battling too soon. It might be a three-way battle as Freya Bond tries to get involved with them as well. Elijah West leads us round, though. He's going to see the last lap board first. But it's this battle for second that we're all keeping an eye on. Coupland's only got 1,100 more metres of this Forest Edge kart circuit to try and do something special here. And try and force a mistake from Oakley Riggs. Force a door ajar. And try and slip through into second place. But what they don't want to do is a repeat of what happened at the end of heat number 3, where they came together late on, took both of each other out of the race, and allowed for Elijah West to take the pole position in this final. Still unable to find a way through as Coupland, so head through sector number 3. Checkered flag is being ready. The Southern Champs holder from last round. It's been another fantastic day for Elijah West, and he takes the win in the Rotax Cadet final. Oakley Riggs and Ethan Coupland come across the line in that order as Oakley Riggs manages to hold on ahead of Ethan Coupland. In behind, they're side by side across the line. The 21 of Bertie Clark trying to steal away 4th place from Jack Daniels at the line, but he can't quite get close enough. It's just left less than a tenth of a second between them across the line, but Daniels holds onto it ahead of Clark. Freya Bond comes across the line in 6th place with Rio Peacock, Travis Giddings, Ronnie Faulkner and Arthur Kaiser, your top 10. Joseph Cox, Louis Lovell, Kieran Ranger, Edison Burrows and Oscar Churches. Well, 14 finishers out of that one. Oscar Churches sadly not making it to the checkered flag. But another great final done and dusted here at round 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Rotax Cadet final done and dusted. Their slightly bigger brothers and sisters are out next. The Rotax Inter final coming up shortly. Out on circuit go the Rotax Inters then. We're about to get their final underway and racing. And this is sure to be an exciting one. Got a few drivers at the sharp end of the order this one that I think could take the race win. So it's all eyes on the circuit as to who is able to make the most of this final. Little spin already for the number 31. That's Arthur Brooker, just testing the limitations of grip. We'll put it nicely for Arthur. Hey, if there's any time you're going to go for a spin, it's on the warm-up lap, so best time to do it. Right, let's talk you through the grid then. Warwick Milan and Ethan Cousins line up alongside each other on the front row. Nate Gange and Fenton Stoneman are on row 2, with Daniel Wisnauskas and Marley Fisher on row number 3. Finley Ormshaw and Oliver Dan are on row 4, with Matthew Lilly and Arthur Brooker on row 5. 10 karts taking to the lights here for the Rotax Inter final. And it's been an exciting day, mainly between Warwick Milan, Ethan Cousins, and Fenton Stoneman. Stoneman, I want to say, has won all 3 races today. Obviously was discounted from one due to being disqualified for a non-compliance, if I'm not mistaken. In the first race, that gave Warwick Milan the race win. And then there was a great battle in the race 3 between Milan and Stoneman. Stoneman starting from the second row of the grid, though. What can he do from there? Well, we'll have to wait and find out, because we're going round once again. Chevron flag on the start line. So we'll be going round once again, and the drivers will have another attempt at the race start. I think the front 2, mainly Warwick Milan, really, the number 35, darting away at the final corner a little bit too quickly. You want to be getting a good start from the front row of the grid, but as good of a start that you can that's still legal, I think is the best way to put it. And that was a little bit too good from Warwick Milan. Got a bit too good of a jump there before they'd even got to the lights going out, because of course you come around that last corner through the cut through nice and slowly, just plodding around. You got to look up at the lights, and only when those lights go out can you go foot to the floor. And then only when you cross the start-finish timing line can you then move out of formation and start racing for 11 minutes plus 1 lap. Here they come then, going nice and slowly round the last corner, getting told by the marshals to keep it slow as they head towards the light then. 11 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock, lights are out, we're underway and racing, and this time Warwick Milan legally trots across and takes the lead of the race early on here. Cousins under a bit of pressure and behind, but holds on to P2. And is that Stoneman in P3? Yes, it is. So immediately, the 3 main protagonists of this class moving up into the top 3. Nate Gange is then the driver in P4, who's basically fending off the rest of the pack as they head through the first lap of this race. Stoneman already right on the back of Ethan Cousins here. But Cousins thinking about the move for the lead, and he's gone for it already. Up at midgets, and through goes Stoneman as well. So first lap of the race, Warwick Milan is shuffled back from the lead to 3rd place. And at the end of lap 1, it's Cousins leading Stoneman, leading Milan. Wisnauskas has got through on Nate Gange as well for 4th place. So he's now the gatekeeper of that secondary pack. And in that is Wisnauskas, Gange, Fisher, Ormshaw, Lilly and Brooker. Well, Arthur Brooker spun it on the formation lap. He hasn't done it on the race start. And that's the way round that you want it to be, Arthur. So well done. Top 3 still managing to pull away ever so slightly at the front of the order. The rest of the drivers are going to be hoping that they go no hold bars here around the final corner, and they're going to be hoping that a bit of argy-bargy at the front of the order maybe allows them to get back in with a shot of a podium finish here. It is Warwick Milan at the back of the train of 3, though, who's just taken the fastest lap of the race. However, Fenton Stoneman is pressuring Ethan Cousins through Johnny's. They're going to head down through Windsor's Dip now, back up towards the bus stop chicane. Are they still going to be in the same order when we last saw them? They are, but almost not, as Fenton Stoneman pressures into the bus stop chicane. Now through into midgets, and because of that initial attempt at the bus stop, doesn't have the drive through, but maybe down to climber, is so close, but not close enough for Stoneman to think about a move. So they remain as they were. Cousins leading Stoneman, leading Milan. Train behind staying as it was as well. Brooker just falling slightly off of the back of that secondary train. Who don't we have in this race? Oliver Dan, sadly, hasn't taken to the start of this one. So only 9 drivers out of the possible 10 involved in this Rotax Inter final. But up to the bus stop they go once again. Here comes Stoneman. He thinks about it into midgets, but backs out once again. Just doesn't quite have the overspeed on Cousins to chuck one down the inside, but Cousins gets a bit slidey through the right-hander. That's going to open up the move. In behind, and Myler makes contact with Stoneman. Somehow, they don't go out of the race, and Stoneman puts his hand up in frustration there, thinks, what are you doing, Warwick? We're in a 3-way battle for the lead here. We've still got 8 minutes left to go, and you're doing moves like that. That's not going to help anyone involved. Well, I mean, it has kind of actually helped Cousins because it's given him a couple of kart lengths gap over the rest of them. But contact warning for Warwick Milan for that move. It was a little bit too aggressive for early on in this race. The opportunity presented itself, but immediately closed, and he was too committed to back out of that one anyway. We mentioned a slight potential bit of rainfall before the start of this race, but I think the black cloud has just about missed the circuit for now anyway, and we're still in full dry conditions here at Forest Edge. And you can still see the aftermath of that attempt from Milam. Both those two drivers still half a second off of the back of Cousins now, but it's Warwick Milam who takes the new fastest lap of the race. 44.44. Full Lewis Hamilton lap time there from Warwick Milam as he continues to press Fenton Stoneman in second place. But really, they need to get their ducks back in a row and start working together again. They can't let Cousins begin to break away at the front of the order. Through into climate they go once again. Down into the final corner. Milam again getting really aggressive on the back of Stoneman's kart. I think just needs to have a bit of a mature drive here from Milam. Start thinking about it. Think about the long term. Planning lap and lap ahead. Personal bests from Cousins and Stoneman on the last lap, but not for Milam. Only a couple of hundredths slower on that last lap though. Crucially, all of them within 4 hundredths of a second on the last lap in terms of lap time. And the drivers in the group behind just not able to get anywhere close. Wisniewski in the 44s as well. He's broken away on his own here in no man's land in 4th place. But then that following pack of 4 is now headed up by Marley Fisher. Nope, Matthew Lilly's got through on Marley Fisher for 5th place. So Fisher, relegated to 6th. And then it's Nate Gange and Finley Ormshaw in that group of 4. But all 4 of them in the low 45s. Whereas that leading group in the low 44s. All 3 of them on that last lap setting personal bests. But it's another fastest lap for Warwick Milam. It's taken them 2 or 3 laps, but it does look as though they've just about started to close that gap on Ethan Cousins. There's still maybe 1 or 2 kart lengths in between Stoneman and Cousins. But given that it's an 11-minute plus 1 lap final, they've still got a lot of time here to put something together. They've just ticked under 5 minutes left to go on the gantry. And the consistency amongst the front runners as I chuck my entire equipment all over the floor. And my 7-Up is now rather fizzy. Oh dear. But the consistency I was mentioning between those top 3 is unbelievable. They've all just gone within 4 hundredths of each other again, and they're all within 4 hundredths of the fastest laps that they've all set as well. Unbelievable pace between these 3, and now I think you can finally say they fully closed back up into a group of 3. A little bit slower through the first corner for Fenton Stoneman, but he's taken the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. 44.22. Now the quickest time through this Rotax Inter final. But it's all simmered down after the attempts earlier on. But Milan was once commanding this race. But now he's been sitting back in 3rd place for quite some time. Of course, all 3 of these drivers will feel that they've got what it takes to take the win here. But it all depends on how this race plays out through these last 3.5 minutes. On to lap number 11 goes Cousins then. He's doing a stellar job out in front. He's not cracked under the pressure one bit. And I say that, he's just matched the fastest lap of the race. 44.22 was achieved by Stoneman on lap 9. It's achieved by Cousins now on lap 10. That just allowed him again to build up that gap ever so slightly. A tenth or two. Here's the move for second place, though. Milam's not going to wait around any longer, but no, Stoneman chops him off at the apex there of midgets. And again, an attempt at a move just gives more breathing space to Ethan Cousins. There's the move, though. Late down the inside of the final corner, up and under goes Stoneman. And again, do I have to say it for a third time this race? Another attempted move from Milan loses himself and Stoneman more time. And now there's a good 4 or 5 tenths of a second between Cousins and Stoneman, potentially even more than that. So really, Cousins, his best friend at the moment is Warwick Milam. Warwick Milam doing everything he can to give Ethan Cousins this race win, really. I know he's getting frustrated, sat behind Stoneman, and they have been waiting for a good few laps now. Stoneman hasn't been close enough to think about a move. But they're so close on overall pace here that a move has to be absolutely signed, sealed, and delivered, or it's not gonna work out. So with 2 minutes on the clock then, still Cousins leading Stoneman, leading Milam. In behind, Wisniauskas has now been caught by Matthew Lilly. So it's been a good run through from 9th place on the grid from Matthew Lilly. He's already up into 5th. And now pressuring Wisniauskas for 4th place. He was 6 tenths of a second quicker than Wisniauskas on the last lap. And Lilly now the 4th fastest driver out on circuit. So I feel it's only a matter of time before he slings a move on Wisniauskas. As I say that, watching them out the window, thought it might be coming there at midgets. But Matthew Lilly thinks better of it this time around. Leaders as they were onto lap number 14. Here's Matthew Lilly though, round the final corner, gets close to Wisniauskas. Not close enough to go for the move. He might try it though into the Haynes loop. Nope, backs out of it once more. He's clearly got the speed. He just needs to find a place where he feels comfortable to put it down the inside. Go a little bit later on the brakes and force the overtake to occur. But we've closed in now to less than a minute to go. And still, Cousins holding a lovely little gap at the front. It's only a few tenths of a second, but it's all he needs. And 35 seconds on the timer as they come across the line. This will be the penultimate lap of the race, ladies and gentlemen. And Lilly has finally got through on Wisniauskas then. He's made the move on lap number 14. And Lilly up to 4th place. This will be a really good result in the final from him, from what has been a bit of a difficult day for the number 20. Leaders heading through the bus stop chicane then. 10 minutes left to go on the timing screen. And it looks for the moment that Ethan Cousins has just about done enough to hold on to this race win. But we've still got 1.1 kilometres of this circuit to go. Anything can happen at the Forest Edge Kart Club. So what is it they say? Don't count your chickens. On to the last lap we go then. But the SC plated Ethan Cousins does have a nice enough gap here. He doesn't need to be too worried. Warwick Milam sets a new fastest lap of the race. 44.16. They're still getting faster, these three. And Matthew Lilly doesn't have this signed, sealed and delivered for 4th place either. Wisniauskas getting a bit of a second win here, as now he sits behind someone who's faster than him. He finds a bit of extra pace. And that battle commences through the last lap. Cousins checks over the shoulder out of the bus stop chicane. But I think Stoneman is more mindful of Milam in behind than he is of Cousins in ahead. Round climate they come then and into the final corner. There's the move from Milam down the inside. They're going to go side by side across the line. It is the SC plated car of Cousins who takes the win. Good attempt from Milam there at the last corner. A bit of a dive bomb to try and steal away second, but he goes too wide. Stoneman reads it well, and Stoneman keeps hold of his second place. A little celebration from Lilly as he comes across the line. He held on from Wisnauskas there for 4th place, and the opposite emotions from Wisnauskas. A bit of frustration there. Not the position he would have wanted to finish in, I don't think, in that race. But Marley Fisher, Finley Ormshaw, Nate Gange and Arthur Brooker, your 9 finishers in that Rotax Inter final. Well, they're done and dusted for the day then. That's race 27 completed. We'll be moving on next to what's sure to be quite an exciting final. The senior Rotaxes are up next for their final. Senior Rotax out of the dummy grid then. We're about to get their final underway. Should be another exciting one. Our first 0 points driver of the day so far. Of course, the least amount of points you have, the better in terms of organising the grid for the final. Of course, then the more points you have, the better at the end of the championship. But these points different to the championship points earned from today. 0 points for Matt Jones means he's won every single heat so far today. And Matt Jones, thanks to that performance throughout today, lines up on pole position. Alongside him is Kieran Ives, Ethan Lomax and Paolo Nunes-Aranda on row 2, Michael Pugh and Elliot Rice on row 3, Ben Ballou and William Ray are on row 4 with Sam Harrison and Toby Street on row 5. Niam Nate and Aaron Asarkas are on row 6 with Harry Gilbert, Oliver Smith, Ben Hicks, George Hulme, Aaron Full, Bradley Howes, Zav Chapman-Lewis and Emily Davidson rounding out the 20 kart grid for this Senior Rotax final. It's Matt Jones and Kieran Ives who lead us to the lights. It's a great start from the pole side of the grid, and that really benefits the 32, and immediately diving to the inside, change the lead already. The SC plate forced out wide is going to drop down to 4th or 5th place. Up the inside tries Ben Ballou as well. I think Matt Jones just about squeezed back through into 4th place. Who was that who died to the inside? Was it Ethan Lomax off of the race start? I think it was, who's taken the race lead, but I think he's been shuffled back already. I think Kieran Ives has made it to the front end of the order. We've got someone off at the bus stop chicane. They've rejoined pretty swiftly. But it's all changed to the front of the order. Late dive to the inside between the two leaders. Just about giving each other enough room. Off out wide goes Kieran Ives. He's going to lose 1st and 2nd place. Through goes Michael Pugh, and Ethan Lomax follows him through for good measure as well. But already, we're only 1 lap into the Senior Rotax final, and it's already produced some serious excitement. Through Sector 2 come the drivers then. Out of the bus stop chicane they come. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers line astern. Move for 5th place, that is. I think William Ray through, potentially on Ben Ballou. It was William Ray through on Ben Ballou. Ben Ballou wide again down at Climate. Loses another place, this time to Elliot Rice. So Elliot Rice slipping through to P6 as well. So your top 10 now after 2 laps. Pugh, Lomax, Jones, Ives, Ray, Rice, Ballou, Harrison, Sarkot and Nunes-Aranda. But still, about 5 seconds covering the top 13 at the moment. You never really see the gaps get to massive proportions in Senior Rotax. And battling through, that's for 5th place again, that is. That's Elliot Rice and William Ray. And is it William Ray who's managed to get through? I think William Ray has held on to the place. Yes, he has. So as Elliot Rice attempting the move, William Ray has managed to hold on. Aaron Full has made a good start as well. Of course, Aaron Full and Ben Ballou came together in the final heat of the day for seniors. And that put them both down the pack in terms of grid position here. But particularly for Aaron Full, as he had an issue, I think it was in Heat 1. We've got a driver rejoining from Climate there who's had a bit of an off. That's the 84 of Ben Hicks rejoining the race. But it meant that Aaron Full was 17th on the grid for this race. He's already up into the top 10 and pressuring for more positions as well. Jones now right behind Ethan Lomax for 2nd place. Ben Ballou's forcing his way through. So Ben Ballou through on William Ray. And who's followed him through with it as well? It's the 65... No, William Ray at the back of the pack now. I think it was Sam Harrison who followed Ben Ballou through there. So Ray, Ballou and Harrison having a great little ding-dong battle in the middle of the top 10. And that is allowing for those 5 drivers ahead, though, just to start to break away as they're still battling. Ben Ballou trying it again down the inside of William Ray. And no, he was trying it on Harrison. That's William Ray back down the inside of the last corner. Relegates Ben Ballou back to 8th place. It was Harrison he was trying to move on. Ben Ballou's going to try up and under, though, this time on William Ray. Not working, though, through the Haynes Loop. And now they've invited Aaron Asarkas into play as well on the number 77 plated car. Sam Harrison being allowed to break away ever so slightly. And then it's Elliot Rice who takes the fastest lap of the race so far. 40.53 for Elliot Rice in 5th place at the moment. Still less than 2 seconds off of the race lead. But through the final corner come the leaders then. Still Michael Pugh leading the way. Ethan Lomax has actually broken clear slightly of Matt Jones. 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second gained by Lomax on both Pugh and also gained ahead of Matt Jones. So Ethan Lomax in second place, setting the fastest pace of the field on that last lap. Check over the shoulder from Pugh as they come out of the bus stop chicane. Pugh just working out what kind of breathing room he has. Whether he needs to start defending yet. Not yet for Michael Pugh, but if Lomax gets much closer, he is going to start needing to. And that's all we need in this battle here, is for the leader to start defending ever so slightly, and suddenly we're going to have a train of 5 battling for the lead of the race. In behind, still those 3 going at it. Rice leading Ray, leading Harrison, leading Ballou. Sorry, Rice is a bit further on. He's in that group of 5. It's Ray, Harrison and Ballou. Those 3 line astern. They continue on through the bus stop chicane. All 3 of them so close. All 3 of them kind of wanted to go for a move, and none of them ended up going for it. Kieran Ives and Elliot Rice dropping ever so slightly off of the top 3 now as the pendulum seems to swing back the way of Matt Jones, and that's confirmed on the times as well. Matt Jones that little bit faster than both Pugh and Lomax on the last lap. But will that little bit of extra pace convert into any manoeuvres anytime soon? Check over the shoulder again by Pugh out of bus stop chicane. Just working out his plan. I was going to say his plan of attack. It's more his plan of defence through the next 5 minutes of this race. And over the rumble strips on the outside of the final corner they go. Making that loud racket as they press on round the rest of the lap. Aaron Full getting helping hand there from the drivers behind. Sarkis going defensive on George Hulme, Sam Harrison, as they head out of sector number 1 now. So Aaron Full is up into the top 8 now, pressing on towards his old arch nemesis of Ben Ballou. Leaders close though as they head up towards midgets. Very close from Lomax. This is the closest he's been. He's forced the door open. Out wide goes Michael Pugh, and race lead goes the way of Ethan Lomax. Was that a little bit too aggressive? Well, I'll leave that one up to the stewards. But either way, Lomax in the lead of the race. Wide goes Pugh at the first corner. And through slips Matt Jones. So immediately, there is your flashpoint of the Senior Rotax final. Lomax to the lead. Matt Jones through into second place. And Michael Pugh relegated to 3rd. And what did I say? Only needs to be one bit of battling. Kieran Ives and Elliot Rice would close in, and that's exactly what has happened. So we're back to 5 carts line astern then for the lead of the race, but this time headed up by Ethan Lomax. Lomax through to start lap number 12. A little bit faster than the rest of his competitors on that last lap. And that'll be giving him a bit of confidence. He's got a good 2 or 3 cart length breathing room. But as I mentioned, this longer 11-minute plus 1 lap final, it means he's still got 3 minutes left to go here. 3 minutes to keep on consistent pace. 3 minutes to hold on to that race win. Through the final corner they come then. Kieran Ives and Elliot Rice pretty close together at the back of this train. But again, as they get back in to standard running, those top 3 just a 10th or 2 quicker, starting to pull out a little bit of a gap once again. Oh dear, what happened to Nunes Aranda during this race? I've just seen he's down in 17th place as he's come through under the gantry. He was up battling in that top 10 earlier on in this race, so something's happened to Nunes Aranda. Gutting for Paolo. He'll bring it home in this race. He'll be hoping a bit better luck in the final next month. Back to the leaders though. What a gap Ethan Lomax has made. I mean, it is only about 0.6 of a second, but that's huge when it comes to this Senior Rotax final. We haven't seen a gap like that at the front of the field all race. And the interesting thing will be, if Michael Pugh tries to start battling with Matt Jones here, Ethan Lomax can scamper off with the race win here. He's doing a really good job of it. And this is the first time. There's the move for second place down the inside at midgets. Goes Michael Pugh. I was just about to say, this is the only time I've seen Jones really under pressure here. He has re-overtaken as they head down into climate, but again, that's what I was just talking about. If these two start battling, Lomax can drive away with this race. That's exactly what's playing out in front of our eyes. Through they continue on lap number 15. We're closing in to a minute left to go in this Senior Rotax final. After this, 3 more races to come for round 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2024. But as I mentioned, Lomax with a lovely lead now. He's got to be closing in on a second now, that race lead. Still Jones in second, followed by Pugh, Ives and Rice. And in behind, Ben Ballou has made the move on William Ray. They swapped around on that last lap. So Ballou up to 6th. Ray down to 7th. Full still in a bit of no man's land by himself in 8th place, but he's not closing in on those drivers ahead, or not at a particular rate that will help him gain any more positions with only 25 seconds on the clock. It's going to be close here as to whether they go on to the last lap or the penultimate lap. How quickly can Lomax get through these final sections? I think he might just sneak in an extra lap here. 10 seconds as he heads round towards the final corner. It will be the penultimate lap for Ethan Lomax. I would usually say that's not what you want to see when you're leading a final. You want it to end as soon as possible, but he's got a pretty comfortable gap now. 1.1 seconds. Ethan Lomax has extended that gap over Matt Jones. So despite Matt Jones coming into this final with a perfect record throughout today, no points, meaning he's won every single race. That doesn't matter when it comes into the final. You've got to try and keep on that consistency through the last race of the day, the all-important race of the day, where the most points are given out to the drivers due to that longer race length. It doesn't look like the SC plate in Matt Jones is going to be able to chase down the leader here. Now his main focus is holding on to second place. The gloves are off into Haynes Loop, trying around the outside, but off goes Michael Pugh. A tiny, teensy bit of contact there with Michael Pugh on the outside. And Jones on the inside forces Pugh out wide. Ives and Rice both slip through. Ives into 3rd place, Rice into 4th place, and Pugh pushed down into 5th place on the last lap. But here comes Ethan Lomax down into Sector 3. He hasn't been able to take a win yet today, but it doesn't matter. He's won the all-important Senior Rotax final. And he's absolutely gassed about that race win, as he should be. Where have they finished up behind them? Jones in 2nd place. Ives rounds out the podium in 3rd. With Rice and Ballou your top 5. What happened to Michael Pugh then? A 43-second last lap. Ben Ballou and William Ray caught him up there. Ballou managed to get past, but Ray didn't. William Ray sits in 7th place with Aaron Full in 8th. Sam Harrison 9th, and Aaron Sarkas your top 10. George Hulme just behind them. So is Bradley Howes, Oliver Smith, Toby Street, Harry Gilbert, Emily Davidson, Zav Chapman-Lewis, Ben Hicks, the last of your finishers there, of 18 finishes in that race. Of course, we lost Paulo Nunes-Aranda on lap 14 and Liam Nate on lap number 1. So clearly was an issue for Paulo Nunes-Aranda. I saw him drop down the order and he did pull into the pits before the race came to a conclusion there. But Senior Rotax action done and dusted for round 5 then. As I mentioned prior to that, only 3 more races to go. Next up will be the 177s and the 177 Masters for their final. Three more races to go then on the schedule. First one up and out of the pit lane. Has always been, I've watched that happen outside the box. Well caught to the number 71, Colin Davis. Really activating some tyre warming there as he got a quad lock-up spinning down into the Haynes loop. Well, Colin needs to quickly get round and try and get back to his grid position for this race. Speaking of which, let's run you through the grid for this race. I think it'll be Joshua Pickford who lines up in pole position. It is Chris Thomas alongside him on the front row, with Colin Davis and George Walker on the second row, Oliver Hutchings and Archie Elliott on row 3, with Oliver Appleby and Sophie Jeffrey on row 4. Sheldon Davey and Dan Wright are on row 5, with David Simpson, Rob Simpson and Ashton Parsons rounding out the 13-kart grid. Now, I can say, I can only see 12 that have come across the line, and Ashton Parsons was the driver involved in that quite sizable incident in their third heat of the day before it was restarted, and Ashton sadly not making it to the start then for the final, but the rest of the 12 drivers are. Great start from Joshua Pickford, immediately chops across to take the lead of the race from pole position. They head through the first sector, gets a little bit close on the apex there for Archie Elliott. That's going to lose the momentum all the way down to Winger's Dip. That's not going to be ideal for the Southern Champs plated driver wanting to push through the order early on in this race. He's still there in 6th at the moment is Archie Elliott, so didn't lose any positions from that loss of momentum. Just a little bit of time to those runners near the front of the order. But as they come round the last corner then, let's take you through where everyone has managed to get to after lap 1. Pickford leads Thomas, then Walker, Davis, Hutchings, Elliott, Appleby, Jeffrey, Davey, Simpson and Wright. 12 runners still going here at Forest Edge with the 177 Masters. Just as I say that, one driver pulls off into the pit lane. Now let's see who doesn't come through Sector 2 then. We'll see when the timing updates as they carry on through the lap as to who has sadly pulled off from the circuit then. I mean, all of them have come through on the timing, so I'm a little bit confused as to how I definitely saw someone pull off into the pits. Anyway, two drivers at the back having a nice battle as well. I say that, I think that's because one driver's slowing down at the back of the order. Yeah, the 24 with some problems. That's Rob Simpson. So it was Oliver Appleby who pulled into the pits a lap ago. And now Rob Simpson is also going to have to pull over into the pit lane. So two drivers out of this race early on. We've only just completed 2 laps of this race. The drivers continue for 9 more minutes of their final. Still Pickford leading the way. Pickford, the first driver, down into the 42s. Only just, though, at 42.97. He's building a little gap out between himself and Chris Thomas, but it's not huge. Still around half a second, and actually Chris Thomas was marginally faster on that last lap. 400th of a second, yeah, but he has got the fastest lap of the race. But how close the drivers at the front are on pace. 42.86, 42.82, 42.85, 42.87, 42.88. All within about 4 or 5 hundredths of a second of each other there. That should hopefully translate into some good racing here. But we need some drivers nearer the front to make some mistakes and allow for those opportunities to arise for the drivers in behind. But obviously their one goal is to do exactly the opposite of that. Joshua Pickford, you can tell it's him from the big JP on the back of his helmet. He's still pressing on nicely. He was faster than Thomas and Walker on the last lap, but Davis a little bit faster. Takes the fastest lap for himself, 42.57. With a contact warning behind for Dan Wright as he's trying to find a way through past Sheldon Davey for 9th place. The whole field still separated by 5 seconds. And now the SC plate of Archie Elliott looking to get involved with this squabble at the front of the order. He's joined the back of the train. He's right on the back of Oliver Hutchings now. Hutchings needs to be mindful of Elliott in behind, trying to push through as quickly as he can. Not close enough to think about a move down into Sector 1 just yet. Hutchings safe through the Haynes loop, but what about for the rest of the lap? Pickford and Thomas within 200th of each other on the last lap, but Thomas that little bit faster. Takes the fastest lap back for himself once more, but they're still about half a second. It's the gap still between them. And a further half a second back to Walker and Davis, who set identical times on that last lap around the Forest Edge kart circuit. Through they go once again. And this time, Colin Davis takes back that fastest lap. 42.51 for Davis. And we're closing in towards half race distance in this final. Still Pickford leading Thomas. I thought I saw some rain out of the box then, but I think my eyes were just deceiving me. Maybe a bit of wishful thinking there from me. Got some black clouds looming over the circuit, but no rainfall just yet. They all seem to be sidestepping us here at Forest Edge. But we have almost hit half race distance here, still as they were at the sharp end of the order. And now Walker and Davis just falling ever so slightly off of the drivers ahead. Archie Elliott has managed to get through on Oliver Hutchings on the last lap. But in the attempts to get through, both of them have lost a bit of time. And Archie Elliott has picked up a contact warning for his troubles as well. So clearly, the move was a little bit too aggressive. Is that a move for the lead at the front of the order? Pickford and Thomas were going side by side there. Who's ended up ahead? I think Pickford's just about still got it in hand. Yes, he has as they come across the start line. But Thomas, Chris Thomas, started to get a little bit feisty then. Your leader in 177s going at it with the leader of Masters. And then we've got second place in 177s, followed by second place in the Masters as well. So despite there being two classes racing at the same time here, super close in pace between all of them. And it could go either way between these drivers. Pickford still under a bit of pressure here as they head through into midgets once again. Down towards Climate they go. Not quite close enough for a move this time is Chris Thomas. 4.5 minutes now to go on the clock. The 56 of Pickford is doing a good job here of keeping calm and continuing to press on. But it's Colin Davis fastest at the back of this queue. And Archie Elliott is closing in on the pack. He's a second off of the pack at the moment, but was 0.2 faster than them on the last lap. Takes the fastest lap of the race, a 42.50. Beat the previous fastest of Colin Davis by 100th of a second. And on that last lap, the top three within 200th of a second between each other in terms of lap time. And now, fourth place, Colin Davis, right on the back of George Walker. Giving a bit of leeway, a bit of breathing room to the two ahead. But Archie Elliott, the Southern Champs winner from last time around, is still closing in on that gaggle. It is slowly, but it is happening. Does he have enough time on the clock, though, to gain any more positions? 3.5 minutes left to go, and it's now David Simpson in 7th place who takes the fastest lap of the race. Great lap from him, 42.43. As Simpson now is trying to close in on Oliver Hutchings in 6th place. Simpson seems to be dragging Sophie Jeffrey along with him as well, as Sophie setting personal bests on the last lap as well. On to lap number 12 then go our leaders. And we saw that brief moment of possibility for Chris Thomas as he started being nice and aggressive with Joshua Pickford only a couple of laps ago. But that just simmering down once again, getting a little bit more calm as Pickford builds another about a half a second gap over Chris Thomas at the front of the order. Thomas with Colin Davis close to him now, and don't forget Colin Davis has got through on George Walker, and that now means Chris Thomas and Colin Davis, not only are they battling over second place on track, they're battling over the win in the Masters category here as well. To the 16 and the 71. The two drivers to watch out for. Of course, both of them wanting to chase down Pickford. They both set personal bests on the last lap. Both 2/10 faster than Joshua Pickford. They need to work together here. They've got experience. They know what they need to do. They've just got to put that plan into practice now over the last 2 minutes of this race. They're into climate they go once again. Down into the final corner. None of them close enough in behind though. Archie Elliott has got through on George Walker. George Walker gives him a little frustrated kiss through the final corner. Bit of front to rear contact from George Walker there. But either way, Elliott's got the position. Archie Elliott through into the top 4. But now, with 2 seconds off of the leading group, I think it's a case of hoping that the top 3 come together here. That's really his only option of getting into the top 3. But what a last lap it's been for Chris Thomas. He's closed the gap and he's gone for it. Up at midgets. Chris Thomas down the inside. Chris Thomas to the lead of the race here. Joshua Pickford can't answer back this time down into climate. And Chris Thomas holds the inside line on the exit as well. Immediately thinking about the re-overtake here. He's going to go for it down the inside, late on the brakes. Somehow Pickford doesn't take out Thomas there into the first couple of corners. Has to relinquish once again, so Pickford down to second place. And now he's under pressure from Colin Davis as well. We've got 40 seconds on the timer left to go. But look at this. Already back on to the rear end of them. Wait, hold on a second. It's all changed because Archie Elliott is in 3rd place. So what's happened here then? Who has dropped to 4th? Joshua Pickford's back to the lead of the race here, and it's Colin Davis in 2nd place. So something's happened to Chris Thomas on the last lap. Where has Chris Thomas gone? He's dropping down the order. He's nowhere to be found. Chris Thomas has had an excursion here at some point, or is out of this race. Now, I can't see him at all. I can only imagine he's off down at Winger's Dip, and I think I'm getting some confirmation that he is off of the track and out of this race. So Chris Thomas goes from hero to 0 in only 1 lap. Makes the move on Pickford, but then immediately, half a lap later, goes off the track and out of this race. Now, I don't know the reasoning for it. It looks to be a mechanical failure then, so no fault of Chris Thomas. Gutting for him to take the race lead and immediately go out of this race. But last lap started by Joshua Pickford. There's a cheeky move down the inside. 29 of Oliver Hutchings through on George Walker. They're going to be side by side on the exit, but I think Hutchings has got it done, and he has. Great move from Oliver Hutchings to take away 4th place from George Walker. But Pickford has been given a bit of a lifeline here through the last lap of the race. He got done fair and square by Chris Thomas, but Chris Thomas's car didn't fancy going any longer, and Pickford leads us through into sector 3. He's got a nice gap back to Colin Davis and Archie Elliott. Around the final corner comes Joshua Pickford. He's going to take the win in the 177s. He slaps the number on the NASA panel, and he's very happy with that performance. Great pace from Pickford. Great run throughout the race. A little bit of luck there to hold on to the lead with the expiration of Chris Thomas. Colin Davis holds into 2nd and the win in the Masters class, with Archie Elliott picking up a podium there from 6th on the grid. Well done to the Southern Champs winner from last round. Oliver Hutchings and David Simpson finish in the top 5. What happened to George Walker? I swear he made that overtake on Hutchings on the last lap. He finished in 6th place. So clearly fell back a bit. Yeah, it was a 45-second lap time, so something happened. Hutchings and Simpson got back through. Walker settles for 6th place. Dan Wright, Chris Thomas and Sheldon Davey were your top 10 and your only finishers in that one, with Rob Simpson and Oliver Appleby not making it to the checkered flag. There we go, the voice is going. I'm in that difficult point of the afternoon where I really need to drink because my voice hurts, but I also really need the toilet. So trying to weigh up which one to do is proving a bit of a difficulty. Right, 177s. They've completed their days running. We've got 2 more races left to go. Hopefully my voice can hold out for both of them. Up next is the slightly shortened final for the supercarts. They'll be heading out of the dummy grid very soon. Right then, second to last race of the day here for round number 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. And it's the supercarts, the only class which cuts through that bus stop chicane, flies straight through it. And what a spectacle it is as it flies through your camera shot in the bottom right hand side of your screen. They'll go round for another warm-up lap here, but let's run you through the grid. Daniel Hammett and Ross Cornick start on the front row of the grid, with Spencer Chappell and Reece Buckland on the second row. Spencer has won 2 of the 3 heats, but of course got a DNF on one of them. That's knocked him down the grid to the second row, whereas Daniel Hammett got the other win in the one that Spencer Chappell didn't finish, and that's why he is on pole position. Mark Smith and Graham Payne are on row 3, with Callum Smith and Ian O'Rourke on row number 4, and Daniel Buckland and Frank Bourne round out the 10 drivers on the field for this one there on row number 5. As I mentioned, slightly shorter final for the supercarts. Instead of 11 minutes plus 1 lap, only going to be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. But of course their heats earlier on were a little bit shortened as well. They were only 5 minutes plus 1 lap in total. So effectively now the supercarts doing the same length of race that the rest of the drivers here today have done in their heats earlier on. I was going to say there that the 86 had stopped well before his pit box there, was being very kind to Ross Cornick alongside, but Daniel Hammett moves into the correct pit box now, as do the rest of the drivers in behind. Getting prepared for the race start then. We've got the thumbs up, lights are out on the road racing. Poor start from the pole position there from Daniel Hammett. Immediately Ross Cornick slipping through, and crucially so does Spencer Chappell. Immediately into second place then. And I feel like now Ross Cornick, bit of a sitting duck there in the lead of the race. It's only a matter of time before Chappell sides his way through and takes the lead. They'll come through out of Winger's Dip then and fly through your camera shot. Here is the lead of the race. Into midget, Spencer Chappell down the inside. Spencer Chappell to the lead of the race already. I think that was kind of expected when we headed into this final. Spencer Chappell has been untouchable this season. Your Southern Champs round winner, hence running that SC plate, but I'm sure he'll call it the Spencer Chappell plate. I would do as well, Spencer. And off he goes through lap number 2 then. Ross Cornick trying to hold on to the rear bumper of Spencer Chapel. Daniel Hammett manages to hold on to 3rd place after that difficult start. To be fair to him, the lights went on and immediately went out. I think just caught Daniel slipping a bit and then tried to release the clutch. It bogged down a little. And there is the reason why he lost those few places. He's now got Reece Buckland all over the rear axle of his kart. That's allowing for Ross Cornick to just build a little bit of gap ahead of them, and also Spencer Chapel to build quite a sizable gap already. Almost almost 1.5 seconds in the lead of the race is Spencer. We're not even 2 minutes into this final. And Spencer flies up towards midgets once again. All on his lonesomes now. So is Ross Cornick in 2nd place. Still pretty close for 3rd though. Is that an issue? I think it is an issue. 4th place slowing. Is he continuing on at a good pace? So I think he's picked it up now. So I think what that was potentially an attempt to the move between Reece Buckland and Daniel Hammett. Now Hammett, I think, either got chucked offline or maybe even off of the circuit. Took a few seconds to regather his thoughts and get back onto the black stuff. And for that, loses about 2 seconds to the rest of the drivers ahead. So Buckland now about 4 seconds off of the leader. Cornick and Hammett around 2 seconds off of the leader. But Hammett a little bit faster on that last lap, and he's been faster again on this lap. He's closed up to the back of Ross Cornick's kart. And has he got through? No, not quite yet. Still sitting in behind as they come through the last corner. But especially in supercarts, it's one thing closing down your rival. It's a whole nother thing actually getting past. And with how close these drivers are on pace, and with how terrifying the closing speeds are in these karts, I don't blame them. But that's the difference in pace here around this circuit. Ross Cornick has just set the fastest lap of basically the rest of the field of a 39.17. On the same lap, Spencer Chapel did a 38.17. Where's Spencer Chapel? Where is Spencer Chapel? He's not in the lead of the race. What has happened to Spencer Chapel? So now our battle for second between Ross Cornick and Daniel Hammett becomes the battle for the lead. Where has Spencer Chapel gone off? Yeah, he's parked at the bus stop chicane. You're right, so Spencer Chapel up and out of the car, and Spencer Chapel out of this race. I was thinking, as we came into this Supercarts final, no diss on the rest of the field, but Spencer Chapel's just so quick. I thought the only real opportunity was if he had a mechanical failure, and that is exactly what has happened. So we were saying earlier about that move from Reece Buckland on Daniel Hammett, and that's quite a key point in this race now. That's because of that, Reece Buckland slipped back and now into the clutches of the 96. Move to the inside for Mark Smith. He goes down the inside of the Haynes loop. Great move from Mark Smith. Moves himself up now into the podium places. So that battle between Smith and Buckland, a battle for who takes home the last bit of silverware from today's racing for the Supercarts. And poor Spencer Chapel has taken his helmet off, standing by the side of the circuit and watching the action. It was a good 5, 6, maybe even more seconds clear of these two battling. He had the win in his back pocket, but now he's out of this race and the top two properly battling. Cornick defends through Sector 1 on Hammett, and Daniel Hammett is right on his tail. We're closing in to 2 laps to go here. 2 laps to go, sorry, 2 minutes to go of this Supercarts final. Up towards midgets, they fly once again. Hammett unable to find a way through on Cornick as of yet. Still a bit of time on the clock though, probably around 4 laps to go would be my guess. Out of the final corner they come once again. Cornick gets a good run out of that final corner. He doesn't realise it though, because he is defending every time into the Haynes loop. Realistically, he doesn't need to. He gets a much better run than Daniel Hammett off the last corner. Oh no! Mechanical failure for the 70 of Reece Buckland. I thought he might be nursing an issue with the drop-off of pace through that race, and indeed he was. Was overtaken fair and square by Mark Smith, but with that mechanical failure, Callum Smith sneaks through into 4th place, and Frank Bourne and Ian O'Rourke will be gifted a position as well. Speak of the devil, Ian O'Rourke's coming around the final corner, and Ian O'Rourke might get in the way of the leaders here. He's going to see a blue flag. Down the inside goes the number 14 of Ross Cornick. Through goes Daniel Hammett as well. So well dealt with there from Ian O'Rourke, keeping off of the racing line and allowing the leaders to scythe through. A good half a second gap between them, though. It was a good last lap from Ross Cornick. Has just seen him increase the gap ever so slightly and give him the nice little bit of breathing room that he needed. Can you tell it's the end of the day here? I can barely get my words out anymore. We've had so many races through round 5 here at Forest Edge. But we're being treated to another cracker here in the supercarts. 30 seconds on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of the race here. Still Ross Cornick feeling the need to defend down into the Haynes Loop. Daniel Hammett's close, but not close enough for a move. He'll have to be a bit of a dive bomb with how far back he is at the moment. Yeah, still too far to think about one into midgets then, as the timer does indeed hit 0. But I think Ross Cornick might be over-defending a little bit. As out of the corner, down to Climber. Good exit from Daniel Hammett, seems him close up once again. And we know that Cornick gets a good exit off of this corner. Will he defend once again? Yes, he does. Hammett to the outside then, into Winger's Dip. He gets alongside, but again, another good exit from Ross Cornick. Sees him stop the charge once more. And actually, the battle for third is hotting up as well. Callum Smith has closed down the gap to Mark Smith as well. So we've got 2 battles. We're treated to 2 of them over this last lap. Through Wingers again. Up towards the bus stop and into the final sector. Hammett's close, but he's not close enough down through Climate. It's have to be a dive bomb at the final corner. He's not going to be close enough. Round the final corner they come, and Ross Cornick takes the victory in the final in Supercarts. And lovely to see both drivers punching the air there. Both Cornick and Hammett extremely pleased with that result at the end of the race there. And Smith as well. Both the Smiths coming over with a big smile on their face as Mark takes 3rd place and Callum takes 4th. Frank Bourne will take 5th place with Ian O'Rourke in 6th. As we had 3 drivers out of the race there across that Supercarts final. Reece Buckland we lost near the end of the race there on lap number 9. We lost Spencer Chappell on lap 5 and Graham Payne on lap 3. But that brings us to the end of Supercart running here today. And what a victory for Ross Cornick in the final. That's going to be putting a smile on his face, I imagine, for the entire month before he comes back again for round 6 in August later on this year. We only have 1 race to go, ladies and gentlemen. The junior Rotax drivers will be out next for their final. We'll take a short break as we get some of the stricken carts off of the circuit. I will say it's lovely blue skies directly out the comms box, but behind me it looks a little bit more dark and scary. Will we be able to hold off the rainfall for another 11 minutes plus 1 lap of racing, or will that spice up the final even more? We don't need any more spice for a Junior Max final, but hey, we might just get some. The Junior Rotax drivers will be heading out of the pit lane very soon for their final and the last final of the day. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Last race of the day, and it's sure to be an exciting one. Junior Rotax A final. They've headed out of the pits. They're getting ready to get the race underway. They'll get a lap to warm up those tyres as best as possible, and then we'll be heading for a race start. Let's run you through the grid though. Nathan Travers is on pole position here for the Junior Rotax A final. Alongside him is your Southern Champs winner from last round, Charles Green. Lucas Howell and Tobian Alvarez are on row 2, with Noah McNicholas and Maxim Smith on row 3. Joshua Whitcomb and Jensen Hookie are on row 4, with Oliver Gussman and Jack Price rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Charlie Hume and Zach Burke on row 6, with Danny May Reid and George Cole on row 7. Then it's Madison Chappell, Luca Cook, Jesse Whitmore, Levi Sangera, Spencer Trahorn, Leo Basterfield, your top 20. Then Kai Pepperell, Rebecca Chalice, Jamie Rowe and Jacob Sinfield. They were the 24 who automatically got through to the A final. And then it was Aidan Clark, Harvey Murden, Travis Rose and Elijah Dush, the 4 drivers getting through from the B final. But here we go then, round the final corner, 11 minutes plus 1 lap on the gantry. No false start, we're underway and racing, and immediately Charles Green chops across the front of Nathan Travers and takes the lead of the race. A few drivers getting a bit closer comfort through the Haynes Loop, and a dive for second place there. That's Lucas Howell diving through on Nathan Travers. Lucas Howell already siding through from the second row of the grid then to second place early on in this race. Well, what a gap that has created for Charles Green at the front of the order. It's ridiculous. He's already maybe even a second clear here at the front of the Junior Rotax field. But then, basically, from Lucas Howell backwards, it's the entire rest of the field still in a train. One driver getting chucked out wide there, down at Clymer, and he's going to get bullied down into the last corner as well. Multiple drivers getting a bit closer comfort there. They all managed to make it through, but potential for a few drop nose-cone penalties at the end of the race for some of those drivers, as there was definitely a little bit of over-aggressiveness there heading through the final corner. But indeed, 1 lap completed and a second already is the gap at the front of the field between Charles Green and Lucas Howell. Lucas Howell has broken away from the rest of them though. He's trying to go it alone to chase down Charles Green here. We've got Lucas Howell in second place. Who's made it through into third then? Is it Tobian Alvarez who's in third place? Yes, it is. So that's Nathan Travers now relegated down to 5th place. Maxine Smith following through into 4th. And as they fly through Johnny's for the 3rd time in this race, great to say that all drivers who took to the start in this race, I do believe, are still out there and running in this Junior Rotax A final, which I will say for Junior Rotax is a rarity to be able to say. So great to see all the drivers giving each other enough racing room on the opening laps of this one. And we move back, of course, we had the Supercart 7 minutes plus 1 lap. We move back to our long 11 minutes plus 1 lap. And the drivers just needing to settle into a rhythm here and continue pushing on through this race. I will say, bit of a gap did close up between Howell and Green at the front. It's opened a little bit again over the last lap. Green a little bit faster, about 1/10 of a second. He pushed ahead once more on that last lap of the race. The drivers in behind looking very quick. It's Joshua Whitcomb. He's looked quick all day, has Joshua. Started this one in 7th. He's in 6th at the moment. He's now taken the fastest lap of 42.06. I don't think it's going to be too long until we see times down in the 41s. Still Charles Green leading us through on to lap number 5 of this race then. Lucas Howell still in second. Then Tobian Alvarez, Nathan Travers, Maxim Smith, Joshua Whitcomb. That front pack. And a slight gap back to Jensen Hookie, Zach Burke, Noah McNicholas, Oliver Gussman. Basically, the entire rest of the field. Then in a long train from about 7th place downwards. Through the bus stop chicane, they go once more. Bit of a wide moment that was for Lucas Howell. He immediately checks over the shoulder, and that's why. Down the inside goes Tobian Alvarez. Does he make it stick though? Gets a good exit, and yes, Alvarez through into second place. And again, this is all playing into Charles Green's hand at the front of the field. Just about holding on to second place is Lucas Howell. but feeding the need to defend down into Sector 1 as Nathan Travers tries to find a way back through. Your pole sitter trying to find his way back onto the podium. Whitcomb in behind has snuck through on Maxim Smith as Maxim drops towards that next gaggle from 7th place downwards. Whitcomb up to 5th place then. Whitcomb looking quick at the back of this train of 3. Whitcomb's got a good exit off of the bus stop and he goes for it down the inside at midgets. So Joshua Whitcomb relegates Nathan Travers back to 5th place. Travers tried it back down the inside for the re-overtake into Climber. It wasn't going to work out though. The 29 of Whitcomb wasn't going to let his difficulties show. Issues down there into the first couple of corners. Drivers darting left and right. Somehow they don't make any more contact with each other. And through they go onto the rest of the lap. That was the 80 having to give up place there. Levi Sangera getting shuffled out wide at Johnny's. But the viewing areas absolutely packed for this Junior Rotax A final. Everyone very excited for this to continue. We've got a yellow flag out of Johnny's though. Yeah, Winger's Dip. We've got a driver stop down at Winger's Dip. I think that might be Jacob Sinfield on the number 26. He didn't come round to complete lap number 6. As the rest of the drivers come through to complete lap number 7 then. Joshua Whitcomb under a bit of pressure once again from Nathan Travers. So after initially getting past, Travers finding a bit more pace and reapplying the pressure on Joshua Whitcomb. We've hit halfway point of this race pretty much. 5.5 minutes completed, 5.5 minutes left to go. Nathan Travers already has a contact warning. He needs to be a bit careful when trying to make moves here on Joshua Whitcomb. And so does Charlie Hulme. He's just got one for his troubles. Charlie currently sitting in 11th place. Late move to the inside. Travers has got through then. And he's now trying to get through on the 19. But no, they both lose time on the exit. Not able to get through this time of asking. That's Lucas Howell under pressure from Travers and Whitcomb. And they have dragged Maxim Smith with them for company as well. So now we've got a battle for 3rd place, headed up by Lucas Howell. We'll keep an eye on how that gap is forming as well between Charles Green in the lead and Tobian Alvarez in 2nd place. It was about 1.1 seconds when they came across the start line last time. And that's why I was getting confused as to who was in the lead of the race there. Back marker being caught now. And that's the 26. That is Jacob Sinfield, who's got back underway, it seems. Pulls over to the outside to get out of the way of the driver. His engine's gone. That was an awful place for the engine to go. Luckily, he managed to get back to the inside before the rest of the drivers in behind clattered into him on corner exit there, the final corner. He has got it back underway in racing. I'm not sure if he'll continue here on the race or whether he'll pull it back into the pit lane. Of course, we saw him slow earlier on in this lap. And yeah, slows it down, pulls to the left. No, I thought he was going in the pits. He doesn't go in the pits in the end. He does carry on, does Jacob Sinfield. It looks as though we might have had another stopper, though. Jack Price still hasn't come round to finish lap number 8 of this race. Or lap number 9, sorry, I should say. But they continue on to a new lap then. 4 minutes left to go on the clock. And it's a new fastest lap from Nathan Travers. We already knew he got through on Joshua Whitcomb. He's still hounding the back of Lucas Howell's car for 3rd place. And Nathan Travers wants that last bit of silverware for himself. That's all. We do have a stopper at the last corner, though. Out of this race. Someone has stopped for the last corner. It's Harvey Murden. Harvey Murden has had a decent day overall. Some great battling near the sharp end. But his engine doesn't want to go any further. He's pulled it to the inside of the final corner. It'll be yellow flags down into that last corner. No overtaking this time around. Tobian Alvarez doing a good job in 2nd place. There's the move for 3rd though. Travers down the inside of the Haynes loop. Back through and Johnny, so goes the number 19. Bold overtake from Lucas Howell. He saw that bit of silverware slipping away and he said, no thank you Nathan. I'll retake that position. Thank you very much. And up towards the bus stop they come then, and it is still Howell ahead of Travers. Travers under pressure from Whitcomb now behind as well. This 3-way scrap getting very interesting for 3rd place here in the Junior Rotax A final. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And still, Charles Green extends his gap out of the front. 1.5 seconds he has over Toby and Alvarez. They're setting very similar lap times as well, so he's managing that gap really nicely at the front of the field. And Charles Green, all he needs to do is keep it on the black stuff here, and he's on for the win in the Junior Rotax A final here for round 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Into Sector 3 come the leaders once more. Nathan Travers still trying to find a way through on Lucas Howell. He's done it once, but Lucas immediately getting back through. Nathan gonna have to try again somewhere in the last couple of minutes of this race. On to lap number 14 then of this Junior Rotax final. Good little battle headed up behind as well by Noah McNicholas. You've got McNicholas, Hulme, Gusman and May Reed. They're battling over 8th place. That is 8th to 11th for those 4. And they've got a few stragglers in behind as well, really not far off. Another one headed up by Burke. Zach Burke in 12th place. Behind him, Spencer Trahorn, Leo Basterfield, Jensen Hookey, Jesse Whitmore. And Travis Rose and George Cole not far behind that battle as well. So we split off into sort of 3 or 4 main packs here for this Junior Rotax A final. Just over a minute left to go on the timing tower. And I will say, it does look as though Lucas Howell, Nathan Travers, Joshua Whitcomb and Maxim Smith are closing back in on Toby and Alvarez here. So could this go from a battle for 3rd place to a battle for 2nd as we head into the last minute of racing action here? We've got another driver stopped to the side of the track, and it's Levi Sangera. Levi Sangera out of this race between midgets and climber. He's pulled to a stop and he's getting up and out of the kart. He's now moving his way, hot-footing it down to the nearest safe marshal post. 30 seconds on the clock though as the leader comes across the line. The SC plated driver of Charles Green starts the penultimate lap of the race. Trying to force the door open there through Haynes Loop was Nathan Travers. Lucas Howell shutting the door emphatically there though. He's held on to this 3rd place for the entire race. He's not going to let it up through the last 2 laps. Into Sector 3 come the leaders once again then. They have closed up on the 2nd place of Toby and Alvarez. There's the move for 3rd. Down the inside goes Nathan Travers, and this time he's got it done. And now Lucas Howell having to fend off from Joshua Whitcomb as well. Round the final corner they come then. Last lap of racing here for round number 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Big bit of defensive move there into Haynes Loop from Lucas Howell, but the up and under potentially on from Whitcomb. He can't get the power down on the exit. We got a crash here at the first corner. Off to the infield goes the 61 of Leo Basterfield. Just got collected there as he rejoins right in front of another kart. That was scary for Luca Cook there. Luca Cook just about getting through though. Attention back to the leaders though as they head into Sector 3. Charles Green, he chopped across immediately at the start of this race, showing his intentions for the rest of the race, and he's not been challenged since. Charles Green takes the win in the Junior Rotax A final, and he can coast across the line. He was that far ahead. It didn't matter at the checkered flag. Toby and Alvarez and Nathan Travers come across the line as your top 3, with Lucas Howell and Joshua Whitcomb rounding out the top 5. Good battling there at the dying moments from Travers to seal away the last bit of silverware from Lucas Howell. The rest of your top 10 were Maxim Smith, Charlie Hulme, Noah McNicholas, Danny May Reed and Oliver Gusman. Then just outside of the top 10, Spencer Trahorn, Jesse Whitmore, Travis Rose. Then Jensen Hookey, George Cole, Jamie Rowe, Aidan Clark, Luca Cook, Leo Basterfield and Madison Chappell are your top 20. And then the last of your finishers, Kai Pepperell, Rebecca Chalice, Zach Burke, Jacob Sinfield. 24 finishers of 28 starters in that race. We lost Levi Sangera, Harvey Murden and Jack Price after that one. What a way to end the day though here at Forest Edge. What a day of racing it's been for round number 5. I have thoroughly enjoyed it from the comms box. I hope you all thoroughly enjoyed it wherever you're watching from. Whether you've been here at Forest Edge down in Winchester, whether you're somewhere else in the UK, whether you're somewhere else in the world, I hope you have thoroughly enjoyed it. And I hope that my commentary has added to the action as well. If you have enjoyed it, make sure you go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and on TikTok. That's at Ratters Media to go and drop me a follow. If you need to know the spelling, it's there in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. But as I mentioned, we've come to the end of racing action here at Forest Edge. Then we'll be back to do it all again for round number 6 in August. I can't remember off the top of my head if I am going to be here for round 6 or not. I'll double check, but hopefully I will be, because I can't be missing any more Forest Edge. The racing is just too good here. And a big shout out to all of the drivers involved in today's racing action to make it so exciting for us here at the side of the circuit. But a massive shout out as well to all of the people here at Forest Edge that make this possible. The 2 lovely ladies who have just left me in the timing box. Of course, all the marshals at the side of the circuit. I know with only a couple of days to go ready for this round, there was umming and ahhing as to whether it could actually happen because we didn't have enough marshals. But incredible work from Michael Parsons and everyone here at Forest Edge to find the people that we needed to be able to go racing here for round number 5. And we've done it. We've done it justice, I think, here. What a day of racing it was. A big shout out, as I say, to all the marshals, all the medical crew, all the clerks out on circuit, all of the scrutineers back in the scrutineering bay, everyone who makes this possible. A big thank you and a big shout out to you. Well, my name's been John Ratcliff at Ratters Media. Again, if you want to drop me a follow, thank you for joining us here for round number 5 of the Forest Edge Kart Cup. Make sure you're tuning in for round 6 next month. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you all again very, very soon. Goodbye for now.